La Rosa Parlante by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A breath from the roses I offer to thee, every leaf that uncloses says something from me. They come from our garden that summer will wear, with soft blossoms hardened to cherry and pear, where fruit and where flowers together unfold, and the morning's bright hours call the bee to his coat. On the reef that I bind thee our summer has shone, where will it find thee, afar and alone? The walls that have bound thee are dusky and high, and dark roofs around thee that shut out the sky. But the roses I gather will bring thee again o'er valleys soft weather, its sunshine and rain. When outward returning, how long wilt thou roam? The wealth thou art earning is not worth thy home. The lark's lightest singing awakes me from sleep that thine image was bringing. I wake and weep. By the prayers that attend thee, the fond hearts that yearn, let the roses I send say, return, love, return. To thy heart let them enter, mid care and mid toil, half its innermost centre one spot without soil, where the cold world is measured by truth, not its own, and my image is treasured, loved, loving and lone. For life hath encrusted its rust on the shrine, that heart may be trusted, I know it by mine. Lady Blessington by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Yet on the haunted canvas dwells the beauty of that face, which art's departed master held his sweetest task to trace. None see it but the prisoners held in its strong toil of grace. Nature, the fairy godmother, has lavished for thy part a prodigality of gifts to make thee what thou art. The lovely face, the gifted mind, the kind and generous heart. Lady Caroline McC. by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Lady, lovely lady mine, take my hand and tell me all that may my lot befall, all that befell me. Wilt thou read the past for me? Oh no, leave it lonely. I will ask thine art and thee for the future only. Who could think upon the past with such smile before them? Life is lighted at the eyes that are shining o'er them. Spread the cards and let me see what fine skill thou sharest. Is a lady fair as hearts shining there the fairest? Is a letter on its way? Have I cause to tremble at the rage the knave of clubs labours to dissemble? Does my wish come out? No. Vain is all my scheming. Fling the faithless cards aside, that is idle dreaming. But all too young and fair for the sign and omen, with the sibyl haggard worn, what hast thou in common? Those who read the midnight stars through hours long and dreary, watch until the cheek is wan and the eye is weary. Such dwell lonely in the vaults of some ancient college, and they droop beneath the weight of a bitter knowledge. But thine eyes are warm with light, and thy cheek with roses, on thy lip is such a smile as the dawn discloses. Lady, lovely lady mine, now thou canst not tell me what the future may befall, nor yet what befell me. Lady, sweet lady, song of mine, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Lady, sweet lady, song of mine was never meant for thee. I sing but from my heart, and thine I cannot beat with me. You have not knelt in vain despair beneath the love is vain, the desperate, that devoted love life never knows again. What know you of the very hope, the fatal and the fond, that feels it has no home on earth, yet dares not look beyond? The bitterness of wasted youth, impatient of its tears, the dreary days, the feverish nights, the long account of years. The vain regret, the dream destroyed, the vacancy of heart, when life's illusions, one by one, first darken, then depart. The vacant heart, worse, a shrine for one beloved name, kept not a blessing, but a curse, amid remorse and shame. To know how deep, how pure, how true your early feelings were, but mocked, betrayed, disdained, and changed, they have but left despair. And yet the happy and the young bear in their hearts a well of gentlest, kindliest sympathy, where tears unbidden dwell. Then, lady, listen to my lute, as angels look below, and ere in heaven pause to weep, our grief I cannot know. Lady, thy face is very beautiful, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Lady, thy face is very beautiful, a calm and a stately beauty. Thy dark hair hangs as the passing winds paid homage there, and gems, such gems as only princes cull from earth's rich veins, around thy neck and arm. Ivory, with just one touch of color warm, and thy white robe floats queen-like, suiting well a shape such as in ancient pictures dwell. If thou hadst lived in that old haunted time, when sovereign beauty was a thing sublime, for which knights went to battle, and her glow had been more of glory than of love, hadst thou lived in those days, her chivalry with brand and banner would have honored thee. Then had this picture been a chronicle, of whose contents might only poets tell, what king had worn thy chains, what heroes sighed, what thousands nameless, hopeless, for thee died. But thou art of a present, there's naught about thee for the dreaming minstrel's thought, save vague imagination, which still lives upon the charmed light all beauty gives. What have romancing lute, or fancied line, or colored words to do with thee or thine? Now the chords sleep in silence at thy feet, they have no measures for thy music meet. The poet hath no part in it, his dream would too much idleness of flattery seem, and to that lovely picture only pays the wordless homage of a lingering gaze. Lament for the Past Year by Letitia Elizabeth Lahn. Farewell, O shadowy year, farewell, my heart feels light that thou art gone. That last star was the burial light, that passing wind thy funeral moan. Another year cannot be, surely, what thou hast been to me. 12 months ago I said, as now glorious was the blue midnight. A glad sound came from many bells, and never shone the stars more bright. I thought the sky, so calm, so clear, might be an omen of a year. False sky, false stars, showed they their light, but as in mockery to the eye. It sought in their bright page to read something of its destiny. I looked their beauty, looked their hope, on such a darkened horoscope. For not one warning shadow told how many clouds were on the wind of hopes that feel like autumn fruit, leaving the sapless boughs behind. All that has been may be again, and yet lives in my spirit's pain. Now there is storm upon the sky, the clouds hang heavy as with care, the stars have darkened one by one, a moaning sound is on the air, and by the year the worst to me, that's but what I expect should be. Come one new year, I doubt thy life will be such as thy birth has been, ended as begun in tears, a desolate and darkened scene. There's no but one only thing which I can wish or thou canst bring, a deep, alone, a silent grave, is all I ask, I give thee. To others hope and pleasures bring, but only bring the grave to me, the wearied heart in its despair will seek and find a haven there. Lanchester by Letitia Elizabeth Lahn. How pleasant on a winter night to see the faggot blaze, while our white wall and sanded floor the cheerful firelight plays. Rebecca sat beside the hearth, the wheel was at her knee, round it went with ceaseless hum, and cheerfully worked she. For company she had old songs, the simple and the true, and as she sang she felt her heart its gladsome youth renew. At first she sang unceasingly and with a cheerful tone, then paused to ask the cuckoo clock how much of night had flown. The notes grew soulful, then ceased, she let her wheel stand still, and forth she looked, the quiet moon was bright above the hill. She blessed the blue and tranquil sky, and closed the cottage door. Again her wheel turned busily, her song arose once more, but broken now by start and pause, and oft by wandering eye, turned to the clock, and anxiously watched each long hour pass by. My mother, she's late tonight, God keep her on her way. Again Rebecca turned to watch the moors that round them lay. But now the moon had hid her light behind a heavy cloud, which our azure face of heaven had darkened like a shroud. The wind was howling, as it howls o'er some sea-beaten strand, so utter was the darkness round, you could not see her hand. The rain upon the casement beat, and yet she flung it wide, and with dry brushwood and the furze the blazing hearth supplied. She knew their cottage was for miles seen shining through the night. God grant, she said with faltering voice, my mother sees the light. She could not bear her agony, she could not hear afar the tumult of a rising flood and the wild wind at far. With desperate steps she hurried forth, the lantern's feeble ray and the strong purpose of her heart sufficed the dangerous way. How passed with her that anxious night to God is only known, for reason in that fearful search was utterly o'erthrown. At morning light the ebbing flood had yielded up its prey, and there, by some strange impulse lay, Rebecca bent her way. We found her with her mother's head raised childlike on her arm, and carefully her cloak was wrapped to keep the dead one warm. The cottage now is desolate, upon that lonely moor. No firelight through the lattice gleams, no rose climbs on the door. By day and night Rebecca's steps upon the wild moors roam, still bears the wind one piteous cry, "Mother dear, come home." Lancaster Castle by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Dark with age these towers look down over where once vassal town. Warlike, yet long years have passed since they looked on slaughter last. Nevermore will that dark wall echo with a trumpet's call, when the red rose and the white called the warriors to the fight. Nevermore the sounding yew, which the English archer drew, will decide the battle day, passed like its own shafts away. Nevermore those halls will ring with the ancient harper's string, when the red wine passed along with a stout and with a song. Trumpet, harp, and good yew bow are so many memories now, while the loom, the press, the gun have another age begun. Yet that old chivalric hour hath upon the present power changed, and softened and refined, it has left its best behind. What may its bequeathings be? Honor, song, and courtesy? Like the spirit of its clay, yesterday redeems today. Longdale Pikes, Westmoreland by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Rise up, the cheerful sun has his golden rays begun. For lo, from your cottage eaves hang the thick vine's clustering leaves. Many a sunbeam has found way, shining messengers of day. What can be the dream whose power keeps you at so late an hour? All the trouble has been mine, ready is your rod and line. All prepared the rainbow flies, Tyre never knew such radiant dyes as the purple and the gold, which their filmy wings unfold. Fair baits were never cast, ho, sluggard, up at last! What a silvery mist around rises from the dewy ground! Hot will be the noontide hours, may it soon come down in showers. But for showers or for shine, I know the woodland shrine, moss and leaves. The fair queen mid its blossoms must have been. Glittering in the morning beam, crystal runs our little stream. See the flag flowers bright and blue, ting the small waves with their hue. Azure, like a maiden's eye, surely where the trout will lie, shadowy hangs the elder bough. Hush, must be silent now. Last night a fair bark by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Last night a fair bark, for hope the lily floated o'er the wave, which now curls around the scattered leaves, kissing the flower it cannot see. A sweet hymn to the setting sun came yesterday from that white fawn, but no song welcomes his return, the shade is bare, the nest is torn. What can have made so desolate what was last night so very fair? Were it to judge by my own heart, I should but say love had been there. Last night the midnight wind by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Last night the midnight wind along my casement passed, and a distant funeral bell came tolling on the blast. Envy mingled with my awe as I hearkened to the tone. I thought of a quiet grave, and wished it were mine own. Life is a torrid day, parched with the dust and sun, and death's a calm cool night, when the very day is done. Lay her in the gentle earth by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Lay her in the gentle earth, where the summer maketh mirth, where young violets have birth, where the lily bendeth. Lay her there, the lovely one, with the rose her funeral stone, and for tears such showers alone as the rain of April lendeth. From the midnight's quiet hour will come dews of holy power, our sweetest human flower that was ever loved. But she was too fair and dear for our troubled pathway here. Heaven, that was her natural sphere, has its own removed. Leonora by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Farewell, and then the charm of change has faded, as all else will fade, when joy, a varied bird, begins to droop the wing to seek the shade, and thine own heart at length has felt what thou hast made another feel, the hope that sickens to despair, the wound that time may sear, not heal, and thou shalt pine for some fond heart to beat in answering thine again. Then, false one, think once more on me, and sigh to know it is in vain. Let morning light fall o'er thee by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Let the morning light fall o'er thee while I am far away. Let hope, sweet hope, restore thee all we have dreamed today. I would not have thee keep me in mind by tears alone. I would not have thee weep me, love mine, when I am gone. No, as the brook is flowing with sunshine on its tide, while fair and wild flowers blowing lean lovely at its side, so linked with many a treasure of nature and of spring, with all that gives thee pleasure, my heart to thine shall cling. The rose shall be enchanted, the breath of sighs to thee, all fair things shall be haunted with vows of faith from me. The west wind shall secure thee by tidings o'er the main, but most of all assure thee how soon we meet again. Lezione per l'amore by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Where, oh, where's the chain to fling? One that will chain Cupid's wing, one that will have longer power than the April sun or shower. Form it not of eastern gold, golden fetters never hold. They may chain but not confine, not allure but only shine. Neither form it all of bloom, never does love find his tomb sudden, soon, as when he meets death amid unvarying sweets. But if you would fling a chain and not fling it quite in vain, like a fairy from a spell of all that is changeable, like the purple tints that deck the gay peacock's sunny neck, or the many hues that play in the colouring morning's ray, never let a hope appear without its companion theme. Only smile to sigh, and then change into a smile again. Be today as sad and pale as minstrel with his lovelorn tale, but tomorrow gay as all, your life had been a festival. If a woman would secure all that makes her reign endure, and, alas, her reign must be evermost in fantasy, never let a curious eye gaze upon the heart too nigh, never let the veil be thrown quite aside, as all were known of delight and tenderness in the spirit's last recess. And one spell, all spells above, never let her own her love. Life by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The heart must struggle with its destiny. Alas, the idols which its faith sets up, they are children ones, half God, half clay. We trust, we are deceived, we hope, we fear, alike without foundation. Day by day some new illusion vanishes and life gets cold and colder on towards its close, just like the years which make it. Some are checked by sudden blips in spring, some are dried up by fiery summers, others waste away in calm monotony of quiet skies, and peradventure these may be the best. They know no hurricanes, no floods that burst as the destroying angel rode each wave. But then they have no ruby fruits, no flowers shining in purple, and no lighted mines of gold and diamond. Which is the best, beauty, glory, and the passionate climb, mingled with thunder, tempest, or the calm of skies that scarcely change, which, at the least, if much of shine they have not, have no storms? I know not which is best, but I do know which I would choose. Give me the earth, the sky of even, self-consuming loveliness, while the too radiant sun and fertile soil, in their luxuriance, run themselves to waste, and the green valley and the silver stream become a sandy desert. Oh, the heart too passionate in lighted energies may read its fate in sunny Araby. How every eastern tale recalls its beauty, its grove of spice and its groves of balm. It is exhausted, and what is it now? A wild and burning wilderness, alas, for the similitude. Life Surveyed by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Not in a close and bounded atmosphere does life put forth its noblest and its best. 'Tis from the mountains topward we look forth and see how small the world is at our feet. There the free wind sweeps with unfettered wing, where the sun rises first and flings the last, the purple glories of a summer eve. Where does the eagle build his mighty nest, and where the snow stains not its purity? When we descend, the vapor gathers round, and the path narrows. Small and worthless things obstruct our way, and, in ourselves, we feel the strong compulsion of their influence. We grow like those with whom we daily blend. To yield is to resemble. Light and Shadows by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It spread beneath the summer sky a green turf as just meet for lilies and blue violets and moonlight fairies' feet. And in the midst a rose tree grew, covered with buds and flowers, a crimson cloud of breath and bloom like that of evening hours. I watched the beauty of it rose, its June-touched bloom, its love-sweet breath, when suddenly I marked how dark its shadow fell beneath. Clings darkness too, I sadly thought, the fair in form, the fresh in hue? Alas, there's not that thing on earth so bright, but has its shadow too. Lincoln Cathedral by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 'Twas the deep forest bodied forth that fain so rose the arches of the old oak trees, so wreathed the close-set branches at their side, so through the open spaces gleamed the sun, while like an anthem sang the morning birds. All nature teacheth worship unto man, and the first instinct of the heart is faith. Those carved aisles, so noble in their state, so graceful in each exquisite device, are of a past, a rude and barbarous time, and yet they rose to heaven. Though the red salt flashed in the sun, and with unholy flesh disturbed the silver moonlight's quiet hour, yet even then man craved for peace in heaven. Hence rose these glorious temples, where the cross still sanctifies its merciful domain. Lines addressed to Elric Watts by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. There's a dear and a lovely power dwells in the silence of the flower, and the buds meet the caress of the bee in their loneliness, and the song the green leaves sing when they waken and wave in spring, and the voice of the April bird the first air music the year has heard, in the deep and glorious light of 1,000 stars at night, in the dreaming of a moon bright in a solitary noon, in the tones of a plaining brook, in the light of the first love look, and in each bright and beautiful thing that has aught of fine imagining, that power is dwelling. Now need I name the bright power of poesy, and a graceful bard, it has breathed on thee a breath of a life which is melody, and given thy lute the touching strain which your heart but hears to echo again. Mine is not the hand that flings living or lasting offerings. With thy laurel, not mine, will lay, but either gives or takes away. Others may praise the harp. For me to praise were only a mockery. The tribute I offer is such a one as the young bird would pour, if the sun or the air were pleasant. Thanks not praise, or not the Lord, but to feel the lace. Lines addressed to Miss Bizet by Letitia Elizabeth Lahn. Came it not like enchantment on the soul, changing the very life pulse with delight, each feeling lost in one delicious dream, all hushed in the deep harmony? If yet this earth can boast a trace of paradise, one relic of its former state, 'tis that which yet survives in music's hollowed sigh, if ever that sweet spirit whose rich breath is on the evening gale, which murmurs by, fraught with the nightingale and woodlark's song, or wafting from the moonlight waves soft notes of airy melody from the wind-waked shells and the blue waters of the sea, I gave his power, his magic power, the human hand he gifted thee. While in every witching tone in which the soul of music lives, light sounds sweet as a lover's serenade, or wildest minstrelsy that thrills a minstrel's dream, or the deep swell of inspiration's glow, all are thine own, Cecilia of our eye. Lines on Curran's Picture by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, is it not a gallant sight to mark a little vessel breast the stormy sea, with sails triumphant swelling to the wind? Dashing the waters from her side in scorn, she cleaves the ocean, and, with aerial prow, scattering the snowy foam, a sparkling shower, and leaving a bright track behind in sign of victory. Our human pride delights in such a triumph over wind and wave, because she knows 'tis not the plank and sail, but human mind that holds the mastery. The canvas has been spread by human hand, and human hand it is that guides the helm. Methinks with nobler triumph we should mark some gallant spirit through the sea of life, shape its successful course. Sustained, impelled by energy unconquered within, a life like Curran's has enough to make humanity ashamed and proud. 'Tis strange to think what toil is wasted upon some, how ancient scrolls unfold their precious store. The learning folio yields its silver clasp, the modern page marks out its easy way, some learned man to aid, assist, explain, and all to prove some fool is also deuce. Now watch the progress of a nobler mind. It has no aid, except from obstacles, to conquer which invigorates. Learning wealth as much debarred as golden, every step made difficult by want of help, and books things more for desire than of hope. And yet that boy will rise unto a man, the honored of his country, and will leave a name imperishable as the soul. And such was Curran. 'Twas a glorious sight to see him when his soul was on its spring, gifted with all the mighty strength of words, wit from his lip and lightning from his eye, flashing together, scorn and frown and power. I'd rather have such a stirring life as theirs, who make their own way and delight to make, win wealth and honor by their own bright mind, whose destiny is in itself, than be the noblest name that ever belted earl left honored to his son. Lines on Seeing a Portrait of Keats by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The dark curls cluster round thy graceful head, and hang o'er thy pale forehead, where the mind a visible temple hath. Upon thy lip is frowned a rich and melancholy smile, so sad it seems prophetic of a doom that hangs o'er thy young life, and thine eye wears an inward look where outward things but pass unnoticed. Thou dost hold communion with thoughts dark and terrible. A blight hangs o'er the spring flowers of thy youth. The seeds of death are sown within thy bosom, and wears upon thee consciousness of fate. The light that lingers on thy face is as a star, the last remaining one, a shadowy beam of those which have been. Ardent hopes were thine, dreams of a laurel and of high renown, a health departed, and on thy wan lip, a hope-forsaken cheek, a spirit that burns, which will not wholly pass till in the grave. I looked upon thee, youthful minstrel, thou wert like the lovely presence of a dream, such shapes as come when, o'er the sleeper's brain, the memory floats of some wild, saddening tale. And he has slept, his inmost spirit filled with sorrow's beautiful imaginings, or as the enemy of thine own sweet song. I looked upon thy open brow, and felt almost an interest like to life in thee. Thine influences upon the heart, thou canst awaken such sweet sympathies. We think of youth, of genius, gathered like the rose in the first blushing of its purple morn, of a bright harp whose chords for aye are mute, but whose rich breathings are remembered still, whose tone can never be forgotten. Lines on the Bust of a Lady by Letitia Elizabeth Lunn. A face of perfect beauty, such as haunts the poet's dream, what time the shadowy limes hath the light leaves stirred by some gentle wind, and their soft bloom, their small, pale yellow flowers, grow golden in the sunshine of the noon. Then shapes are flitting round, which only were the likeness of our earth, but scarce its look. So spiritual the light which gives a soul to each fair face and to each starry eye. This face is such a one. The open brow, the parted hair obscures it not, as proud as if unconscious of life's meaner things. And on the lip is scorn, but generous scorn, which blends with sweetness, and the loveliest smile, so soft, so gracious, and so feminine, is on the dimpled cheek. Methinks the sculptor's skill has caught most happily the fine ideal, both of heart and mind. Lines on the Mausoleum of a Princess Charlotte at Claremont by Letitia Elizabeth Lunn. Alas, how many storm clouds hang every sunny day below! How many flowers die as they bloom, how many more before they blow! But fall the blight, or lower the blast, or every other pleasure here, they would leave untouched that one of all earth's joy most pure and dear. Young love, how will thy smile can cheer all other ills that wring the heart? All other sorrows may we bear, but those in which thyself hast part. And is not this thy worst of griefs, thine uttermost despair, to see the grave close over the fond heart just wakened into life by thee? To watch the blight steal o'er the rose, you spring the myrtle's wont to be, and for the bridal wreath to bear, one gathered from the suppressed tree? Look on yon grove, where white thane grows whiter as the moonbeams fall. There's a bust upon its shrine, wearing a white rose coronal. It is the monument where hope and youthful love sleep side by side, raised by the mourner to the name of her, his lost but worshipped bride. Lines suggested on visiting Newstead Abbey by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. What makes the poet? Nothing but to feel more keenly than the common sense of feeling, to have a soul attuned to the appeal of a dim music through all nature stealing. Poetry is like love, its own avenger. Sweet thoughts, fine fancies by its footsteps roam, It wanders through the world a lonely stranger, to find this very world is not its home. Cares, envyings, blame disturb its bright dominion. Fretted, it labours with its own unrest. The wounded dove folds up its drooping pinion, and pines and fevers on its lonely nest. Or rather say, it is the falcon, scorning the shaft by which he met his mortal blow. Stately he rose to meet the golden morning. Ere noontide came, the gallant bird lay low. Ah, who may know what gloomy guests, unbidden, await such spirits in their unstrung hours? Forced by the better nature vainly chidden, forcing allegiance to the darker powers. And who may know how sad and how subdued, when, with its own o'ertasking, faint and weary, the mind sinks down into that gloom mood to which all future hours seem dark and dreary. The soul is out of tune, its sweet notes scattered, vexed, irritable, harsh, its power is flown, like some fine lute whose higher chords are shattered by forcing too much music from their tone. But few can pity such a mood as this, because they know it not. Calm is their sadness, tranquil their joy. They know not how it is. Genius is feverish in its grief and gladness. It has no quiet, for it could not live in the far sunlight of some placid ocean. It asks the varying winds and waves that give need for its strength and life to its emotion. And then it suffers bitterly, consuming with the fierce struggle which itself hath sought. While fame the future's mighty world illuming is never wholly by the present bought. Fame is a noble vision, fixed for ever. Praise is its mockery. The one word of praise 1,000 come, of blame for each endeavour that turns the mind's pure light on coming days. All day ills beset its daily path, poverty, toil, neglect, dislike, and sorrow. The many visit it with scorn and wrath. Its hopes come never nearer than the morrow. Vainly did he resist, half mirth, half rage, the weight with which the world on genius pressed. What bitter truths are flung upon his page, truths which the lip denies, the heart confesses. Life is a fable, with its lesson last. Genius, too, has its fable and its moral. Of all the trees that down their shadows cast, choose you a ref from any but the laurel. Listen to the tale by Letitia Landon. Listen to the tale that on the night gale blends with a rose's sigh. The moon shines o'er thy bower, yon stars marked the hour when no step and no sound are nigh. Like the night bird's lay, which dares not by day tell of its hope and fear, but awakens the flower on the still moonlight hour, when not another song is near. When out those blue eyes, the smile which there lies, glancing of love, a fond love. So like yon star's sweet ray, whose brightness clears away each shadow that darkens above. The pearls of the sea were worthless to me, earth's gems in vain were mine, and would not give the bliss of a moment like this when I breathe that sweet sigh of thine. Little Red Riding Hood, the flower of fairy lore, by Letitia Landon. Come back together, all ye fancies of the past, ye days of April weather, ye shadows that are cast by the haunted hours before. Come back, my childhood. Thou art summoned by a spell from the green leaves of the wildwood, from beside the charmed well. For Red Riding Hood, the darling, the flower of fairy lore. Her fields were covered over with colours as she went, daisy, buttercup, and clover below her footsteps bent. Summer shed its shining store, she was happy as she pressed them beneath her little feet. She plucked them and caressed them, they were so very sweet. They had never seemed so sweet before to Red Riding Hood, the darling, the flower of fairy lore. How the heart of childhood dances upon a sunny day, it has its own romances, and the wide, wide world halfway. A world where fantasy is king, made all of eager dreaming, when once grown up and tall, now's the time for dreaming, when we shall do them all. Do such pleasant fancies spring for Red Riding Hood, the darling, the flower of fairy lore. She seems like an ideal love, the poetry of childhood shown, and yet laughed with a real laugh, as if she were our own. A younger sister for the heart, like the woodland fashioned. Her hair is brown and bright, and her smile is pleasant with its rosy light. Never can the memory part with Red Riding Hood, the darling, the flower of fairy lore. Did the painter, dreaming in the morning hour, catch the fairy seeming of this fairy flower? Winning it with eager eyes from the old enchanted stories, lingering with a long delight on the unforgotten glories of the infant sight, giving us a sweet surprise in Red Riding Hood, the darling, the flower of fairy lore. Too long in the meadows staying, where the cowslip bends, with the buttercups delaying, as with early friends, did the little maiden stay. Sorrowful the tale for us, we too loiter mid life's flowers, a little while so glorious, so soon lost in darker hours, all love lingering on their way, like Red Riding Hood, the darling, the flower of fairy lore. Little Red Riding Hood, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Come back together, all your fancies of the past, ye days of April weather, ye shadows that are cast by the haunted hours before. Come back, my childhood, heart summoned by a spell from green leaves of a wildwood, or beside the charmed well. For Red Riding Hood, the darling, the flower of fairy lore. The fields were covered over the colors as she went. Daisy, buttercup, and clover below her footsteps bent. Summer shaded shining store, she was happy as she pressed them beneath her little feet. She plucked them and caressed them, her so very sweet, but never seemed so sweet before to Red Riding Hood, the darling, the flower of fairy lore. Of a heart a childhood dances upon a sunny day. It has its own romances, and a wide, wide world halfway, a world of fantasy as king, made all of eager dreaming, and once grown up and tall. Now is the time for scheming, when we shall do them all. Do such pleasant fancies spring for Red Riding Hood, the darling, the flower of fairy lore? She seems like an ideal love, the poetry of childhood shown, had laughed with a real laugh as if she were our own. Younger sister of her heart, like the woodland pheasant, her hair is brown and bright, and the smile is pleasant with its rosy light. Never can the memory part of Red Riding Hood, the darling, the flower of fairy lore. Yet the painter, dreaming in the morning hour, catch the fairy seeming of his fairy flower, winning it with eager eyes from the old enchanted stories, lingering with a long delight on the unforgotten glories of the infant sight, giving us a sweet surprise in Red Riding Hood, the darling, flower of fairy lore. Too long in the meadows staying with the cowslip bends, the buttercups delaying as of early friends did the little maiden stay. Sorrowful the tale for us, we too loiter mid life's flowers, a little while so glorious, so soon lost in darker hours. All love lingering on the way, like Red Riding Hood, the darling, flower of fairy lore. Liverpool, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Where are they bound, those gallant ships, that here at anchor lie, now quiet as the sleeping birds beneath a summer sky? Their white wings droop, their shadows rest unbroken on the deep, as if the airy elements had their own hour of sleep. A little while the wind will rise, and every ship will be the flashing prow and shining sail afar upon the sea. Some will go east and some go west, some to the Indian Isles, where spring is lavish of her bloom, and summer of her smiles. And some will seek the latitudes where northern breezes blow, and winter builds a throne of ice upon a world of snow. Some will come back with plum and pearl, the attar and the gem. Little do the gay words think how brave men toil for them. The product of fair distant lands, nursed by far distant skies, I hear the triumph and reward of human enterprise. Amid the ships that bear around the wealth and half a world, are those that, for the core bound, have just their sails unfurled. Frightened with goods that new-found climes may envy English skies, there be no thunders o'er the deep to work our nation's will. In peace they go, with pure intent, and with this noble aim, the very courts the civilized by traffic to reclaim. Not as they went in former days to be a wretched slave, to pine beneath a foreign sky or perish on the wave. They go for knowledge, and in hope such knowledge may avail to draw the savage and unknown within the social pale. A deep and ardent sympathy the heart has with the bold, the cheek is flushed, the eye is bright, the air the deeds are told. We half forget the conqueror's crime in honor of the brave, and raise the banner and the ark, although upon the grave. But he in danger and in toil of no false light have need, for courage and for constancy deserve the highest meed. The dreary day, mid trackless wood, the lion at their side, the gloomy night, when rocks and foes warn the faithless tide. With slavery, suffering, deserts, death, it has been theirs to roam, led onward by the general fort. What will they say at home? Signs thy own adventures again are on the way, and but for thy most glorious hopes, what were our mental day? Sail on, proud bark, a lofty aim, it was that freighted thee, and for their sake who treat thy decks, Godspeed thee o'er the sea. Lonely and deep is the fountain when springing from its earliest birthplace. By Letitia Elizabeth Land. Lonely and deep is the fountain when springing from its earliest birthplace beneath the dark pines, when first mid the white flowers around it goes singing, when first on its waters the red morning shines. So lonely, so deep is the love which is cherished, silent and sacred, but sorry for thee. All lighter and meaner affections have perished. Life now has only but one love for me. I share with thee every thought that delights me. I read it is only to tell thee again. I have not a feeling on earth but unties me to thee, be it intellect, pleasure, or pain. I lean now of a rose when the night dews are weeping, and deem its leaves written with sweet words of thine. I see thy bold falcon through mid-heaven sweeping, and wish it could bear thee a message of mine. Yet I am mournful. I think of our morrow, and my heart fills with nameless and shadowy fears. The heart has its omen, and mine of sorrow. I know that our future has anguish and tears. I see the clouds pass over the stars, and my spirit grows dark as the terrors which round it are thrown. Surely, whatever my Lord may inherit, I care not, so suffering but reach me alone. Long Lone Kin by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The Lord said to his lady as he mounted his horse, beware of long, long kin that lies in the moss. The Lord said to his lady as he rode away, beware of long, long kin that lies in the clay. What care I for long kin or any of his gang? My doors are all shut and my windows penned in. There were 6 little windows and they were all shut, but one little window, and that was forgot. And at that little window long Lonkin crept in. Where's the lord of the hall? Says the Lonkin. He's gone up to London, says Orange to him. Where are the men of the hall? Says the Lonkin. They are at the field ploughing, says Orange to him. Where are the maids of the hall? Says the Lonkin. They are at the well washing, says Orange to him. Where are the ladies of the hall? Says the Lonkin. They are up in their chambers, says Orange to him. How shall we get them down? Says the Lonkin. Prick the babe in the cradle, says Orange to him. Rock well my cradle, and Biba, my son, you shall have a new gown when the Lord he comes home. Still she did prick it, and Biba she cried, come down, dearest mistress, and still your own child. Oh, still my child Orange, still him with a bell. I can't still him, lady, till you come down yourself. Hold the gold basin, for your heart's blood to run in. To hold the gold basin, it grieves me for its sore. Oh, kill me, dear Lonkin, and let my mother go. Long years have passed since last I stood by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Long years have passed since last I stood alone mid the mountain scene, unlike the future which I dreamed, unlike the future it has been. A cold grey sky o'erhung with clouds of shows in every passing shade, like the mortal atmosphere whose gloom a horoscope has made. I thought if yet my very feet could rove my native hills again, a world of feeling would revive, sweet feelings wasted, worn and vain. Early hopes, my early joys, and dreamed those valleys would restore. Ask for childhood to return for childhood which returns no more. Surely the scene itself is changed, that did not always rest the snow which shed on the valley's depth, the gloom upon the mountain brow. That flowers within the chasms dwell like treasures in stone fairy hold, mourning the mountain shed, a kindling world of purple gold. Another season of the year is upon the earth and me, another spring the light these hills, another spring mine own may be. Must return my unstrung harp, I must awake the sleeping tomb, I must recall the loved and lost, to spring again for me could bloom. I've wondered, but it was in vain, in many a far and foreign clime. Absence is not forgetfulness, and distance cannot vanquish time. One face was ever on my side, one voice was ever on my ear. All earth's loveliness I turn to wish I with the dead were here. Of very wandering to no home, or very wandering alone, I turn to childhood's once glad scenes, and from life's last illusion flown. I vows to live the childhood scenes, for after years of toil and pain, would beg the breaking heart should never seek those scenes again. Lord and Lady Derby by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The times are peaceful, and we know no unsheathed sword, no bended bow. No more upon the quiet night flashes the beacon's sudden light. No more with assaults in the hall started the trumpet's fiery call, and undisturbed the ivy wreath hangs o'er the battlements beneath. Years have gone by since English hand spilled English blood on English land. We see the armed warriors ride, but only in their plumbed pride. The actual agonies of war, thank God, have been from us afar. We have not seen the silvery flood run crimson with our kindred blood. We have not seen the stranger street profane the church where slept our dead, nor watched the red and kindled air, and know our home was blazing there. Our soldiers to a foreign soil kept the wild warfare's blood and toil, and news of some proud victory was all that ever crossed the sea. But England has known other days, has seen her own home dwellings blaze, has heard the thundering volleys come and trembled at the beaten drum. Father and son stood side by side, yet not as by their blood allied, each stern in his adopted cause, for feudal or fanatic laws. Aye, led by some high-sounding name, man has ever been but the same, fighting for altars, or for throne, for any rights except his own. 'Tis in such troubled times the few find they have powers they never knew. And yonder high-born dame, who stands with flowers in her graceful hands, with broidered robe and ringlet fair, scarce breathed on by the fragrant air, dreamed not that she should stand alone when pikes were raised, and trumpets blown, and gathered foes around the wall, and the sole chief in Latham Hall. But ere she put aside her fears, and woman's weakness, woman's tears, how many a long and anxious hour she must have passed in secret bower, till she stepped forth the calm and proud, to meet and animate the crowd. A woman's is another knot, when ruder cares and strife come not, her hand upon the silvery lute, whining sweet answer to its suit, or bidding mimic flowers arise mid the embroidery's rainbow dyes. Her step the music of a harp, soul of its sorrow or its mirth, who half of time its dearest part, the one charmed circle of her heart. Evil must be the cause and day that takes her from such life away. Then, lady, while we honour thee, and to thy faith and chivalry give high and honourable fame, we wish no rival to thy name. Lord Melbourne by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is a glorious task to guide the vessel through the dashing tide, when darkest the tumultuous sea and thunderclouds are on the lee, while war notes mount upon the wind from the fierce storm that rides behind. And such a task it is to steer a people in the high career, when old opinions war and change is sudden, violent, and strange, and men recall the past to say, so shall not be the coming day. Such time is passing o'er our land, new thoughts arise, new hopes expand, and man knows in his own strong will it is his purpose to fulfill. In the fierce contest of such hour, how mighty is the leader's power! More glorious than the conqueror's brand, the rule entrusted to such hand. From it the past and present claim, the rights they teach, the hopes they frame. Do what the island offer free, what England should expect of thee. Lost Lessons by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I cannot choose, but marvel at the way in which we pass our lives from day to day, learning strange lessons in the human heart, and yet, like shadows, letting them depart. Is misery so familiar that we bring ourselves to view it as a usual thing? We do too little feel each other's pain. We do too much relax in social chain that binds us to each other. Slight the care there is for grief in which we have no share. Louise, Duchess of La Valliere by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Alone, again alone, ah, let me kneel in prayer, or rather penitence, to heaven. Yet dare I pray for love that still I feel sin, and yet ask that sin to be forgiven. I kneel to pray, I only pray for him, his countenance more than my own fault bewailing. Night after night my very eyes are dim, with vain fond tears our passion unprevailing. My love no longer makes his happiness, that happiness of which my love thought only. Back on my heart let its emotions press, not their withdrawal that will leave him lonely. I could not bear his wretchedness, my own is but the bitter penalty of loving as I have loved, flung at an idol's throne, with a deep voice within the soul reproving. The shadow darkens around me of my fate, I hear the choir upon the midnight swelling. There closes on me the eternal grate, where banished and where broken hearts are dwelling. Ah, but for him, how glad I were to seek the peace the holy convent cell possesses, to draw the veil above my cold, pale cheek, to shred from this bowed head the golden tresses. In the pale Carmelite would be no trace of guilty beauty or of guilty splendor. There might long years with many tears efface love still too passionate and still too render. Perhaps this grief is merciful, and sent to wind me from a cold and changed affection. In vain the hope its sunny wealth hath spent, love needs it not, it lives on recollection. I know that I deserve what I endure, but harsh it is when such a blow is given by him for whom I die. Could that secure one joy on earth, or win one hope from heaven? Too utterly beloved, too much adored, since first beneath thy eager glance I trembled. What griefs have swelled my soul's silent hoard, how many secret tears have I dissembled! I never yet the heart of woman knew love more intense, life had but one emotion. My God, to thee had this gaunt heart been true, not so had been repaid its deep devotion. I never could have left him, had I left within his soul the agony of parting. But I shall be the only one bereft, only within my eyes the tears are starting. How have I hung upon a single look, how has a single word disturbed my sleeping? Each hour its colour from thy greeting took, what days for thee have passed away in weeping. And thou art changed to me, thou for whose sake my soul has perilled all it should have cherished. Dear, I to the quiet convent take the human love that should long since have perished? God will forgive what man may well despise, the moral step may turn aside and falter. But there's pity in the azure skies, and there's hope on that eternal altar. I will take with me prayers and tears. A love yet lingers in the heart I cannot harden. It will but raise a suppliant look above, that looks beyond the grave to ask for pardon. Long penitence may set the worn one free. Oh, my lost spirit, make this last endeavour. Thanks for thy coldness, Louis, but for thee I had not borne to say farewell forever. Love, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She pressed his slight hand to her brow, or pain or bitter thoughts were passing there. The room had no light but that from the fireside, which showed then hid her face. How very pale it looked, then over it the glimmer shone. Is not the rose companion of the spring? Then wherefore has the red-leaved flower forgotten her cheek? The tears stood in her large dark eyes, her beautiful dark eyes, like hyacinth stars. When shines her shadowy glory through the dew that summer nights have wept, she felt them not. Her heart was far away, her fragile form, like the young willow, when for the first time the wind sweeps o'er its rudely, had not lost its own peculiar grace, but it was bowed by sickness, or by worse than sickness, sorrow. And this is love. Why should woman love, wasting her dearest feeling, till health, hope, happiness are but things of which henceforth she'll only know the name? Her heart is seared. A sweet light has been thrown upon its life, to make its darkness the more terrible, and this is love. Love, a Mystery, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It matters not its history. Love has wings, like lightning, swift and fatal, and it springs like a white flower where it is least expected, existing whether cherished or rejected. A mystery art thou, thou mighty one, we speak thy name in beauty, yet we shun to say thou art our guest, for who will own his life thy empire and his heart thy throne? Love, Hope and Beauty, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Love may be increased with fears, may be felt with sighs, Nursed by fancies, fed by doubts, but without hope it dies. As in the far Indian Isles dies the young cacao tree, unless within the pleasant shade of a parent plant it be. So love may spring up at first, lighted at beauty's eyes, but beauty is not all its life, for without hope it dies. Love's a thing of frail and delicate growth, by Letitia Elizabeth Lahn. Love is a thing of frail and delicate growth, soon checked, soon fostered, feeble and yet strong. It will endure much, suffer long, and bear what would weigh down an angel's wing to earth, and yet mount heavenward. But not the less it dieth of a word, a look, a thought. And when it dies without a sign to tell how fair it was in happier hours. It leaves behind reproaches and regrets, and bitterness within affection's well, for which there is no healing. Love nursed by solitude, by Letitia Elizabeth Lahn. I surely it is here that love should come and find on earth a home. It cast off all the sorrow and the shame, it clinged like shadows to its very name. Young love far to be light, will speak of thee, and coupled with her mentioned misery. Talk of a broken heart, the wasted bloom, the spirit be lighted in the early tomb. As these waited on thy golden lot, they blame thee for the faults which thou hast not. Art for to blame for what they bring on thee the soil and weight of immortality? How can they hope, whatever links without formed, is away from them now for harsh gold? Or worse than even this, how can they think that vanity will bind the failing link? How can they dream that thy sweet life will be a crowd's, palaces, and cities' heartless air? Where the lip smiles, while the heart's desolate, and courtesy lends its deep mask to hate? Where looks and thoughts alike must feel the chain, and naught of life is real but its pain? The young spirit's high imaginings are scorned and cast away as idle things. Where, think or feel, you are foredoomed to be a marvel and a sign for mockery, when none must wander from the beaten road, or like champ the bit, and feel the goad. It is not made for we young love, away to where the green earth laughs to the clear day, to the deep valley where 1,000 trees keep a green court for fairy revelries, to some small island and lonely lake, where only swans the diamond waters break, where the pines sing in silence o'er tide, and the snooze gushes from the mountain side. We's love are haunts for we, where canst thou brood with thy sweet wings furled but in solitude. Love once dwelt in a palmy isle, by Letitia Elizabeth Lahn. Love once dwelt in a palmy isle, his palace of a green leaf shade, a chain of rose upon his wings, whose guardian was a dark-eyed maid. They lived in sweet companionship, enough for him one smile so bright, enough for her to live for him, to watch his chain, to keep it light. But once the nymph lay down to sleep, leaving her fragrant chain undone, and Love awakened while she slept, shook off his fetters and was gone. The morning came, the nymph arose, and looked on her deserted chain. Vain were her tears and vain her prayer, for never love returned again. Love's Choice, by Letitia Elizabeth Lahn. Too long the daring power of love had braved the angry gods above. His doom is sealed, the doom of heaven. Love may not hope to be forgiven. They took away his bow of gold, and from his eyes the veil unrolled. His rose-reft quiver is unbound. His sparkling darts bestrew the ground. But Venus wept, can such sweet rain from beauty's eyes have fall in vain? Jove gazed on Cytherea's tear, and owned his sentence to serve. Well, let the boy one treasure keep, that one he may most dearly prize, but let him choose. Love ceased to weep, and caught the veil that blinds his eye. Love's Ending, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. And this, then, is love's ending. It is like the history of some fair southern clime. Hot fires are in the bosom of the earth, and the warm soil puts forth its 1,000 flowers, its fruits of gold, summer's regality. And sleep and odors float upon the air, making it heavy with its own delight. At length a subterranean element bursts from its secret solitude, and lays all waste before it. The red lava stream sweeps like a pestilence, and that which was a garden for some fair tale's young queen is one wild desert lost in burning sand. Thus is it with a heart. Love lights it up with one rich flush of beauty. Mark the end. Hopes, for that quarrelled even with themselves, and joys that make a bitter memory, while the heart, scorched and withered and overwhelmed by passion's earthquake, loathes the name of love. Love's Lament by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Nay, pray thee, let me weep, for tears are all thy love has left to me. I love thee still, but dream no more of happiness in loving thee. My heart has been too rudely crushed for its deep wounds to ever heal. My hopes have been too coldly checked for me again such hopes to feel. My very soul is wrung, it has borne for thee all that it could bear. Two silent pulses vibrate yet in pain, its love and its despair. Love, for to love so fond as mine, only the grave an end can be. Despair, what is there that my heart can hope from love or life or thee? Upon my lute there is one string broken, the chords were drawn too fast. My heart is like that string, it tried too much, and snapped in twain at last. Then pray thee let me weep, for tears are all thy love has left to me, and they will fall less bitterly if that I think they fall for thee. Love's Last Words by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Light be around thee, hope be thy guide, gay be thy bark and smooth be the tide. Soft be the wind that beareth thee on, sweet be thy welcome where wandering's done. Bright be the hearth, may the eyes you love best greet the long absent again to his rest. Be thy life like glad music, which floateth away as the gale lingering o'er the rose tree in May. But yet while thy moments in melody roll, be one dark remembrance left on thy soul, be the song of evening fly sad on thine ear, and think how your twilights will pass away here. And yet let the shadows of sorrowing be light as a dream of the morning to thee. One fond, faint recollection, one last sigh of thine may be granted to love so devoted as mine. Love's Signal Flower by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She flung her on his breast, and she wept those bitter tears when the present is all grief and the future is all fears. And the night's dark eye was filled with the tears he strove to quell, albeit too proud to show how much she felt farewell. There were flowers in her hair like an April diadem, there were azure violets, but she took not one of them. There too was a red rose, queen of a scanted hour, but from out the sunny wreath she took a small blue flower. Be this, she sighed, through all the chance that waits my lot, our love's remembering sign, keep this forget-me-not. He kissed the flower he took from the maiden's snow-white hand, one last, low-breathed farewell, and the boat has left the strand. She watched the vessel glide till she no more could see, till the night's white plum seemed mixed with the white foam of a sea. And when the maiden sought a bower to weep alone, alas, that ever love should mourn now what is gone. Oh, who is it can say that memory is all joy? When was not pleasure mixed with such of grief's alloy? For pleasures are like flowers, destroyed by a moment's rain, but grief is like the boughs that blighted and bare remain. With green turf around it spread in the shade of a lime wood, covering the shrine of a virgin saint, a little chapel stood. And never one single day the maiden her task forgot, to deck the shrine with a wreath of blue forget-me-not. And her lover, where was he? The first of the martial throng, where the scimitar flashes in light to the trumpeter's glorious song. His lance was first in the charge, his steed was first in the line, but alas, that fortune's sun loves rather to set than shine. In a dungeon dark and deep, captive the night is laid, shame on the faithless slave, who the gallant band betrayed. Or worse than death to feel, time steal on day by day, to feel her youth and strength passing like shadows away. The light of a glorious sun through the iron bars came in, it was as if it shone for all the earth save him. There were but the dark walls, there was but the small damp court, which seemed as if only made for the nudes and bed's resort. But one day, was it a dream? He saw mid the sullen mould, as planted by magic, a flower its small blue leaves unfold. He knew the forget-me-not, it was a hope from above. It seemed like a messenger who came to tell of his love. That night he heard light feet like silver music fall, and he saw a lamp's red light upon his dungeon wall. And he heard a gentle voice like the south wind steal on his ear. He looked, and the phoenix hope sprang up from the ashes of fear. His own maiden stood by his side. What will not love say? And touching the lock of his chains, whispered, "Away, away." The knight and the maiden stand again by their own fair stream, and the knight gazes round as all were but a beautiful dream. Then told the maid how she wept, how many a phantom fear that in an absent hour like twilight shades appear, how garbed as the minstrel boy his prison she had sought, and by her patient love had his deliverance wrought. She told how she had flung the seeds of their signal flower, in trust that its glad sight would cheer his prison hour. Next morn came a sound of lutes, and song from a fair array, and flowers were scattered round to hail their bridal day. There was not a summer bloom in their many wreaths forgot, in the bride's hair was only one, her own forget-me-not. Love's Timidity by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I do not ask to offer thee a timid love like mine. I lay it as the rose is laid on some immortal shrine. I have no hope in loving thee, I only ask to love. I brood upon my silent heart as on its nest the dove. But little have I been, beloved, sad, silent, and alone. And yet I feel, in loving thee, the wide world is mine own. Thine is the name, my breath to heaven, thy face is on my sleep. I only ask that love like this may pray for thee and weep. Love's Unselfishness by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. That is love which chooseth from 1,000 only one to be the object of that tenderness natural to every heart, which can resign its own best happiness for one dear sake, can bear with absence, half nor part in hope, for hope is somewhat selfish, love is not, and doeth prefer another to itself. Love's Wreath by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is an April birth. Blue violets, sapphires from moss mine, pale primroses, wearing a yellow and forsaken dress, and yet too beautiful to be forsaken. And daisies, simple daisies, surely love may trace its likeness in the gentle flower that blossoms everywhere and anyhow, bearing alike with storm and shine, with still the same fair summer face, seen on the grave, the heath, the field, the garden. Cowslips too, tall and green turrets for the fragrant bells which the bees love so, bound with the young leaves of the sweet briar, sparkling with the rain which is called forth an odour like the scent floating around the coast of Araby, till the rich sails are heavy with perfume. I've read somewhere in Fenian lands that maidens write a whole fond history in braids of leaves and buds, love's best love letters, and read you thus my history in my wreath. Just as these flowers have in the sunlight sprung to a most sweet existence, so your love has called my feelings into sunny life, and as the wreath will fall away and fade, when gathered from the green and natural stem, so my heart, severed from its home, your love would pine and wither. Love Sleeping Beneath a Palm Tree by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Ah, this is ours, the gentle love, sleeping beneath the palm tree shade, waving the white wings of the dove, his bow unbent beside him laid. Give me the love that will not change, for all and all will change beside. The love that nothing can estrange, whereof weal or woe betide. Fixed in one faith, vow to one woe, through every chance and change of ill, bearing with all love meets below of sore yet devoted still. It may have wings, but they must be of colours and all lights the same, like the moths hovering constantly, even to death, around one flame. A star that shines forth night and day, a wreath of spring and winter flowers, emblem true love, and I may say, may I not, dear, such love is ours. Love thee? Yes, yes, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Love thee? Yes, yes, the storms would rend aside, all other ties will but entwine my heart more closely, more devotedly to thine. Love thee, but that I know how heavily sore hath pressed thy generous spirit down, I should almost reproach thee for the doubt. I have no thought that does not dwell on thee, no hope in which thou minglest not, no wish in which thou bear'st no part. My orisons to heaven begin and end with thy dear name. My fate is linked with thine. I did not plight my woes to thee for a mere summer day, but still to be unchanged. It was most sweet to share thy sunlight of prosperity, thine hours of brightness. Now I only ask to share thy sorrow, and to be to thee all tenderness and love and constancy, a feeling lighting up thy desolate heart, a fountain springing in the wilderness, or as the breeze upon the fevered brow, soothing the pain it may not chase away. Love Tormenting the Soul by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Young tyrant and young torturer, young love, how can it be that such extremes and opposites should meet and mix in thee? Thou of a rainbow wing, whose reign is on the colours there, if thou hadst such delight in pain, thou couldst not be so fair. I looked upon thy morning cheek, thy lip with ruby dyed, and then I blamed thy painted task, and said thou wert belied. Methought I would go forth awhile, and track thy steps of flame. Henceforth my young lute should be vowed to vindicate thy name. I paused beside the convent grate. I heard the mournful tone. The maiden's cheek was very pale, her eyes' blue light was gone. For tears had washed the rose and light away from cheek and eye. She knelt before the crucifix, and only prayed to die. The maiden's tale was quickly told, of love that could forsake, of a fond heart that beat too true and then could only break. I saw a young knight spur his steed amid the thickest fight. It was not for warrior's meed, nor for the country's right. It was to seek forgetfulness, or from the sword or spear. How could he think on one too false, and yet still too dear? I stood next by a lovely one, she looked the queen of all, and every eye was turned to her, star of the festal hall. But her dark eye had troubled light, such the wild storm shed. The beacon sign of inward strife was the cheeks flushing red. That proud heart had been given to one who sought it not to win, and now she only strove to hide the burning wound within. Leaned by a marble column near, there stood the youthful bard, and were praised all the poet asks, he had won his reward. But oh, where was the dearer hope nursed in that gentle strain? He turned to meet one worshipped eye he sought, and sought in vain. The heavy dew came o'er his brow, his flashing eye grew dim. He felt the vanity of song, and I felt with him. For love and song have been the same from early youth to me, and withered feelings, blighted hope, may tell what they can be. I am still young in time, but I have lived through wasting years, of sleepless nights, of anxious days, of heart-burnings and tears. 'Tis a charmed destiny. For well I know the varying chain, I cannot even wish to be free as I was again. I sought no longer a defence, flung down the useless shell. O love, this likeness is thine own, the painter knows thee well. Love touching the horns of a sail which is shrinking from his hand, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, you have wronged me, but ere I tell how deep I feel the injury, I will bemoan linger all the things which were precious as happiness. I will just say for the last time how I have loved you. All my hopes in life dwelt with you, for you were the centre of existence. What I said, or did, or thought, had reference to you. I would have shared the bleakest poverty with you, and only sought for your sake. I would have given up all the world could give of pleasure for you, and your kiss, your smile to me had been light, mirth, and revelry. You had my soul's first incense, for my heart had never darkened with love's conscious shadow, till you did set your image like a seal upon its every fibre. Oh, I could have borne without shame, with pain, with toil, have drained the readliest dregs of bitterness, but cannot be unkindness and neglect. Thrice venomed is the wound, when 'tis love's hand inflicts the blow. Look on this picture, here all my feelings imaged. Mark how soon, how sensitive that creature shrinks away from love's rude touch within its own calm home. This was my soul's revellings have been checked and forced to shrink within themselves again, and I might envy even that cocked snail. I will find in its shell a quiet rest, and when my feelings turn unto the heart that sent them forth, what will I find there but the desert, where the too impassionate past has left deep fiery traces? Macao, China, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Good heaven, whatever shall I do? I must write something for my readers. What has become of my ideas? Now out upon them for Sicidas, of all the places in the world, to fix upon a port in China. Celestial empire, how I wish I had been Christian Celestina. To wish, however, served for rhyme, but here again inventions falters. Had I but been a town in Greek, I might have writhed about its altars, and talked of liberty and Mars, of tyrants and Romaic dances, of Athens with a German king, and 50,000 other chances. Or had I only been in Spain, a few night stars for midnight jamming, and a guitar, I might have scribbled rest from Contrarini Fleming. Or Italy, the land of song, of myrtle, pictures, and of passion. Oh, that was for mine earlier lute I write no another fashion. Or France, which, like an invalid, goes patching up a constitution, those 3 most glorious days in June might have lain under contribution. Or had it only been Madeira, I might have made a charming fiction of some young maiden crossed in love and dying of a contradiction. I'm like a sailor sent to sea, sent with now nothing for this sea-horde. What nerve can I find to say of a Patagoda or a teaboard? No love, no murder, no description, their only old association is with the willow pattern plates that on the dresser have a station. I give it up in pure despair, but well the muse may turn refractory when all her inspiration is a Chinese town and an English factory. Madame Malibran by Letitia de Mournfully, mournfully sheds the myrtle o'er her, not alone the verse and flower with a heart deplore her. Sweet emotions, smiles and tears, live amid her numbers. Let their tender memories sanctify her slumbers. Angels claim the angel one, fling the palm above her. Too late, with a fond regret, we find how much we love her. Madeira by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. On the deep and quiet sea the day was fast declining. In the far empurpled sky a few bright stars were shining. And the moon looked through the clouds, which round the path were sweeping, like some lone and gentle one who love's vigil late is keeping. Anchored off that beauteous coast, a noble ship is lying, while above her stately mast are English colours flying. For the shore is now in sight, and the perfume of its flowers and the odours of its wines make sweet the twilight hours. There is a silence in that ship, each step is softly taken, as around some dear one's bed, whose sleep they feared to wake. But it is not sleep, nor rocked by the heaving of a billow, but a darker slumber flits around the very pillow. They have brought her from the land, where her parents' ashes slumber. They have brought her to the south, but her days have told their number. Though the world that bears her name will not open for another, and she is the only child that sleeps not by her mother, yet the loveliest and the last of that ancient line is failing, like those evanescent hues in the shadowy west now paling. She is laid upon the deck, for the cool land breeze is blowing, but the last faint warmth of life fast from her cheek is going. And her loosened long black hair is sweeping darkly round her, as if it were the solemn pall that already bound her. But the sweet pale mouth was calm, and the eyes were meekly closing, and upon the marble cheek was the silken lash reposing. Softly as a little child sleeps on its mother's bosom, sweetly as a tender flower closes its languid blossom. There were eyes unseen to weep, around her dim with weeping, yet death seemed not, for tears 'twas so like sweetest sleeping. Not beneath the deep sea waves vexed with perpetual motion, neither in the sparry caves of a tumultuous ocean, did that youthful maiden rest. She had more fit entombing in the balmy southern isle, with its summer's sunny blooming. Where the moon will shed her light, where the watching stars burn clear, for never yet did earth enshrine one fairer or one dearer. Madeleine by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. I pray thee leave me not, my heart so passionately clings to thee. Oh, give me time, I'll try to part with life, for love is life to me. A little while, I cannot bear the presence of my great despair. What changed your voice and cold your eye, you could not wish to see me die. The wretch who on the scaffold stand has some brief time allowed for parting grasp of kindly hands, for farewell to the crowd. And even as a gradual let me learn my thoughts and hopes from thee to turn, to grow accustomed to thy brow, strange, chilling as it meets me now. But no, I dare not, care not look upon thy altered face. Methinks that I could better brook to have but memory's trace, and I may cheat myself a while with many a treasured gaze and smile. Yet leave me, 'tis less pain to brood over the past in solitude. No vanity of speech, no word can make thee mine again. The eloquent would be unheard, the tender would be vain. since gentle cares and spotless truth, the deep devotion of my youth, since these are written on the air, wilt thou be moved by vow or prayer? Yet how entire has been my love, the flower that to the sun raises its golden eyes above, droops when the day is done. But I for hours have watched the spot, although it longer held thee not. It gave a magic to the scene to think that there thy steps had been. But I must not forget the past. Say rather 'tis my all. Henceforth a veil on life is cast. I live but to recall. I have no future. Could there be to dream a dream you do not share? It is hope makes futurity. What now has hope to do with me? Amid the ruins of my heart I'll sit and weep alone, mourn for the idols that depart, the altars overthrown, the faded cheek and very eyes, till life be thy last sacrifice. Alas for youth and hope and bloom, alas for my forgotten tomb. Maid Marian by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, for the days of the bow and the spear, and the hawk and the hound and the good red deer, I rather would dwell in the forest bower than in princely hall or knightly tower, amid hearts as free as the shaft of a bow, the tall oaks above, the soft grass below. Oh, down in the purple canopy are not worth the shade of a greenwood tree. My love would look well in the Lincoln green, with his blade and his bow and his arrows keen. And the hazel glance of his falcon eye, the maiden would laugh, and the warrior fly. I would ask no gems but the flowers of spring, no music but what the birds could sing. And we'd lead a life like a fairy tale, as free and as fresh, and as light as the gale. Oh, sweet and wild the hours would be, we passed in the shade of a greenwood tree. Our cities all of smoke and care, and gold is the curse that is laid on all there, and feeling grow cold, and hearts lie dead, and the fresh leaves of hope are withered. But sweet is the cry when the wild buck bells, and sweetly the horn of a hunter swells, and lives of love and of liberty, when passed in the shade of a greenwood tree. Manchester by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Go back a century on the town with all yon crowded plain, with wealth its dower and art its crown, extends its proud domain. Upon that plain a village stood, lonely, obscure, and poor. The silent stream rolled its dull flood amid a barren moor. Now mark the hall, the church, the street, the buildings of to-day. Behold the thousands now that meet upon the peopled way. Go, silent with the sense of power and of a mighty mind, which thus can animate the hour and leave its works behind. Go through that city, and behold what intellect can yield, what it brings forth an hundredfold from time's enduring field. Whose walls are filled with wealth, the spoil of industry and thought, the mighty harvest which man's toil out of the past has wrought. Science and labor here unite, the thoughtful and the real, and here man's strength puts forth its might to work out man's ideal. The useful is the element, here labored by the mind, which on the active present bent invented and combined. The product of that city now for distant lands consume. The Indian wears around his brow the white weeps of her loam. The vessels sweep from east to west, her merchants are like kings, while wonders in her walls attest the power that commerce brings. From wealth have sprung up nobler fruit, taste linked with arts divine. The gallery and the institute enlighten and refine. And many an happy English home with love and peace repays the care that may be yet to come, the toil of early days. Had I to guide a stranger's eye around our glorious land, where yonder wondrous factories lie, I'd bid that stranger stand. Let the white city spread, displayed beneath the morning sun, and in its see, for England's strait, what yonder town hath done. Meredale Head by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Weep for the love that fate forbids, yet laughs unhoping on, while every light that once illumed its early path be gone. Weep for the love that must resign the heart's enchanted dream, and float like some neglected bark down life's lonely stream. Weep for the love these scenes recall, like some enduring spell. It rests within the soul which loved too vainly and too well. Weep for the breaking heart condemned to see its youth pass by, whose lot has been in this colder world to dream, despair, and die. Marius at the Ruins of Carthage by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He turned him from the setting sun now sinking in the bay. He knew that so his course was run, but with no coming day. From gloomy seas and stormy skies he had no other morn to rise. He set the column at his feet, the temple now beside. A few wildflowers blossomed sweet above the column's pride. And many a wave of drifted sand the ark, the once triumphal, spanned. The place of pleasant festival, the calm and quiet home, the senate with its pillared hall, the palace with its dome, all things in which men boast and trust lay prone in the unconscious dust. Yet the city which once stood a queen beside the sea, who said she ruled the ocean flood wherever there might be path for bold oar or darting prow, where are her thousand galleys now? The bold rose up, it was the owl, abroad at close of day, the wind that brought a sullen howl, the wolf is on his way. The ivy o'er yon turret clings, and where the wild bee toils and sings. And yet these once were battlements, with watchers proud and bold, who slept in wartime under tents of purple and of gold. This is the city with whose power Rome battled for earth's sovereign hour. That hour is now was Rome's. And he who sat desponding there, had he not aimed the soul to be of all that she could dare? The will that led that mighty state, the greatest too, where all were great, an exile and a fugitive, a Roman land alone, all round him might those lessons give the past has ever shone, with which is all experience fraught, still teaching those who are not taught. He saw in sad wealth, glory, mind, are given but for a day. No star but half in time declined, no power but passed away. He witnessed how all things were vain, and then went forth to war again. Martin by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Mighty painter, thou hast about to thy will the thundercloud. To thy lifted hand is given how to wield the fiery levin, and thine are the solemn walls of Palmyra's desert halls, and thy art doth build again palace, temple, tomb, and fane. Other painters lend a grace to the present's lovely face, but, a nobler gift thou hast, thou art master of the past. May morning light fall o'er thee, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. May morning light fall o'er thee when I am far away. Let hope's sweet light restore thee all we have dreamed today. I would not have thee keep me in mind by tears alone. I would not have thee weep me, sweet love, when I am gone. Now, as the brook is flowing with sunshine at its side, while fair wild flowers are growing, all lovely o'er that height, so linked with many a treasure of nature and of spring, with all that gives thee pleasure, my heart to thine shall cling. The rose shall be enchanted to breathe of love to thee, all fair things shall be haunted with vows of faith for me. The west wind shall secure thee, my tidings from the main, but most of all assure thee, how soon we meet again. May morning light fall o'er thee, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. May morning light fall o'er thee when I am far away. Let hope's sweet light restore thee all we have dreamed today. I would not have thee keep me in mind by tears alone. I would not have thee weep me, sweet love, when I am gone. Now, as the brook is flowing with sunshine at its side, while fair wild flowers are growing, all lovely o'er that height, so linked with many a treasure of nature and of spring, with all that gives thee pleasure, my heart to thine shall cling. The rose shall be enchanted to breathe of love to thee, all fair things shall be haunted with vows of faith for me. The west wind shall secure thee, my tidings from the main, but most of all assure thee, how soon we meet again. Medallion Wafers by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. We think we are right in classing among the fine arts one of the prettiest and not the least useful inventions of the present period. We allude to what are denominated medallion wafers. These are seals of a particular composition, which, being stuck on letters, perform the office of wax or wafer in a very elegant fashion. They are of all sizes, colors, and devices, many of them beautiful as copies of the finest gems, cameos, and intaglios of the antique. Thus these specimens not only serve for an everyday purpose with facility, but are calculated to spread abroad an acquaintance and admiration of the most graceful forms of taste and genius. The composition is, we take it for granted, a secret to the inventors, Messrs. Thomas of Wellington Street. We suspect isinglass and white lead to be ingredients, but however made, they are certainly exceedingly beautiful and as fit for love letters as anything that could be imagined. Meeting of Old Friends by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. How much of change lies in a little space. How soon the spirits leave their youth behind. The early green forsakes the bough. The flowers nature's more fair-like and fragile ones droop on the wayside, and the latter leaves have artifice and culture, so the heart. How soon its soft spring hours take darker hues, and hopes that were like rainbows melt in shade, while the fair future, how fair it seemed, grows dark and actual. Memoir of a Princess Alexandrina Victoria by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Her Royal Highness the Princess Alexandrina Victoria, born on the 24th of May 1819, has this day, May 24th, 1837, and the 18th anniversary of her birth, attained a royal majority by Act of Parliament, an act which passed the House of Lords and Commons and received His Majesty's assent in 1831. The biographer of one so young has more to do with hope than with memory, but such youth possessions a beauty that was felt, no doubt, within the bowers of paradise that sets the opening rose above a rose full blown. The Princess Victoria was born at a time when the tumult of 1,000 victories resounded over the earth, but she has lived amid their afterfruits. There is no yet more mighty struggle proceeding, that of opinion. It is the moral warfare that today disturbs the world, and in that how great must be the influence exercised and the responsibility incurred by one destined in all human probability to the throne of Great Britain. It is not the first time that such authority has been given to the hand of woman. The reigns of both Elizabeth and Anne are marked as periods of natural aggrandisement, equally distinguished by extension of power, of commerce and of intellect. Our youthful princess has been prepared for a high position by a wise and thoughtful education which no one was better qualified to conduct than her illustrious mother. The Duchess of Kent was the youngest child of Francis, Duke of Saxe Salfield-Coburg, and was married at the early age of 17 to Enric Charles, Prince of Leiningen. On the death of the prince she was called to the regency, and her administration was equally popular and respected. Her Royal Highness was united in 1818 to Edward, Duke of Kent, whose death, within 2 years, made her again a widow. Since that period her life has been devoted to the illustrious orphan left in her charge. The character of a sovereign must influence the destinies of a people, and a careful education, though it cannot make, will mould a character. The Princess Victoria has never left her mother's side for a day. Of her confidence felt by the public in that mother, a distinguished proof was given by the Act of Parliament, which in 1831 named the Duchess of Kent regent, should her royal daughter be called to the throne while a minor. We may be allowed to quote a portion of Lord Lyndhurst, then Lord Chancellor, speech on the occasion, as general opinion happily expressed. The question which your lordship will naturally ask is, whom we propose as the guardian of her Royal Highness under the circumstances inferred. I am sure, however, that the answer will at once suggest itself to every mind. It would be quite impossible that we should recommend any other individual for that high office than the illustrious princess, the mother of her Royal Highness the Princess Victoria. The manner in which Her Royal Highness the Duchess of Kent has hereto discharged her duty in the education of her illustrious offspring, and to speak upon the subject not from vague report, but from accurate information, gives us the best ground to hope most favourably of Her Royal Highness's future conduct. Looking at the past, it is evident that we cannot find a better guardian for the time to come. The residence of the Princess Victoria has been at Kensington Palace, but every summer she has visited some part of England. Hastings, the Isle of Wight, Matlock, etc., have been honoured by her sojourn. The advantage is greater than even the beneficial influence on the health which has thus been strengthened. It has made our young princess acquainted with the various aspects of her native country, and in the affectionate loyalty which she has ever been received, has shown her the feelings of the English people to her illustrious line. The royal horizon is now one of happiest promise, and we may conclude by a hope, the expression of a universal feeling, that long years of blessing and prosperity may follow the majority of the Princess Victoria. Memory by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A voice of gentle singing went by upon the wind, and an echo sweet is ringing the thought it left behind. 'Twas a song of our feelings that belonged to other days, ere I marked the stern revellings of a curtain time must raise. When my heart and step were lighter than they'll ever be again, and the dream of hope was brighter, for I believed that then. Its sweet song was of gladness, yet it has left with me a shadow and half sadness, one half dear memory. Though the darkness of November around my heart may frown, yet how pleasant to remember the spring hours once its own. Memory by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A voice of gentle singing went by upon the wind, and an echo sweet is ringing the thought it left behind. 'Twas a song of our feelings that belonged to other days, ere I marked the stern revellings of a curtain time must raise. When my heart and step were lighter than they'll ever be again, and the dream of hope was brighter, for I believed that then. Its sweet song was of gladness, yet it has left with me a shadow and half sadness, one half dear memory. Though the darkness of November around my heart may frown, yet how pleasant to remember the spring hours once its own. Midnight by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Where's the heart that has not bowed, a slave, eternal love, to thee? Look on the cold, the gay, the proud, and is there one among them free? And what must love be in a heart, all passion's fiery depths concealing, which has in its minuetest part more than another's whole of feeling? Mignonette by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Thou fairy flower, how lovely thy blossoms seem to be! Thou art the summer's darling, and such thou art to me. Thou bringest back old fancies, and I am like a child. Alas, alas, my childhood, where art thou now exiled? Art thou amid these blossoms, lulled with their breathing sweet? Too much of unmarked beauty lies hidden at our feet. We hurry on, too careless of many lovely things, 'tis accident that often the dearest pleasure brings. Sweet flowers, are ye from childhood, or fairyland, or both? So fresh are still the fancies that linger round your grove. With what an eager fondness I learn your leaves above. Oh, in our life's beginning the heart is full of love. We have a world within us, unwasted and unchilled, and we long to share the gladness with which ourselves are filled. 'Tis life's most bitter lesson that we must leave behind each warm and generous impulse that lighted once the mind. We grow too cold and careless, as after years come on, the fanciful is vanished, the beautiful is gone. Where are the old affections that once appeared so true, and if we could, we cannot the once sweet life renew. It is a mournful memory, the memory of a past. Each year deeper darkness is on our pathway cast. Ah, ye darling flowers of summer, would ye could bid depart the shadow on my spirit, the coldness at my heart. Millersdale, Derbyshire by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, you remember, love, the lake we used to meet beside? The only sound upon the air, the ripples on the tide. Do you remember, love, the hour when first the moonbeam shone, rising above the distant hills we used to meet alone? You knew not then my rank and state, you only knew my love, whose gentle witness was the moon that watched us from above. The valley, silvered with her light, was lovely as a shrine, with truth within that young fresh heart felt there was truth in mine. You are a countess now, sweet love, and dwell in stately halls. The red gold shines upon the board, the silk upon the walls. 1,000 watch my lady's eye, the minstrel sings her name. None were so fair at Henry's court, where all the fairest came. For the soft moon shines, rising light, the pearls are on your brow. Now were you, lovely lady mine, the happiest then or now? Nor lake nor castle, soft she said, have any choice of mine. I know in life one only lot, so long as I am thine. Miss Cockayne by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A dark-eyed beauty, one on whom the south has lavished loveliness. The red rose stooping has cast its shadow on that small, sweet mouth, whose lip is with its weight of sweetness drooping. Like the dark hyacinth in the early spring, Those long, soft curls and graceful rings descending, dark as the feather of a raven's wing, with just one touch of golden sunshine blending. Fair as thou art, a deeper charm is thine, so sweet a face inspires a thousand fancies. The history that we know not we divide, and, for thy sake, invent such fair romances. And give thee fancies, names, and say, less bright were they, the heroines of a chivalric story, when ready spears flung round their silver light, and beauty gave the noblest crown to glory. Such were the eyes that over Surrey cast the deep enchantment of his graceful numbers. What time the early vision by him passed of Geraldine, just lulled in magic slumbers. So soft, so dark, the eyes that governed Spain, when Isabella was the worshipped sovereign. The crown of gold and pearl could scarce restrain the raven curls around her forehead hovering. These are but fancies, thou art of our time, of some sweet present home, the hope and pleasure. Not to the past, nor to some foreign clime, need we to wander for the English treasure. Our early flowers are springing at her feet, our stars their watch above her path are keeping. Our native words from that young mouth came sweet, ours is her laughter, ours her gentle weeping. Be those dark eyes long ignorant of tears, clear be the summer sky that bendeth o'er thee, be hope the planet which thy fate enspheres, and long and bright the path life spreads before thee. Miss Kelly by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 'Twas the embodying of lovely thought, a living picture exquisitely wrought. The views we think, but never hope to see in all the beautiful reality. If something more than fancy can create, so full of life, so warm, so passionate. Young beauty, sweetly didst thou paint the deep, intense affection woman's heart will keep more tenderly than life. I see thee now, with her wide reft arms, thy pensive brow, standing so lovely in thy soaring. I sometimes read, and close the page divine, dreaming what an Italian girl might be, yet never imaged look or tone more sweet and divine. Mont Blanc by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Thou monarch of the upper air, thou mighty temple given for morning's earliest of light, and evening's last of heaven. The vapour from the marsh, the smoke from crowded cities sent, are purified before they reach the loftier element. Thy hues are not of earth but heaven. Only the sunset rose, half leaf to fling a crimson dye upon thy stainless snows. Now out on those adventures who scaled thy breathless height, and made thy pinnacle, Mont Blanc, a thing for common sight. Before that human step had left its sully on thy brow, the glory of thy forehead made a shrine to those below. Men gazed upon thee as a star, and turned to earth again, with dreams like thine own floating clouds, the vague but not the vain. Now feelings are less vain than those that bear the mind away. To blend with nature's mysteries, it half forgets its clay. It catches the loftier impulses, and owns a noble power. The poet and philosopher are born of such an hour. But now where may we seek a place for any spirit's dream? Our steps have been our every soil, our sails our every stream. Those isles, the beautiful Azores, the fortunate, the fair, we looked for their perpetual string to find it was not there. Bright El Dorado, land of gold, we have so sought for thee, there's not a spot in all the globe where such a land can be. How pleasant were the wild beliefs that dwelt in legends old. Alas, to our posterity will no such tales be told. We know too much, scroll after scroll, waste down our very shelves. Our only point of ignorance is centered in ourselves. Alas, for thy past mystery, for thine untrodden snow, nurse of a tempest, hadst thou none to guard thy outstretched brow? Thy summit, once the unapproached, half-human presence owned, with the first step upon thy crest, Mont Blanc, the word dethroned. Moonlight by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Luxury of deep repose. A heart must surely beat in quiet here. The light is such as should be on the poet's harp when he awakens his first song of love, echoed but by the wind and nightingale. There's a silver beauty on the leaves, the night has given it, and the green turf seems as just spread for fairy revelling. I will not look on it, it is too fair. Its green, moonlighted loveliness but mocks the hot and hurried scenes in which we live. God, that this earth should be so beautiful and yet so wretched. Mountain Temples, Lake of Abu, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. From the hills they descend, as wild as the river, with spring half unloosened, like a shaft from its quiver. With light on its waters and foam on its banks, so gather these free waves, so gather these rings. Where's gold on the housings and gold on the rain, that checks the bold courser they guide to the plain. More precious by far to the warriors are the matchlock they carry, the sabre they bear. Red, red is the turban that girdles their brow, more redly the blood of their foemen shall flow. Free the wing of the heron that wave wide at its side, more free are the rapoots to battle who ride. They have kept their out hills unsubdued by a foe. There is death and defeat in the country below, but the Rajputs have kept their ancestral hills untrod like their snows, and unchained like their rills. The Moslem sweeps on with his banner of green, and runes have marked where the crescent has been. But here the sole crescent that ruleth on high is where the young moon first appears in the sky. Sail down by the Jumna, and what will ye find but the horsetail and crescent that sweep on the wind? The Ottoman conqueror rules to the sea, but not o'er these mountains the fearless and free. No prayer writ in gold from the wall is effaced, no altar is levelled, no shrine is defaced. The sons of Mohammed all else may subdue, but sure, mid their clouds are the heights of Abu. Mozart, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It lingereth on the ear at night, it haunteth it by day, the spirit of a lonely song that will not pass away. The music which he left behind is of a heart and of a mind. How can we honor them enough, men who bequeath to earth the spiritual and beautiful which in themselves had birth? Give them life's noblest gift, let fame shed its long sunshine round their name. Mrs. Maberly, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. What may be the music wandering from the chords? Does some air Italian scarcely need of words? Is the strain of sadness when the spirit's wings deepen with the shadows of remembered things? Are the notes more mirthful, waking in the heart all those pleasant fancies which so soon depart? Tell me, lovely lady, who art leaning there in the golden shadow of thy golden hair, of what art thou singing? Yet in vain I ask, many moods do of music bring its graceful task. Strange must be the sorrow, dark must be the hour, which would not, bright lady, own the harp and power. Mrs. Somerville, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She has brought down beside the hearth the secrets of the skies, and made the far and mighty stars familiar to our eyes. This has the woman done, and she is graceful, winning, mild, and mingles with the sage's law with sweetness of a child. In life's divine and common things alike she has her part, the gifted and glorious mind touched by the gentle heart. Mrs. Warmwell, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Ah, beauty, what a charm hast thou! How much art thou allied to all the visionary glow with which is deified the sweetest things of life's dark stream, whose loveliness is half a dream, a flower upon the tide, within whose haunted leaves upcurled are hints of a diviner world. I never saw that face till now, I never heard the name, yet with that carved and graceful brow a thousand fancies came. Within those soft and earnest eyes a world of hidden feeling lies, those feelings which, like flame, upon the face they kindle, writ in lines, half shadow and half light. It is not that thy fancy is fair, though fair it is and young, but that the mind and heart have there their own enchantment flung, and beauty the most beautiful without that inward life were dull. Without the soft shades hung by pensive thoughts, by moral grace that give the spirit to the face. Young, fair thou art, oh, very fair, still on that face appears the sadness deeper memories were, the tenderness of tears. These may be fancies suiting not, but was there ever human lot that knew no troubled years? Life never was content to bring the sunshine only to the spring. Much Change in a Little Time by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. And she too, that beloved child, was gone, life's last and loveliest link. There was her place vacant beside the hearth. He almost dreamed he saw her still, so present was her thought. When some slight thing reminded him how far the distance was that parted her and him. Fear dwells around the absent, and our love for such grows all too anxious, too much filled with vain regrets and fond inquietudes. We know not love till those we love depart. Music by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh yes, the sounds were sweet as those that die with evening's close, and gentle as the tones that fall from waters wildly musical. Music is not dear to me, yet wakes too much of memory. There's a spell in music's sigh that breathes too much of days gone by. The silver tone with sweet-voiced shell to me as sad as the farewell of parting lovers. Music wakes while it throbs. Music takes each shape of fancy. But it brings to me the shades of lovely things past forever, hopes deferred, or like the song of a spring bird dying when sweetest. Music's sigh first taught me love's idolatry, waked my young heart to find, too late, it might be left all desolate, to curse the dream-like life before, to love the once-loved song no more. To know hope, genius, spirit fled, soul's sickness, feeling withered, rather be mine, the heartless smile, a flower on the lava, while beneath is flame and barrenness. The colors do not glow the less. I made my heart once be my world, and dreamed it could, but it was hurled from my enchanting pinnacle of hope, of joy, of trust, to dwell those stern truths which chilled the heart and bade the youth's fairy lights depart. And music has to me a tone sacred to thoughts, to feelings gone, when love was faith, or I knew its altar frail, its sigh untrue, but it was like the hues that spring upon the rainbow's wandering. But now those feelings cannot be, the echo's too sad for me. What can music bereave me now? The blighted hope, broken woe. Music of Laughter by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She had that charming laugh which, like a song, the song of a spring bird, wakes suddenly when we least look for it. It lingered long upon the ear, one of the sweet things we treasure unconsciously. As steals along a stream in sunshine, stole its melody, as musical as it was light and wild, buoyant spirit of some fair child, yet mingled with soft sighs that might express the depth and truth of earnest tenderness. My Harp by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Come, gentle harp, and let me hold communion with the melody, and be my tale of sorrow told to thee, my harp, and only thee. There are who marvel I should twine my wreath of flowers whose bloom is gone, and wonder hands so light as mine should linger but on sorrow's tone. They say that life, to one so young, must be a sweet and sunny view. They know not how my soul has clung to hope, and found that hope untrue. They know not that the smile for me is but the feigning masker's art, that each low note I draw from thee is the sad echo of my heart. My heart half turned away by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. My heart half turned away from its early dream. To me its course has been like a mountain stream. Pure and clear it left its place of birth, but soon on every wave were taints of earth. Weeds grew upon the banks, and as the water swept, a bad or useless part of all they kept, till it reached the plain below, an altered thing, bearing trace and sign of its wandering. Withered and noxious leaves floating on its brim, and the blue, clear face of heaven was in its mirror dim. Just thus my heart has changed by the world which it has passed. Hope and truth and feeling are too pure to last, but that stream will wash away its earthly soil and stain when its wandering has reached its grave, the main. Such is my heart's hope, from sorrow and sully free, it will find a glorious home, by rest eternity. My heart is as a grave by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. My heart is as a grave where hope and love lie sleeping, with its dark thoughts like cypress watching and weeping. Yet flowers are on that grave, albeit sad they be, and hidden treasures in it, sweet memories of thee. My heart is as a gem, solid and broken, but bearing signs that make it still a precious token. My image has been there. Nothing can quite efface the beauty of a spot which has been my resting place. As that garden of the East in itself no longer fair, has yet perfume on its beds, though the roses once bloomed there. My heart is filled with bitter thoughts by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. My heart is filled with bitter thoughts, my eyes with bitter tears. I have been thinking on the past and upon future years. Years past, how sad they all have been and how long too they seem, and years that are as yet to come, of them I dare not dream. The past is as a battlefield, where many a hope lies dead, haunted by ghosts of pleasures past and feelings long since fled. The future is a desert waste, unknown and dark and drear, where my thoughts know not what they dread, they only know they fear. Are there not stars whose evil light is given but for ill? One such is mine. Go where I may, that star shines o'er me still. My heart is wholly changed by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. My heart is wholly changed from what it was to me, although I scarce may say in what the change can be. 'Tis not from faded hope, for all that hope could seem has been realized for me beyond its wildest dream. Nor yet is it that love has lighted up my heart. In the fears and cares of love as yet I have no part. For far too light a spirit and too cold a breast is mine for love to fix on me as his dwelling place and shrine. But I am sad to think upon life's summer scene, to think upon what is and upon what has been. To think how friends deceive, to think how foes can feign, and how the heart's best gifts are given but in vain. To think that tears are thoughts, to think the same of smiles, to think that honeyed words the trusting one beguiles. Of sorrow like a blight, failing on youth and bloom, to think upon the broken heart, on sickness and the tomb. And knowing what I know and seeing what I see, how can I marvel that my heart is changed and sad to me? My heart is with thee, love, by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. My heart is with thee, love, for thou art far away from me. I envy even my own thoughts, for they may fly to thee. I dream of thee, and wake and weep so sweet a dream should fly. I pray the winds to bear thee, love, an echo of my sigh. I look upon thy pictured face, and to thy semblance say the gentle things I'd say to thee if thou wert not away. I let no other share my grief, lest they should feel the same. I'm jealous that another's lips should only breathe thy name. I nurse my silent thoughts of thee, as meters hoard their gold, or as words of some powerful spell, too sacred to be told. I read once of a magic glass an eastern fairy made, all that was present to the thought was in that glass portrayed. And one thing changed, how to wish the magic mirror might, all shapes were imaged there, but I would only wish for wine. My lonely lute, by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. My lonely lute, how can I ask for music from thy silent strings? It is too sorrowful a task when only swept by memory's wings. Yet waking from thy charmed sleep, all I awake thee but to weep. Yet once I had 1,000 songs, as now I have but only one. A love, an heir to thee belongs, with all life's other links has done, and I can breathe no other words than thou hast left upon the chords. They say, come Dio's place of rest, and floating down the Ganges tide, is in the languid lotus breast, amid whose sweet sea loves to hide. Oh, false and cruel, thou divine, what dar'st thou in so fair shrine? And such the hearts that thou dost choose, as pure, as fair to shelter thee? Alas, they know not what they lose, who chance thy dwelling place to be, for never more in happy dream will they float down life's sunny stream. My gentle lute, repeat one name, the very soul of love and wine. No, sleep in silence, let me frame some other love to image mine. Steal sadness from another's tone, I dare not trust me with my own. My chords will win their mournful way, all treasured thoughts to them belong, for things that were so hard to say are murmured easily in song. It is for music to impart the secrets of the birth and heart. Go, taught by misery and love, and thou hast spells for every year, but the sweet skill each pulse to move, alas, hath bought its knowledge dear, bought by the wretchedness of years, a whole life dedicated to tears. My own love, my dear love, by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. My own love, my dear love, the tears were in my eyes, when last I kissed thy forehead pale and drank thy lingering sighs. The moon shone on the blue sky, and her light fell on thee. I bade thee swear by that light an oath of faith to me. I stood beside a fountain, and in its silver wave I saw my cheek was crimson by the shadow that it gave. I'm again beside that fountain, and the moon shines on my face, and imaged in that mirror is every feature's trace. But the summer rose is faded by the many tears I've wept, and oh, it is the token how the vow of faith was kept. My ship is weighing from the land by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. My ship is weighing from the land, my prow points on the sea, yet here I linger on the strand to bid farewell to thee. Farewell, thou lovely islander, I only ask for mine, a boon a princess might confer, a single look of wine. I do not ask for sigh or smile, a smile I could not brook. A sire should not leave thine isle, then give me but a look. How lovely are your English dames, all were not fair like thee. The wine shall circle to their names in our far Sicily. But thine shall be unnamed, unknown, the cup that I shall press, then only be thy name to drown in deep forgetfulness. I will go gaze on raven eyes like wine there cannot be. The brightest smiles, the softest sighs are nothing now to me. Give me the battle on the brine, the revel on the shore. Be peril or be pleasure mine to think of thee no more. My way is on the wandering wave, my home on many a coast, but I must seek within the grave the peace that I have lost. My night dreams still will be of her, my day thoughts on her dwell. Then farewell, lovely islander, a long but vain farewell. Nefta in the Gerit by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is a little azure bird, it has a plaintive cry, it singeth mournful to the eve, when none beside are nigh. But not the less its gentle song ariseth for the noon, the day has not a lonely hour, unknowing that sweet tune. It loveth those with whom it lives, it loveth where it dwells, when the green palm extends its shade above the desert wells. Never those azure wings expand but on their southern wind. At once it dieth, if it leave its native sands behind. It pineth with a familiar laugh for its accustomed sky, and even in a golden cage it lieth down to die. And for the laugh it beareth them, the natives hold it true, that whosoever kills the bird himself must perish too. A simple but a kind belief, to keep it free from scathe, and blessed where'er in this cowed world awakens love or faith. Nathan and David by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The monarch knelt, and in the dust confessed his sin and shame, and God forgave the guilty one who called upon his name. He won by tears, he won by prayers, a pardon from on high, for scarce he dared to raise to heaven his dim and pleading eye. Oh, write the lesson on thy heart, and teach us that our tears can wash away each guilty stain that on life's page appears. God grant that never we may bow so low to guilt's control, as did that king who had the weight of blood upon his soul. But seeds of sorrow and of crime are sown each heart within, and who can look upon his soul and say he knows not sin? We are as nothing in ourselves, and only in thy name may we approach thy heavenly throne and urge our soul's claim. Then teach us, Lord, to weep and pray, and bend with suppliant knee, for what but penitence and prayer can hope for grace from we? I pray thee, let me weep for tears, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I pray thee, let me weep for tears, are love's most fitting offerings. I'll weep his smiles, I'll weep his sighs, but more than all I'll weep his wings. I'll weep his smiles, for they first taught my young heart what his sighs could be. I'll weep his wings, for they have borne away the truth you plighted me. Necessity by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. In the anchor-stirred presence of the dead sits a lone power, a veil upon the head, stern with the terror of an unseen dread. It sitteth cold, immutable, and still, girt with eternal consciousness of ill, and strong and silent as its own dark will. We are victims of its iron rule, the warm and beating human heart its tool, and man, immortal godlike, but its fool. We know not of its presence, though its power be on the gradual round of every hour, now flinging down an empire, now a flower. And all things, small and careless, are its own, unwittingly the seed, minute is sown. The tree of evil out of it is grown. At times we see and struggle with our chain, and dream that somewhat we are freed, in vain. The mighty fetters close on us again. We mock our actual strength with lofty thought, and towers that look into the heavens are wrought. But after all our toil the task is naught. Down comes the stately fabric, and the sands are scattered with the works of myriad hands. High o'er whose pride the fragile wildflower stands. Such are the wrecks of nations and of kings. Far in the desert there the palm tree springs. 'Tis the same story in all meaner things. The heart builds up its hopes, though not addressed to meet the sunset glories of the west, but garnered in some still, sweet singing nest. But the dark power is on its noiseless way, the song is silence so sweet yesterday, and not a green leaf lingers on the spray. We mock ourselves with freedom and with hope, the while our feet glide down life's faithless slope. One has no strength, the other has no scope. So we are flung on time's tumultuous wave, forced there to struggle, but denied to save, till the stern tide ebbs, and there is the grave. Neglect by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. You never loved me, never cared for me. Had I been taken kindly to your heart, this present misery were all unknown. But I have been neglected and repelled, my best affections chilled, or left to feed upon themselves. I have so needed love, I should have loved you but from gratitude, if you had let me. Night at Sea by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The lovely purple of the noon's bestowing has vanished from the waters, where it flung a royal colour, such as gems are throwing Thurian or regular garniture among. 'Tis night, overhead, the sky is gleaming, through the slight vapour trembles each dim star. I turn away, my heart is sadly dreaming of scenes they do not light, of scenes afar. My friends, my absent friends, do you think of me as I think of you? By each dark wave around the vessel sweeping, farther am I from my old dear friends removed, till the lone vigil that I now am keeping, I did not know how much you were beloved. How many acts of kindness little heeded, kind looks, kind words, rise half reproachful now. Hurried and anxious, my vexed life has speeded, and memory wears a soft accusing brow. My friends, my absent friends, do you think of me as I think of you? The very stars are strangers as I catch them athwart the shadowy sails that swell above. I cannot hope that other eyes will watch them at the same moment with a mutual laugh. They shine not there, as here they now are shining. The very hours are changed. Do ye sleep? O'er each home pillow midnight is declining. May some kind dream at least my image keep. My friends, my absent friends, do you think of me as I think of you? Yesterday has a charm. Today could never fling o'er the mind, which knows not till it parts how it turns back with tenderest endeavour to fix the past within the heart of hearts. Absence is full of memory. It teaches the value of all old familiar things, the strengthener of affection, while it reaches out the dark parting with an angel's wing. My friends, my absent friends, do you think of me as I think of you? The world with one vast element omitted, man's own especial element, the earth. Yet all the waters in his rule transmitted, by that great knowledge whence has power its birth. How oft on some strange loveliness, while gazing, have I wished for you, beautiful as new, the purple waves like some white army raising their snowy banners as the ship cuts through. My friends, my absent friends, Do you think of me as I think of you? Bearing upon its wing the hues of morning, upsprings the flying fish, like life's false joy, which of a sunshine asks with frail adorning, whose very light is fated to destroy. So doth genius on its rainbow pinion spring from the depths of an unkindly world. So spring sweet fancies from the heart's dominion, to soothe on death's scorched up wing is furled. My friends, my absent friends, ere I cease linger the thoughts of you. No life is in the air, but in the waters are creatures, huge and terrible and strong. The swordfish and the shark pursue their slaughters. War universal reigns these depths along. Like some new island on the ocean springing, floats on the surface some gigantic whale, from its vast head the silver fountain flinging, bright as a fountain in a fairy tale. My friends, my absent friends, I read such fairy legends wild of you. Light is amid the gloomy canvas spreading, the moon is whitening the dusky sails. From the thick bank of clouds she masters, shading the softest influence that our night prevails. Pale is she like a young queen, pale with splendor, haunted with passionate thoughts too fond, too deep. The very glory that she wears is tender, the very eyes that watch her beauty fain would weep. My friends, my absent friends, do you think of me as I think of you? Sunshine is ever cheerful, and the morning wakes the world with cloud-dispelling eyes. The spirits mount to glad endeavor, scorning what toil upon a path so sunny lies. Sunshine and hope are comrades, and the weather calls into life the energies of earth. Memory and moonlight go together, reflected in the light that either brings. My friends, my absent friends, do you think of me then? I think of you. The busy deck is hushed. No sounds are waking, but the watch pacing silently and slow. The waves against the sides, incessant breaking, and open canvas swaying to and fro. The topmast sail seems some dim pinnacle, cresting a shadowy tower amid the air. A red and fitful gleams come from the binnacle, the only light on board to guide us. Where? My friends, my absent friends, far from my native land, and far from you. On one side of the ship, the moonbeams shimmer, in luminous vibration sweeps the sea. But where the shadows fall, a strange pale glimmer seems, glowworm-like, amid the waves to be. All that the spirit keeps of thought and feeling takes visionary hues from such an hour. But while some fantasy is o'er me stealing, I start, remembrance has a keener power. My friends, my absent friends, from the fair dream I start to think of you. At dusk line in the moonlight I discover what all day long vainly I sought to catch. Or is it but the varying clouds that hover thick in the air to mock the eyes that watch? No, well the sailor notes each speck appearing upon the tossing waves. The far-off strand to the dark line our eager ship is steering. Her voyage done, tomorrow we shall land. No more, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Dream no more of that sweet time when the heart and cheek were young. Dream no more of that sweet time where the veil from life was flung. Yet the cheek retains the rose which its beauty had of yore, but the bloom upon the heart is no more. We have mingled with the false till belief has lost the charm which it had when hope was new and the pulse of feeling warm. We have had the bosom wrung by the mask which friendship wore. Affection's trusting happiness is no more. We have seen the young and gay dying as the aged die. Miss we not the laughing voice? Miss we not the laughing eye? Wishes take the place of hope. We have dreamed till faith is o'er. Its freshness made life fair, and that is no more. Take away yon sparkling bowl. What is life to greet it now? Laughing lip that turns away, downcast eye and very brow. Hopes and joys that want to smile, mirth that lit its purple store. Friends that want to join the pledge are no more. No more, no more, why should I dream? By Letitia Elizabeth Landon. No more, why should I dream? Dreams that I know are vain. Why trust the future, when the past I would not live again? Affection, 'tis the glittering wealth of snowwork in the sun. Pleasure, the rocket's shining course, ere not well begun. Hope, the false music, luring where the sirens sound the bells, and praise the very mockery the chime of a fool's bells. And yet, alas! for the fond time when I believed all this, although it was nothing but a dream, at least the dream was bliss. The heart is like those fairy rings, where all of green has died, yet there, they say, the fairy race by moonlight wont to ride. We hold to the gay creed no more, gone is the elfin rain, yet surely such fair visions fled is more of loss than gain. But thus it is, as years pass on, even with our own heart. We see the visions, one by one, of early youth depart. We gaze around, all is the same, which our young eye ranged, but sorrow for the heart and eye, ourselves, ourselves are changed. No, no, was broken the spell that entwined me, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. No, no, thou hast broken the spell that entwined me, the heart thou hast slighted beats for thee no more. Once, fondly and truly, his bosom enshrined thee, but now would vain dream of a momentless hour. I love thee with all young love's wild devotion, although wert as fickle as the unchanging sea. But think not, returning like calm to that ocean, the wonder will ever be welcome to me. Or deem not again love's sweet lamp may be lighted, you may never relink the once severed chain. And once thou hadst broken the vows that were plighted, my soul was too proud to receive them again. The Future, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Not to the present is our hour confined. The great and shadowy future is assigned to be the glorious empire of a mind. The past was once the future, and it wrought in the high presence of onlooking thought. All that we have was by its efforts brought. Today creates tomorrow, and the tree of good or ill grows in past hours. What we make for the future certain is to be. Not when pleasure's chain has bound thee, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Not when pleasure's chain has bound thee, not when lights of joy surround thee, not when April birds are singing, not when the May rose is springing, not when summer smiles above, think thou of thine absent love. But when the green leaves are dying, and the autumn gales are sighing, like love's lingering farewell sigh, we have known with agony, when flowers like our hopes lie dead, and each rejoicing song is fled, and there's naught on earth or sky, to charm the ear or win the eye, and all is dead around, above, and think upon thy absent love. Now for the gay, the cold, the free, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Now for the gay, the cold, the free, to suit mine altered mood, or anything but thoughts of thee, or aught but solitude. And surely amid mirth and light my spirit back may fling the clouds before its upward flight, the weight upon its wing. For the first time I threw aside in anger my loved lute. Than before ever had I tried my chords and found them mute. I sought the lighted hall, but there the spell still on me lay. Brightness and song came on the air that drove it not away. My step lagged in the saraband unheard, gay words passed by. The flowers dropped from my listless hand, the tears rushed to mine eye. A shadow on my spirit came, it was in vain I strove. What was it? My heart named the name. I strove no more, 'twas love. Nymph and Sapphire, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. And the summer sun shone in the sky, and the rose how life was in its sigh, when her eyelids were kissed by a morning beam, and the nymph rose up from a moonlit dream, for she had watched the midnight hour till her head had bowed like a sleeping flower. But now she had awakened, and light and dew gave her morning freshness and morning hue. Up she sprang, and away she fled o'er the lithe grass stem and the blossom's head. From the lily's bells she dashed not the spray, for her feet were as light and as white as way. Sudden upon her arm there shone a gem with the hues of an Indian's down, and she knew the insect bird whose wing is scared to psyche and to spring. But scarce had her touch its captive pressed, another prisoner was on her breast, and the sapphire sought his prize again. "Now," said the nymph, "my search is vain," and the golden hair from its braided yoke burst like the banner of hope as she spoke. And instead, the boy, thou shalt moralize of the pleasure that from thee flies, when it is pleasure, for we possess but in the search, not in the success. I'll go not forth tonight, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I'll go not forth tonight, my child, I'll go not forth tonight. Rain beats down, the wind is wild, and not a star has light. The wained will but wash my plum, the wind but wave it dry, and for such quest as mine more glooms welcome in the sky. And little will the water know what step is gliding near, one only eye will watch below, one only ear will hear. 100 men can watch and ward, but what is that to me? And when have ever love been bared from where he wills to be? Go, mother, with thy maiden band, make the chamber bright, the loveliest lady in the land will be thy guest tonight. He flung him on his raven steed, he spurred it over the plain. The bird, the arrow, have such speed his mother called in vain. His sword is sharp, his steed is fleet, Saint Mary be his guide, and I'll go make a welcome meet for his young stranger bride. And soon the waxen tapers threw their fragrance on the air, and flowers of every morning hue yielded their sweet lives there. Around the walls an eastern loom had hung its purple fold, 100 lamps lit up the room, and every lamp was gold. A horn is heard, the drawbridge falls. Ah, welcome, 'tis my son! A cry of joy rang through the halls, and his fair bride is won. But that fair face is very pale, too pale to suit a bride. Blood is on her silver veil, but blood flows from her side. Upon the silken couch he laid the maiden's dropping head. The flowers before the bride to fade were scattered o'er the dead. He knelt by her the livelong night, and only once spoke he. Oh, when the shaft was on its flight, why did it not pierce me? He built a chapel where she slept for prayer and holy strain. When midnight by the grave he wept, he never saw again. Without a name, without a crest, he sought the Holy Land. Saint Mary, give his soul good rest, he died there sword in hand. Oh, meet me once, but once again, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Meet me once, but once again, beside that old oak tree. It is not much of all thy woes to ask but this of thee. Oh, meet me when the evening star shines on the twilight grey, just while the lark sings his last song. I've not much to say. I know that when tomorrow's sun lights up the vale again, you lead your fair bride to the church, and cannot meet me then. But this last evening is your own. Come to our old oak tree. Surely, dear love, you cannot fear aught like reproach from me. Now, dearest mine, then pray thee come. When that star lights the sky, I do but ask to pardon thee, to kiss thy lips and die. Of thee, love, I was dreaming, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Of thee, love, I was dreaming beneath the moon's pale light. The trees were silver seeming, and the meadow grass was white. The lark below was sleeping. He asked ere he springs from the dew clovers, keeping for sunshine on his wings. The leaves hung dark and shivering o'er the colourless dim flowers, and the aspen's restless quivering alone disturbed the hours. Pale were the roses, stopping beneath the heavy dews, and the one acacia dropping forgot its morning hues. Perhaps my sleep might bore its likeness from the shade, for the shadow of some sorrow upon my soul was laid. We seemed to be together, and yet we seemed to part. In sleep I questioned whether mine was the sleeper's part. Pale faces gathered round us, the faces of the dead. With cold white wreaths they bound us, we shuddered, and they fled. Next came a crowd. I lost thee amid the rapid throng, while hurrying strangers crossed me and forced my steps along. Strange mirth was there, but lonely. It was not made for me. I sought for thee only. I sought in vain for thee. Again we met, altered. My brow was not the same. I strove to speak, but faltered. I could not breath thy name. And when I saw thee leave me, and were another's yoke, and sleep thou couldst deceive me, once I awoke. O breath not of love, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. O breath not of love, O breath not to me, if constant for aye must your love mortal be. Where are the things, the fairest on earth? Is it not their change that their beauty has birth? The neck of a peacock, the iris' dyes, the light in the opal, the April day skies. Would they be lovely, as all of them are, but for the chance and the change that are there? Breath no woe to me, I will give none of mine. Love must light in an instant, as quickly decline. His blushes, his sighs, are bewildering things. When away with his fetters, give me his wings. Oh, calm be thy slumbers, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, calm be thy slumbers. With a precious wave the harp pour its numbers of grief o'er thy grave. I'll scatter each blossom upon thy cold stone, the rose's white bosom pure fair as thine own, the violet glowing, blue like to thine eyes, the jessamine throng its sweets like thy sighs. Like thee will be gathered, all fresh in their prime, like thee will be withered before it is time. The flowers we strew o'er thee will fade like thy bloom, like the hearts that adore thee down thy tomb. Oh, do not take the picture, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, do not take the picture, I pray thee, mother dear. It has been my only solace of many a lingering year. I may be wrong, my mother. I know that I am wrong, but I have loved that image so dearly and so long. Children we were together, and with it will depart all that remains of childhood around my wasted heart. Forgive me, oh, my mother, all hope I can resign, but leave a little memory of what no more is mine. We shall meet no more, my mother, as we were wont to meet, overhead the long green branches, the wild flowers at our feet. I know that he is altered, that I am altered too, that we could not, if we would, mother, our early love renew. We meet, it is, as strangers, we part without a word, but in my heart there vibrates an unforgotten chord. It is not love, but sorrow, woe for the youthful heart that sees its fairest fancies, its dearest dreams depart. It will but guard the future with many a mournful sign. Then give me back the picture, give it, mother mine. Oh, do not talk to me of love, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, do not talk to me of love, 'tis deepest cruelty to me. Why throw a net around the bird that might be happy, light and free? It may be sport to win a heart, then leave it hard to pine and die. The vows which know my bosom rent may not cost you one single sigh. The love which is as life to me is but a simple toy to you. The falsehood at which you but smile is death to one so fond, so true. And do not talk to me of love, my heart is far too warm for wine. Go, and mid pleasure's lights and smiles, heed not what clouds and tears are mine. Oh, it is long since we have met, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, it is long since we have met, long it will be, ere we'll cross the waters wild, and all for love of thee. It is not that I hope to find a fair face in thine, however fair in other eyes, none will seem fair in mine. It is not that I hope to find another love for me. It is to say farewell to love, to say farewell to thee. I will go forth in the wide world, and in the tumult there I may drown, though I may not cure my spirit's secret care. Now for the battle and the storm, and when this may not be, then for the red wine cup that crowns the midnight reverie. And if in future years a cloud shade my now brightening name, 'tis a strife of wounded heart, and on thee be the blame. For thou hast turned to bitterness, thoughts that in love had a birth. There is no truth in that of thee, there is no truth on earth. I am too proud to sigh or kneel at any woman's shrine, but 'tis beneath the lofty hill that sweeps the love of mine. I have passed through a very life, found it harsh, base, untrue, but lingered yet one angel hope, the hope that dwelt with you. And I have lived to find that hope, like other hopes, was vain. And love and hope henceforth are things I cannot feel again. Oh, it is long since last we met, and longer it will be, for never will I cross the waves again for love of thee. Oh, it is not for the laurel's sake, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, it is not for the laurel's sake that I so love the lute. Where those green leaves its only meat, for me its chords were mute. But I love to wake with song, for it so well reveals, with every low and gentle tones, all that my spirit feels. Oh, tell me not that general praise sheds sunlight on my name. What has a woman's fearful heart to do with aught like fame? But the one charm that makes my lute so very dear to me, is that it can breathe of love, and it can breathe to thee. Oh, leal I'll be to thee, my love, by Letitia Elizabeth Lane. Oh, leal I'll be to thee, my love, if thou'lt be leal to me. There's nothing but thy falseness, love, can sunder thee and me. It is not that in doubt I speak, youth and love cannot doubt, but in the fullness of a heart which pours its feelings out. In trusting and in fondness breathed, like prayers we send above, my faith in heaven is not more sure than my faith in thy love. You plucked one day a flower for me, amid the corn it grew. You said its sigh was like my sigh, its blue like my eyes blue. I've kept the flower, it was the first gift of your love to me. I kept it in fond trifling, too, I thought such I might be. When parted from its love, the sun the flower sank to decay, and thus if parted life from thee, I too should pine away. But these are words of fear, not hope. When evening brings not dew, when June comes without buds or bees, then we may prove untrue. But thee were leal to me, my love, and I'll be leal to thee. There's nothing but falsehood, love, can sunder thee and me. Oh, let me hear that dearest voice again, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I only ask, oh, let me hear that dearest voice again, although lute-like its notes had lost their old accustomed strain. I did not ask that words of love upon thy lips should be. I did not ask that thou shouldst breath of other days to me. I did not say, give me the rose, although it was so dear. I only prayed to live within its perfumed atmosphere. We met. What did that meeting teach, but what I long have known, that thou wert changed, yet that my heart was utterly thine own. Somewhat of sorrow or of shame I looked to meet in thee. Though love had lost all else, I deemed he must keep memory. No colour came upon thy cheek, no change within thine eye. There was not even a faltering word, not even a single sigh. The wound is deepened in my heart, my last vain fancy hour, and now I only ask of heaven to look on me no more. Oh, never another dream can be, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, never another dream can be like that early dream of ours, when the fairy Hope lay down to sleep like a child among the flowers. But Hope has waked since, and wept like a rainbow itself away, and the flowers had faded and fallen around, we have none for rest today. Now wisdom wakes in the place of hope, and our hearts are like winter hours. Ah, after life has been little worth, that early dream of ours. Oh, never can we feel how dear, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, never can we feel how dear each loved one is, till we have known the deep regret, the bitter tear, that comes when those loved ones are gone. It is not till the flowers are past, that breathed on summer's perfumed air, till but in memory they last, that we can feel how sweet they were. 'Tis only at the parting hour affection claims a thrilling power. There are a thousand ties that rev around that world of magic, home. Cold is the heart that e'er could breathe a wish from that loved spot to roam. How fondly now my thoughts retrace, all once surprised, now still more dear. Each look of love, each gentle face, the tender word, the parting tear, cherished and unforgotten seem the gems of memory's sweetest dream. As pants the heart in the long chase for streams where the cool water flows, so seeks my soul the resting place where all its thoughts, its wishes close. So dwells my spirit on the hour when we shall meet in joy again. Harpers enreft full many a flower, or may her visions not be vain. The world has not a joy for me, dear as our meeting thus would be. Oh, never may I feel again, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, never may I feel again what once I felt for thee, love. Never will thou be dear again as once thou wert to me, love. There was a time when not a shade could rest in awe about thee. Now the young heart thou hast betrayed, alas, has learned to doubt thee. I will not bid thee call to mind the sweet hopes thou hast banished. Why should the lamp remain behind, when the flame it fed has vanished? Why should I picture to thy view the feelings thou hast uplift, or bid thee think how fond, how true the bosom thou hast slighted? As the poor bird is left to pine, we once could fondly cherish, so when my heart replied to thine, 'twas coldly left to perish. Go forth one, bask in other eyes, some one may then deceive thee, thou wilt know the tears and sighs that come when fond dreams leave thee. Farewell, each sweet link of a heart by falsehood now must sever. Go, cruel, faithless as thou art, farewell, farewell forever. Or never throw thy love away, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Or never throw thy love away upon a heart like mine. Where roses leave, the blue sea spray would be a safer shrine. Where roses leave the fate when blown, the spray pass from the sea, but neither are so quickly gone as love it trusts to me. For e'en if love could touch my heart, nor free as yonder wave, it would in your fire depart, its very birth, its grave. Chain winds would pass from flower to flower, and bid them cease to rove, and then I will believe your power even to fix my love. Oh, no, my heart is given, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, no, my heart is given to other dreams, and those like the first fresh colours upon the early rose. They are not dreams of hope, for hope has been to me in its pleasure and its pain. But again it cannot be. My dreams are not of wealth, a gold or silver mine, or almonds bay of pearls cannot win one wish of mine. Nor yet are they of fame, to will I know the fate that is the high one's lot to be bright and desolate. But all my dreams are turned to one single star above. I name life's most fatal one, name I not that of love. Oh, no, no, this love is not love for me, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, no, no, this love is not love for me, with life and death love is too grave. Be mine like the flight of yon sea-bird, whose wings just skim but sink not in a wave. If but for one moment a chain I could bear, it must be as light as the day. Oh, form it of opals, which change with the sky, a fresh colour for every ray. Oh no, sweet lady, not to thee, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh no, sweet lady, not to thee, that sad and chilling tone, by which the feelings on themselves so utterly are thrown. For mine has sprung upon my lips, impatient to express the haunting charm of thy sweet voice and gentlest loveliness. A very fair queen thou art, whose only spells are on the heart. The garden it has many a flower, but only one for we. The early grace of Grecian song, the fragrant myrtle tree. For it doth speak of happy love, the delicate, the true. If its pearl buds are fair like thee, we seem as fragile too. Likeness and omens of a love's power, we watch his own most precious flower. Who art not of that wider race upon the mountain side, able, like the summer sun and winter blast, to bide? Word of that gentler growth, which asks some loving eye to keep it in sweet guardianship, or it must drop and die, requiring equal love and care, even more delicate than fair. I cannot paint to thee the charm which thou hast wrought on me, by love, so like the wild bird's song in the first bloom-touched tree. You spoke of lovely Italy, and of its thousand flowers, your lips had caught the music breath amid its summer bowers. And can it be a form like thine has breathed the stormy Apennine? I'm standing now with one white rose, where silver waters glide. I flung the white rose on the stream. How light it breasts the tide! The clear waves seem as if they laugh so beautiful a thing, and fondly to the scented leaves the laughing sunbeams cling. A summer voyage, fair freight, and such, sweet lady, be thy fate. Oh, say not that I love not nature's face, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, say not that I love not nature's face, that I cannot know her beauty's power. Pleasure is unto me a lonely thing, deep sorrow or rapt joy I cannot feel, but in still solitude. I may not brook another's eye should mark my secret thoughts. Since the first hour the tears or smiles were mine, I never sought communion in my grief, and none could share my silent happiness. If thou wouldst know how I do love to gaze on nature's face, spring from thy sleepless couch, and mark the moonlight, then no one may seem the deep emotion, and no idle word of heartless praise disturb thy soul-felt spell. Gaze on the stars, till thou dost deem the gale that murmurs buys music from the spheres. No taint of earth upon thy dream of heaven. Watch the bright farewell of the sun, when he seeks the white bosom of his ocean love. Look on those glorious tints, till thou dost wish what were the beautiful shadow like to them, a transitory, but a brilliant thing, born amid glory, passed away in light. Ah, then, indeed, nature has magic charms, and I do love to dwell upon them then. Say not that my heart is dead, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Say not that my heart is dead, that my lip has learned a lesson from the lapse of time, which it would once have spurned. I must live the faults, the cold, I must seem like them, and thought and feeling were the mask that yet they most condemn. Say not that my words are false, they may not dare be true, but what am I, that I should forsake the path which all pursue? Sad to see how all around to gilded idols kneel, and strive to be like one of those who cannot think or feel. Alas, alas, to pass in peace through a world so chill, so lone, the throbbing pulses should be steel and the heart should be stone. Oh, sing again that mournful song by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. Oh, sing again that mournful song, that song of other times. The music bears my soul along to other dearer climes. I love its low and broken tone. The music seems to me like the wild wind when singing alone over a twilight sea. It may not sound so sweet to you it cannot bring the valleys where your childhood grew, the memories of your spring. My father's house, my infancy, rise present to my mind, as if I had not crossed the sea or left my youth behind. I heard it at the evening's close upon my native shore. It was a favourite song with those whom I should sing. How many worldly thoughts and cares have melted at the strain! 'Tis fraught with early hopes and prayers. Ah, sing that song again. Oh, speak not of love by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Speak not of love as of it which might be, if a love could pass over I now feel for thee. Speak not of falsehood, for it must be thine. I cannot in fancy dream of it as mine. I've lived but for one love, if that were no more, I never could new love its likeness restore. When the lamp of a festal had changed to expire, it might be rekindled by morning sunfire. But love once extinguished, all efforts are vain, as nothing can brighten its embers again. Oh, weep not o'er the quiet grave by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. Oh, weep not o'er the quiet grave, although the spirit lost be near. Weep not, for well those phantoms know how vain the grief about their briar. Weep not, I know, 'tis best to die ere all of bloom from life is fled. Why life and feelings, friends and faith have long been numbered by the dead. We know no rainbow hope that weeps itself away to deepest shade, no love whose very happiness should make the trusting heart afraid. Our human tears are tears of fire that scorch and wither as they flow. Then let them fall for those who live, and not for those who sleep below. Yes, weep for those whose silver chain has long been loosed, and yet live on, the doomed to drink from life's dark spring, whose golden bowl has long been gone. I weep for those, the very worn, the bound to earth by some vain tie, some lingering love, some fond regret, who love to live, yet fear to die. Oh, you cannot prove false to me, my love, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, you cannot prove false to me, my love, think how I have confided in thee, have prized the love all else above. Oh, you cannot be false to me. Could you chill the first warm overflow of the heart, freeze the fountain you first taught to flow? Could you act a cruel, a treacherous part? Could you be the herald of woe? I will not believe it, but still will repose every hope of my heart upon a vine. I will believe you could live the young rose, had but blossomed to bloom on thy shrine. I believe that the sun will forsake his day throne, the moon her night palace of blue, that blushes, sighs, smiles are no longer love's own. I will believe you untrue. Olympus Gregory by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Is there spot where pity's foot, although unsettled, fears to tread? A silence where her voice is mute, where tears and only tears are shed? It is the desolate home, where hope was yet a recent guest, where hope again may never come, or come and only speak of rest. They gave my hand the pictured scroll, and bade me only fancy there a parent's agony of soul, a parent's long and last despair, the sunshine on the sudden wave, which closed above a youthful head, mocking the green and quiet grave, which waits the time-appointed dead. I thought upon the lone fireside, begirt with all familiar thought, the future, where a father's pride so much from present promise wrought, the sweet anxiety of years, anxious from love's excess only, the fond reliance upon years more precious to us than our own. All past, then weeping words there came from out a still and darkened room. They could not bear to name a name written so newly on the tomb. They said he was so good and kind. The voices sang, the eyes grew dim. So much of love he left behind, so much of life had died with him. Oh, pity for the long beloved, pity for the early dead. The young were promising, removed ere life a light or leaf had shed. Nay, rather pity those whose doom it is to wait and weep behind the Father who within the tomb sees all life held most dear enshrined. On a portrait of a girl in the British Gallery by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. In truth, dear love, 'twas a fitting gift, the gift which you gave to me, a spring flower wreath, whose short sweet life is like love's life with thee. You are a gay and gallant love, the wooer that woman likes best, with a heart that roves like that eastern bird whose pinions are never at rest. Never was love more suited to me. My heart is yet lighter than wine. Did it change like the wane with each wind that blows, it could not change oftener than mine. Some cupids have wings of a butterfly's plum, while some have the wings of a dove. The first is the cupid most fitting for me. I could not whirl willow for love. I care not for falsehood. I can be false too. Lose one love where others in plenty. And if that my lover should dare break one vow, punish him I can break 20. On a Star by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Beautiful star that art wandering through the midnight's ocean's waves of blue, I have watched since thy first pale ray rose on the last farewell of summer's day, from the first sweet shine on the twilight hour to thy present place of beauty and power. Would I could read my destiny, lovely and glorious star, in thee, yet why should I wish? I know too well what thy tablet of light would tell. What, oh, what could I read there but the depths of love's despair, blighted feelings, like leaves that fall the first from April's coronal, hopes like meteors that shine and depart, an early grave and a broken heart. Farewell, and never think of me in lighted hall or lady's bower. Farewell, and never think of me in spring sunshine or summer hour. But when you see a lonely grave, just where a broken heart might be, with not one mourner be it sought, then, and then only, think of me. On May Day by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Beautiful and radiant May, is not this thy festal day? Is not this spring revelry held in honor, queen of we? 'Tis a fair. The boughs are gay, with green boughs and quaint display, glasses that the maiden's eye may her own sweet face espy, ribbons for her braided hair, beads to grace her bosom fair. From yon stand where a juggler plays with a rustic crowd's amaze. There the morris dancers stand, glad bells ringing on each hand. Here the maypole rears its crest, with a rose and hawthorn dressed, and beside are painted bands of strange beasts from other lands. In the midst, like the young queen, flower-crowned of rural green, is a bright-cheeked girl, her eye blue like April's morning sky, with a blush like what a rose to a moonlight minstrel shows, laughing at her laugh awhile. Yet such softness in the smile as the sweet coquette would hide woman's laugh by woman's pride. Farewell, cities, who could be all their smoke and all their care, all their pomp, when wooed away by the azure hours of May. Give me woodbine, scented bowers, blue wreaths of the violet flowers, clear sky, fresh air, sweet birds and trees, sights and sounds and scenes like these. On the Ancient and Modern Influence of Poetry by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is curious to observe how little one period resembles another. Centuries are the children of one mighty family, but here is no family likeness between them. We ourselves are standing on the threshold of a new era, and we are already hastening to make as wide a space, mark as vast a difference as possible between our own age and its predecessors. Whatever follies we may go back upon, whatever opinions we may re-adopt, they are never those which have gone immediately before us. Already there is a wide gulf between the last century and the present. In religion, in philosophy, in politics, in manners, there has passed a great change. But in none has been worked a greater change than in poetry, whether as it regards the art itself, or the general feeling towards it. The decline and fall of that Roman Empire of the mind seems now advanced as an historical fact, while we are equally ready to admit that some 20 years since the Republic was in its plenitude of power. In the meantime, a new set of aspirants have arisen, and a new set of opinions are to be won. But it is from the past that we best judge of the present, and perhaps we shall more accurately say what poetry is by referring to what it has been. Poetry, in every country, has had its origin in three sources, connecting with the strongest feelings belonging to the human mind: religion, war, and love. The mysteries of the present, the still greater mysteries of the future, the confession of some superior power so deeply felt, higher impulses speaking so strongly of some spiritual influence of a purer order than those of our common wants and wishes. These are found words and existence in poetry. The vainest fictions of mythology were the strongest possible evidence how necessary to the ignorance of humanity was the belief of a superior power. So entire was the interior conviction that sooner than belief in nothing, no belief was too absurd for adoption. The imagination, which is the source of poetry, has in every country been the beginning as well as the ornament of civilization. It civilizes because it refines. A general view of its influence in the various quarters of the globe will place this in the most striking point of view. Africa is the least civilized quarter of the globe, not so much from its savage as from its apathetic state. One could almost believe that it had been formed from the dregs of the other parts. Now, the distinguishing mark of its defiancy in that soil of mind wherewith the intellect works is its total want of imagination. It is the only great portion of the world which is not empathetically made known to us by its own peculiar religion. Her mythology was the earthly immortality of Greek. Greek is in indelible linked with the idea of civilization. But all those fine and graceful beliefs, which made its springs holy places and haunted the fragrant life of every flower and leaf, were the creations of earliest time. Look from thence to the fierce regions of the north. How full is the Scandinavian faith of the wild and wonderful! Or to the east, how gorgeous their tales of enchantment with the delicate pearls and the fallen and fearful spirits in their subterranean caverns! Again the faith of Brahma, with its thousand deities; or, to cross the wide Atlantic, there are the vestiges of a terrible creed yet touched with something of spiritual loveliness, in their singing birds bringing tidings of the departed, and in the green hunting grounds which made their future hope. Each and all these creeds are the work and wonder of imagination. But in these Africa has no part. No august belief fills with beauty or with terror the depths of the forests, and no fallen temple makes its site sacred bone ruins. Her creeds have neither beauty nor grandeur. The devil is their principal deity, and their devotion is born of physical fear. Other nations have had their various faiths created and colored by the scenes which gave them birth. The religion of Greek was beautiful as her own myrtle and olive groves. The Scandinavian was like its own wild mountains and snowy wastes, with just gleams of beauty from its starry nights and meteors. The Arabian was glowing and magnificent as the summer earth and radiant sky of its believers, while that of the American Indian was terrible as the huge serpents and the intermediate forests which gave shelter to its mysteries. But in Africa the sunny sky, the noble rivers, woods, splendid in size and foliage, have been without their wonted effect. Slaves from the earliest period, the very superstitions of her sable sons are mean fears caught from their masters. All about them is earthly, utterly unredeemed by those spiritual awakenings which are as light from another world. We might believe that some great original curse has been said over them, and that they are given over into the hand of man and not of God. And in simple truth that curse has been slavery. The Heliots even of Greek were uninspired. A slave cannot be eloquent, said Longinus, nor poetical either. The wells of his enthusiasm are dried up. What some ancient writer says of iron may be applied to poetry. Its use is the first step to civilization, and civilization is freedom. Next to religion, war was the great source of poetry, and the deeds of the brave were sung in that spirit of encouragement, while one man will ever receive from the praise bestowed on the deeds of another, where he meditates similar achievements of his own. And here we may be permitted a few words on what we cannot but consider an unjust and erroneous opinion, now much insisted upon, that poets and conquerors have been equal enemies of the human race, the one but acting what the other praised, and that the sin of encouragement was equal, if not greater, than that of commission. In answer to this, we must observe that it is not fair to judge of former actions by our present standard. Our first view of society is always the same. We see the human race dwelling in small, dispersed sets, with rude habits, the results of hardships and of dangers. A more favorable situation, or more commonly, the influence of some superior mind which from the wonderful effects produced by a single man is often a nation's history. These or similar causes first placed some of the tribes in positions of comparative comfort and advancement. This position would of course be envied by their savage and starving neighbors, who would consider brute force the only means of sharing their advantages. Single motives never last. Ambition, aggrandizement, conquest with a view to security, soon gave 1,000 motives to warfare that had originally begun in want and self-defense. It has required centuries so to consolidate kingdoms that now a breathing space is allowed for reflection on the sin of sacrificing man's most valuable possession, life. But what part has the power taken in these scenes of bloodshed? One certainly of amelioration. If he has sung of conquerors, the qualities held up to admiration were those of magnanimity and generosity. He has spoken of the love of liberty as holding light the love of life, and the highest eulogium of a warrior was that he died in defense of his native country. But to give our assertion the support of an example, perhaps the spirit which animates, the desire which excites, the power which supports a conqueror were never more entirely personified than in Xerxes. He possessed the utmost that grasping ambition, that carelessness of human blood which characterizes the mere conqueror. Yet, with all the purple pomp of his power, we are not aware of his having been held up otherwise than in reprobation, while the whole world has been filled with the fame of his brave opposers. And the names of those who fell at Marathon are still the watchwords of freedom. Again, in the days of chivalry, what were the qualities the minstrel lauded in the knight? His valor certainly, but still more his courtesy, his protection of the weak against the strong, his devotion, his truth, till the ungainly knight was almost as much a phrase of disgrace as that of a recreant. Love was the third great fountain of poetry's inspiration, and who that has ever laughed will deny the necessity of a language beyond the working day tongue of our ordinary run of hopes and fears to express feelings which have so little in common with them? What has been the most popular love poetry in all countries? That which gave expression to its spiritual and better part. Constancy kept like a holy thing, blessings on the beloved one, though in that blessing we have ourselves no share. Or sad and affectionate regrets in whose communion our own nature grows more kindly from its sympathy. We are always the better for entering into others' sorrow or another's joy. The whole origin and use of poetry may be expressed in a few words. It originates in that idea of superior beauty and excellence inherited in every nature, and it is employed to keep that idea alive, and the very brief belief in excellence in one course of its existence. When we speak of poetry as the fountain whence youth draws enthusiasm for its hopes, where the warrior strengthens his courage and the lover his faith, the treasury where the noblest thoughts are garnered, the archives where the noblest deeds are recorded, we but express an old belief. One of our great reviews, the Westminster, is speaking of the fine arts, says, "The aristocratic do well to encourage poetry. It is by fiction themselves exist. And what is poetry but fiction?" We deny that poetry is fiction. Its merits and its power lie alike in its truth. To one heart the aspiring and elevated will come home, to another the simple and natural. The keynote to one will be the voice of memory, which brings back young affections, early confidence. Hill and valley, yet glad with a buoyant step which once passed over them, flowers thrice lovely from thoughts indelible associated with their leaf or breath. Such are these are touched by all that restores, while it recalls days whose enjoyment would have been happiness could they but have had the knowledge of experience without its weariness. To another, poetry will be a vision and a delight, because the virtue of which he dreams is there realized, and because the love which his spirit has painted is to be found in its pages. But in each and all cases the deep well of sympathy is only to be found when the hazel rod is poisoned by the hand of truth. And till some mortal steam is discovered as potent as that now so active in the physical world, vain will be the effort to regulate mankind like machinery. There will ever be spiritual awakenings and deep and tender thoughts to turn away from the hurry and highways of life, and whose place of refuge will still be the green paths and pleasant waters of poesy. that tribes of worse than idle followers have crowded the temple and cast the dust they brought around the soiled altar, that many have profaned the high gift to base use, that poetry has often turned aside from its divine origin and diviner end, is what must be equally admitted and lamented. But who will deny that our best and most popular, indeed in this case best and popular are equivalent terms, poetry makes its appeal to the higher and better feelings of our nature, and not a poet but owes his fame to that which best deserves it? Or the code of pure and beautiful morality, applicable to almost every circumstance, might be drawn from Shakespeare. The influence of poetry has two eras. First, as it tends to civilize. Secondly, as it tends to prevent that very civilization from growing too cold and too selfish. Its first is its period of action. Its second is that of feeling and reflection. It is that second period which at present exists. On the mere principle of utility, in our wide and varied world, with its many sorrows and more cares, how anxiously we ought to keep open every source of happiness, and who among us does not recollect some hour when a favourite poet spread before us a page like that of a magician's, when some expression has seemed like the very echo of our feelings? How often and with what a sensation of pleasure have long remembered passages sprang to our lips, how every natural beauty has caught a fresh charm from being linked with some associated words. Who that has these or similar recollections but would keep the ear open and the heart alive to the song that lightens the languid way? Why one age should be more productive in poetry than another is one of those questions, a calculation of mental longitude, likely to remain unanswered. That peculiar circumstances do not create the poet is proved by the fact that only one individual is so affected. If it were a mere circumstance, it would affect alike all who are brought within its contact. What confirmation of this theory, if theory it be, is to be found in the history of all poets? Where are we to seek the cause which made them such, if not in their own minds? We daily see men living amid beautiful scenery, and scenery is much dealt upon the advocates of circumstance. Switzerland is a most beautiful country, yet what great poet has it ever produced? The spirit which in ancient days peopled grove and mountain with dirt and art, or in modern times with associations, must be in him who sees, not in the object seen. How many there are, leading a life of literary leisure, living in a romantic country, and writing poetry all their days, who yet go down in their unremembered graves no more poet than if they had never turned a stanza. While, on the other hand, we see men with every obstacle before them, with little leisure and less encouragement, yet force their upward way, make their voice heard, and leave their memory in imperishable song. Take Burns for an example. Much stress has been laid on the legendary ballads he was accustomed to hear from infancy. But if these were so potent, why did they not inspire his brother as well as himself? Mr. Gilbert Burns is recorded, by every biographer, to have been a sensible, and even a superior man. He dwelt in the same country, he heard the same songs. Why was he not a poet too? There can be but one answer. There was not that inherited quality in his mind which there was in his brother's. Many young men are born to a higher name than fortune. Many spend their youth amid the most exciting scenes. Yet why do not of these turn out a Byron? But for some innate first cause. What made Milton in old age, in sickness, in poverty, depressed by all that would have weighed to the very dust an ordinary man, without one of man's ordinary encouragements? What could have made him turn to the future as to a home, collect his glorious energies, and finish a work the noblest aid ever given to the immortality of a language? What but that indefiable spirit whose enthusiasm is nature's own gift to the poet? Poeta nascitura non fit is, like many other old truths, the very truth after all. We cannot but consider that, though some be still among us, our own great poets belong to another age. The fame is established and the horde of imitators have dispersed. Those varying followers who, to use the happy expression of a contemporary writer, think that breaking the string is bending the bow of Ulysses. We heard daily complaints of the want of present taste and talent for poetry. We are more prepared to admit the latter than the former. In the most sterile times of the imagination, love of poetry has never been lacking. The taste may have been bad, but still the taste existed. Wordsworth truly says that with the young poetry is a passion. And there will always be youth in the world to indulge the hopes and feel the warm and fresh emotions which their fathers have found to be vain, or have utterly exhausted. To these, poetry will ever be a natural language, and in it the young who make the reputation of a poet. We soon lose that keen delight which marvels if others share not in it. The faculty of appreciation is the first which leaves us. It is tact rather than feeling which enables experience to foresee the popularity of a new poet. As to the alleged want of taste, we only refer to the editions of established authors which still find purchasers. One has just appeared of Scott, another of Byron. With what enthusiasm do some set up Wordsworth for an idol and others Shelley, but this taste is quite another feeling to that which creates, and the little now written possesses beauty, not originality. The writers do not set their own mark on their property. One might have put forth the work of the other, or it might be that of their predecessors. This was not the case some few years ago. Who could have mistaken the picturesque and chivalric pages of Scott for the impassioned one of Byron? Or who could for a moment have hesitated as to whether a poem was marked with the actual and benevolent philosophy of Wordsworth, or the beautiful but ideal theory of Shelley? We are now producing no great or original, the words are synonymous, poet. We have graceful singing in the bower, but no voice that startles us into wonder, and hurries us forth to see whose trumpet is awakening the land. We know that when the snow has long lain warming and fertilizing the ground, and when the late summer comes, hot and clear, the rich harvest will be abundant under such genial influences. Perhaps poetry, too, may have its atmosphere, and a long cold winter may be needed for its glad and glorious summer. The soil of song, like that of earth, may need rest for renewal. Again we repeat that though the taste be not the spirit of the day is adverse to the production of poetry. Selfishness is its principle, indifference its affection, and ridicule its commonplace. We allow no appeals save to our reason or to our fear of laughter. We must either be convinced or sneered into things. Neither calculation nor sarcasm are the elements for poetry. A remark made by Scott to one of his great compeers shows how he knew the age in which he was fated to end his glorious career. Ah, it is well that we have made our reputation. The personal in the destroyer of the spiritual, and to the former everything is now referred. We talk of the author's self more than his works, and we know his name rather than his writings. There is a base macadamizing spirit in literature. We seek to level all the high places of art, but till we can deny that fine, farther-looking hope which gives such a charm to Shakespeare's confessional sonnets, till we can deny that The Paradise Lost was the work of old age, poverty, and neglect, roused into delightful exertion by a bright futurity, till we can deny the existence of those redeemers of humanity, we must admit also the existence of a higher, more prophetic, more devoted, and self-relying spirit than is to be accounted for on the principles either of vanity or of lucre. We shall be compelled to admit that its inspiration is, indeed, a heavenly breath along an earthly lyre. Methinks there are some mysteries in the soul on whose presence it were well to tread with unsandaled foot. Poetry, like religion, requires faith, and we are the better and happier for yielding it. The imagination is to the mind what life is to the body, its vivifying and active part. In antiquity, poetry had to create, it now has to preserve. Its first effort was against barbarism, its last is against selfishness. A world of generous emotions, of kind awakenings, those which with the perished pleasures move in mournful mockery of the soul of love. A world of thought and feeling now lies in the guardianship of the poet. These are they who sit in the gate called the Beautiful, which leads to the temple. Its meanest priest should feel that their office is sacred. Enthusiasm is no passion of a drawing-room or of a pencil-table. Its home is the heart, and its hope is the farm. This is too little the creed of our generation. Yet without such creed, poetry has neither present life nor future immortality, as Whitehead finely says in his poem of The Solitary. Not to herself, not for the wealth she brings, is the muse wooed and won, but for the deep occult, profound, unfathomable things. The engine of our tears whenever we weep, the impulse of our dreams whenever we sleep, the mysteries that our sad hearts possess, which, and the keys whereof, the muse doeth keep. Oh, to kindle soft humanity, to raise with gentle strength infused the spirit boat, to pour a second sunlight on our days, and draw the restless lightning from our cloud, to cheer the humble and to dash the proud. Be sought in peace to live, in peace to die, the poet's task is done. Oh, immortality! He is only a true poet who can say, in the words of Coleridge, "My task has been my delight. I have not looked either to guerdon or praise, and to me poetry is its own exceeding great reward." On the death of Miss Campbell by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Rose of our love, how soon thou art faded! The blight has passed over the April bloom, where the hopes that dwell on thee, all shaded the hearts which were bright and dark as thy tomb. We saw thee with youth, health, and happiness glowing. We saw thee again, but health was no more. Sadness was round thee, and warm tears were flowing over one cheek whose bloom the dew could not restore. Still on thy face, while others wept round thee, was the look that would soothe, the smile that would cheer. Each hour loosed the chain that unto his life bound thee, and each hour we found thee more dear and more dear. Where art thou now? In the silent grave sleeping, cold, long, and dark this last summer will be, while our eyes sought the pale mother is weeping, the joy of her life has departed with thee. Farewell, O we mourn over the promised blossom, sadly and fondly as memory enshrined. Was not better to part with the bosom so free from earth's stains and earth's sorrows as wine? Was not better to part with thy spirit, all pity, purity, patience, and love? And with the meek and the gentle inherit a crown of life fadeless and holy above? On the picture of a young girl by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A beautiful and laughing thing, just in the first appareling of girlish loveliness. Blue eyes, such blue as in the violet dwells, and rosebud lips of sweet, such sweets the bee hoards in his fragrant cells. 'Tis not a blush upon her cheek, on blushes, but of love can speak. The brow is all too free from care, for love to be a dweller there. Alas, love should have a fling, one shadow from its radiant wing, but that fair cheek knows not a cloud, and health and hope are in its eyes. She has been over hill and dale, chasing the summer butterflies. Yet there's malice in a smile, as if she felt the woman's power and had a gift of prophecy to look upon that coming hour when, feared by some yet loved by all, young beauty holds the festival. Opinions by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He scorned them from the centre of his heart, for well he knew mankind, and he who knows must love for pity. He who dwells apart with books and nature and philosophy may lull himself with pity. He who dwells in crowds and cities, struggling with his race, must daily see the falsehood and the faults, the cold ingratitude, their selfishness. How can he choose but loathe them? Ornaments by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Bring from the east, bring from the west, flowers for the hair, gems for the vest. Bring the rich silks that are shining with gold, wrought in rich broderie on every fold. Bring ye the perfume that's breath on the rose, such as the summer of Egypt bestows. Bring the white pearls from the depths of the sea, they are fair like the neck where their lustre will be. Such are the offerings that now will be brought, but can they bring peace to the turmoil of thought? Can they one moment of quiet bestow to the human heart, feverish and beating below? Off-Man by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Morning, bright morning, thou art on the wave, where sweep the proud galleys whose freight is the brave. A red flag is streaming, a meteor of war. Woe to the eyes that watch for it afar. Young warrior, the sabre is bright in thy hand, why does thy dark eye yet linger on land? The heart of a warrior should be, like a shield, as firm in its temper, unknowing to yield. Thou art brave. Where's the infidel foe dare advance for the blow of thy sword or the flight of thy lance? Thy white sails are spread in their pride to the wind. Why lingerest thou with thy fond looks behind? Oh, the heart has its softness though covered with steel, and the rock has deep waters it cannot conceal. And he who has ridden in blood to the knee will start at a shadow when touched, love by thee. He turned to the shore, for a maiden is there, the least rose of whose cheek, the least wave of whose hair. are dearer to him than the wealth of the world, or the red hour of triumph when banners are furled. That eye's slightest look, that lip's softest word, he's meek as a slave in the chains of his lord. Not the less, when the battleships meet on the brine, will his bark and his brand be the first in the line. But the wind fills the sails, and they sweep from the shore, they part with that parting which never meets more. They may gaze from the land on the desolate main, but the bark of young Othman returns not again. 'Tis evening, alone in her tower on the steep, his lady sits watching the war of the deep. Like a trumpet, the wild wind has rung to the charge, and the unprisoned thunders are rushing at large. Even fearful the strife of the sky and the sea, the time of the battle, but what must it be when we know that our heart has its all on the wave, and yet look on the main as we look on the grave? But the clouds are dispersing, the wild hour is past, and the setting sun masters the tempest at last. There's peace on the sky, there's rest on the sea, but the peace and the rest are not, Leila, for thee. Scenes of wild beauty, the black clouds are driving, like rebels subdued from the empire o'er heaven. Clear as a crystal now spreads the bright west, and the glad orb is sinking in glory to rest. A purple gloom hangs o'er the north, but the light is breaking around it. The waters are bright, like mirrors for sunshine, and silver the foam, like the seabird's white wings that now over them roam. But sad is such hour, for the tempest be o'er, and the sky and the sea be as calm as before. The glory is mockery, the beauty is doom, the light forth, the glad sunlight, are they for the tomb? The heart hath its omens. She rushed from her tower, the wave windborne dashed o'er her, she felt not the shower. We watched her dark hair stream as onwards she pressed, one faithful slave followed, and told us the rest. She found him. Some instinct had led her the way where, borne by the billows and washed by the spray, lay Othman. Oh, thus must he meet his young bride. 'Twas but one moment's parting. She sank by his side. Our early years, our early years, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Our early years, recall them not again, the memory of former joy, the pang of former pain. Where is our childhood? Where are they, the playmates of a heart, whose first sweet lesson was to love, whose second was to part? The dead are with the past. For them how fruitless our despair! Unkindness, anger, fondness, grief, alike are buried there. Thus, such thoughts can only weep the heart's most bitter rain. Our early years, recall them not again. Our Present May by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The month of flowers. May, were we not wont to say that of the year's 12 lovely daughters thou didst the most perfect sweetness on thy brow? They said the crimson rose was eager to unclose for thee the fragrant mysteries which lie hidden in leafless boughs beneath the winter sky. The poets told thy birth was welcomed upon earth by the sweet multitude of shining flowers, by bursting buds, green leaves, and sunny hours. And thou'lt come, sweet May, a week beneath thy sway. The world has been, yet it is dull and cold, dwarfed and owned by rain, as in the days of old. Today all life's strange, with great and utter change. The power is passed away from many a shrine and many a throne. Must it too pass from thine? Still o'er the darkened sky the heavy clouds sail by, till the bleak shower comes down unpityingly, beating the few faint blossoms from the tree. There's the yellow orb with the laburnum, as if transformed, the Theban princess there, with the golden shower, loosed more golden hair. The lilac with its stars, small, shining like the spars with which some sea nymph decks her ocean bowers, lilac that seems the jewelry of flowers. There's the guelder rose, reft as from alpine snows. There's the lime tree's bud of faint perfume. There's the hawthorn wealth, thine own peculiar bloom. We do not meet thee now. I see the barren bough. We of his melancholy as a grave. I see the driving rain, I hear the bleak winds rave. Is this the pilgrimage of earth now old age? And is the shadow all things present were cast on the circling beauty of a year? Or is it but delay? Are soft winds on the way, and songs and blossoms bringing May once more the sunshine which rejoiced all hearts of yore? Hope whispers of their birth, hope which upon our earth doth wander like an angel, at whose feet fresh flowers spring up to gladden and to greet. How many now may see their likeness, May, in thee, mournful and spiritless, where spring is known but by its measured time, and time alone. They know there must be May within the year, else would they never dream that May was here. Outlines for Portrait by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 'Tis a dark and flashing eye, shadows too, that tenderly, with almost female softness, come out's glance of flame and gloom. His cheek is pale, or toil or care, or midnight study has been there, making its young colours dull, yet leaving it most beautiful. Such a lie! Oh, poured from winds, lava floods of eloquence come with fiery energy, like those words that cannot die. Words the Grecian warrior spoke when the Persian's chain he broke, and that low and honey tone, making woman's heart his own, such as should be heard at night in the dim and sweet starlight. Sounds that haunt the beauty's sleep, treasures for her heart to keep, suited for the citron shade of a soft-voiced serenade. Raven curls their shadows throw o'er high and haughty brow, lighted by a smile whose spell words are powerless to tell. Such the image in my heart, painter try thy glorious art. Over the land and over the sea, youth of my heart, I will follow thee. By Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Over the land, over the sea, youth of my heart, will I follow thee. See, if I have doffed my silken train, my lace handkerchief and golden chain. For cap and plum I've changed my veil, and my pearl-wreathed braid of the lily pale. And for the satin slippers a buskin tied, made of a red deer's stiffened hide. And my heavy length of yellow hair, look on the river, 'tis floating there. Last night I stood in my father's hall, with broidered robe and Indian shawl. Lovers caught each breath of my sight, and vessels watched the turn of mine eye. A sandalwood lute was in my hand, and my step was the first in the saraband. To-night I stand in the hunter's dress, belying my weak loneliness. Instead of music, and dance, and song, and servitors and courtly throng, is the quiet shade of a greenwood tree, and for many false hearts, the true one in thee. I am happy, oh, love should live, but for the sweet life itself can give. Where are gems like the lily, wet with tears it has kissed from the violet? There's the lamp in a lady's bower, like the first pale star of a twilight hour. What hand ever waked from the lute tone like the nightingale's voice when she sings alone? Not to the dark city, not to the false court, will health and truth and love resort. Their dwelling is made with the leaf and the flower, amid summer sunshine and April shower. We live by the brook and the forest tree, in a wild sweet home, such as ours will be. Oxford Street by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Life in its many shapes was there, the busy and the gay, faces that seemed too young and fair to ever now decay. Wealth with its waste, its pomp and pride, led forth its glittering train, and poverty's pale face beside ask aid and ask in vain. The shops were filled from many lands, toys, silks, and gems and flowers, the patient work of many hands, the hope of many hours. Yet, mid life's myriad shapes around, there was a sigh of death. There rose a melancholy sound, the buggle's wailing breath. They played a mournful Scottish air that on its native hill had caught the notes the night winds bear from weeping leaf and rill. 'Twas strange to hear that sad wild strain its warning music shed, rising above life's busy train in memory of the dead. There came a slow and silent band in sad procession by, reversed the musket in each hand and downcast every eye. They bore the soldier to his grave, the sympathizing crowd divided like a parted wave by some dark vessel plot. A moment and all sounds were mute, for awe was over all. You heard the soldier's measured foot, the buggle's wailing call. The gloves were laid upon the briar, the helmet and the sword. The drooping war-horse followed near, as he too mourned his lord. Slowly I followed too. They led to where a church arose, and flung a shadow o'er the dead, deep as their own repose. Green trees were there, beneath the shade of one was made a grave. And there to his last rest was laid the very and the brave. They fired a volley o'er the head of an unconscious ear. The birds sprang fluttering overhead, struck with a sudden fear. All left the ground, the buggles died. Away upon the wind, only the trees' green branches sighed o'er him they left behind. Again, all filled with light and breath, I passed the crowded street. Our great extremes of life and death, how strangely do ye meet! Pale memory sits alone, brooding o'er the past, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Pale memory sits alone, brooding o'er the past, that makes her misery. She looketh around, and asks the wide world for forgetfulness. She asks in vain. The shadow of past hours close palpable around her. Shapes arise, shadows yet seeming real, and sad thoughts that make a night of darkness and of dreams. Her empire is upon the dead and gone. With that she mocks the present and shuts out the future, till the grave, which is her throne, has absolute dominion. Parting Wreath by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I give thee, love, a blooming braid. I culled it at eve's witching hour. I twined it in the moon's sweet shade, when starlight dew was on each flower. I chose the myrtle's fadeless leaf, for it will picture faith to thee. I chose the cypress, 'tis like grief, and that may well my emblem be. I placed the violet in my wreath, it sighs memory's perfume. I place the rose, for its sweet breath survives its beauty's passing bloom. Oh, not a flower is he entwined, that lays not on thy thought a spell. Forget me not, the wreath shall bind, forget me not, is love's farewell. Past Hours by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Surely there are moments when thy heart must think of her it has so coldly banished. Does not my image to the memory star, for all that made its earlier charm be vanished? Do you not think of me sometimes as night, when the dark hours are passing still and lonely, the pale stars watching with their dreamy light, and thou with thy own hushed thoughts left only? Do they not bring me back? Dost thou not say, perhaps this very moment she is weeping those bitter tears that pride subdues by day, to wet the pillow that I keep from sleeping? Does the still midnight waken no remorse, no pity for the misery of thy making? False as thou art, I could not wish thee worse than one sad midnight of my own awaking. I hear thy voice, I look within thine eyes, and start to think it is but an illusion. False as thy promise, fleeting as the ties that bound me to thee with such vain delusion. When I recall thy words and looks, and think, would they were such true, such tender seeming, I think till I can bear no more, and shrink, and mock myself for all this idle dreaming. How many words of thine I now recall, scarce noticing at the time when they were spoken. Alas, how true love fondly treasures all the slightest things like some heart-precious token. I wish I could forget them, for they keep calm for my waking hours, rest for my pillow, like those uncertain restless winds that sweep rising with a perpetual strife the billow. If weary of the weight upon my heart, I struggle to be glad with vain endeavour, how soon I sicken of such seeming part. The spirits I would force are gone for ever. If I am sad and weary, and fling by the task in which I take my old delight no longer, all other sorrows bring one sadness nigh. Life's cares are strong, but those of love are stronger. Love has its part in every other thing, all grief increasing and all joy impairing. Death is the only hope, for death will bring rest to the heart, fevered with long despairing. Ah, then farewell, there's no more for me. For sunny looks return them on tomorrow. I hope not, fear not, and but wish to be where the last shadow falls on life's last sorrow. Past Hours by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Surely there are moments when thy heart must think of her it has so coldly banished. Does not my image to the memory star, for all that made its earlier charm be vanished? Do you not think of me sometimes as night, when the dark hours are passing still and lonely, the pale stars watching with their dreamy light, and devoured with thy own hushed thoughts left only? Do they not bring me back? Dost thou not say, perhaps this very moment she is weeping those bitter tears that pride subdues by day, to wet the pillow that I keep from sleeping? Does the still midnight waken no remorse, no pity for the misery of thy making? False as thou art, I could not wish thee worse than one sad midnight of my own awaking. I hear thy voice, I look within thine eyes, and start to think it is but an illusion. False as thy promise, fleeting as the ties that bound me to thee with such vain delusion. When I recall thy words and looks, and think, would they were such true, such tender seeming, I think till I can bear no more, and shrink, and mock myself for all this idle dreaming. How many words of thine I now recall, scarce noticing at the time when they were spoken. Alas, how true love fondly treasures all the slightest things like some hard precious token. I wish I could forget them, for they keep calm for my waking hours, rest for my pillow, like those uncertain restless winds that sweep rising with a perpetual strife of the billow. If weary of the weight upon my heart, I struggle to be glad with vain endeavour, how soon I sicken of such seeming part. The spirits I would force are gone for ever. If I am sad and weary, and fling by the task in which I take my old delight no longer, all other sorrows bring one sadness nigh. Life's cares are strong, but those of love are stronger. Love has its part in every other thing, all grief increasing and all joy impairing. Death is the only hope, for death will bring rest to the heart, fevered with long despairing. Ah, then farewell, there's no more for me. For sunny looks that turn them on tomorrow, I hope not, fear not, and but wish to be where the last shadow falls on life's last sorrow. Pastar by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I see thee with thy night-black hair flung wild and loose in thy despair. Upraised are thy imploring hands to heaven, which yet thy prayer withstands, and in thy deep and flashing eye is passion's utter agony. A Grecian statue dost thou seem, wrought up in some tumultuous dream, while in the music of thy tone is every thrill to sorrow known. Queen art thou, and still must be queen, while one heart keeps thy haunting scene. Pauline's Prize by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Sweet Pauline, could I buy thee with gold or its worth, I would not deny thee the wealth of the earth. We talk of a pleasure that riches bestow. Without thee, my treasure, what joy could I know? Did I rule Europe over, the price it should be, let them leave, for thy lover, a cottage with thee, where a pear tree is stopping, the fruit at the door, and the green wine is dropping each dark lattice hour. If my life breath could be, love, a ransom for thine, I'd yield it for thee, love, with all that is mine. Ah, had I the power, I'd count as time flown, a year for each hour, that were but mine own. Peace wrought by pain by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Over that palace face were wrought the characters of painful thought, but on that lip and in that eye were patience, faith, and pity. The hope that is not of this earth, the peace that has in pain its birth, as if, in the tumult of his life, its sorrow, vanity, and strife had been but as the lightning's shock, shedding rich ore upon the rock. Though in the trial scorched and riven, the gold it wins is gold from heaven. Perava Malva by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There's a famine on earth, there's plague in the air, and all for a woman whose face is too fair. There was silence like that from the tomb, for no sound was heard from the chieftains who darkened around. Then the voice of a woman aroused in reply, the daughters of Rajasthan know how to die. Day breaks, and the earliest glory of morn afar o'er the tops of the mountains is born. Then the young Grecian cower wandered through the green bowers that sheltered the bloom of the island of flowers, where a fair summer palace arose mid the shade which a thousand broad trees for the noon hour had made. Far around spread the hills with their varying hue, from the deepest of purple to faintest of blue. On one side the courts of Verona are spread, the white marble studded with granites deep red, while far sweeps the terrace and rises the dome, till lost in the pure clouds above like a how. Beside in a lake, covered over with isles, as the face of a beauty is varied with smiles, some small, just a nest for the heron that springs from the long grass and flashes light from its wings. Some bearing one palm tree, the stately and fair, alone like a column aloft in the air, while others have shrubs and sweet plants that extend their boughs to the stream or whose mirror they bend. The lily that queen-like uprears to the sun, the loveliest face that his light is upon, where beside stands the cypress which darkens the wave with a foliage meant only to shadow the grave. But the isle in the midst was the fairest of all, where ran the carved trellis around the light hall, where the green creepers, starry wreaths, scanted and bright, wooed the small purple doves with their shelter light. Where the proud oleander with white tufts was hung, and the fragile clematis its silver showers flung. And the nutmeg soft pink was near lost in the pride of a pomegranate blossom that flushed at its side. There the butterflies flitted round on the leaves, from which every wing its own colour receives. There the scarlet finch passed like a light on the wind, and the hues of the byres like sunbeams combined, till the dazzled eye sought from such splendours to rove, and rested at last on the soft lilac dove, whose song seemed dirge that at evening should be put forth from the height of a sad cypress tree. Her long dark hair plaited with gold on each braid, her feet bound with jewels which flashed through the shade, one hand filled with blossoms, pure hyacinth bells, which treasure the summer's first breath in their cells, the other caressing her white antelope in all the young beauty of life and of hope. The princess roved onwards, her heart in her eyes, that sought their delight in the fair earth and skies. Our loveliest time, our happiest day! When the heart is unconscious and knows not its sway, then the favourite bird or the earliest flower or the crouching fawn's eyes make the joy of the hour, and the spirits and steps are as light as the sleep which never has wakened to watch or to weep. She bounds over soft grass, half woman, half child, as gay as her antelope, almost as wild. The bloom of her cheek is like that on her years she has never known pain, she has never known tears. And thought has no grief and no fear to impart, the shadow of Eden is yet on her heart. The midnight has fallen, the quiet, the deep, yet in yon zenana none lie down for sleep. Like frighted birds gathered in tomorrow's bands, the young slaves within it are wringing their hands. The mother half covered her head with her veil, she weepeth no tears, and she maketh no wail. But all that lone chamber passed silently by, she has flung her on earth to despair and to die. But the lamp is yet burning in one dismal room, young princess, where now is thy morning of bloom. Ah, ages long ages have passed, and the breath and life's bitter knowledge has heralded death. At the edge of her musnet she bends on her knee, while her eyes watch the face of a stern Chanbe. Proud, beautiful, fierce, while she gazes, the tone of voice high, murky features grows almost her own, and the blood of her race rushes dark to her brow, the spirit of heroes has entered her now. Bring the death cup, and never for my sake shall shame cur the pride of my house, or dishonor its name. She drained the sherbet, while Chanbe looked on, like a warrior that marks the career of his son. But life is so strong in each pure azure vein, that they take not the venom, she drains it again. The haughty eye closes, the white teeth are set, and the dew damps of pain on the wrung brow are wet. The slight frame is writhing, she sinks to the ground, she yields to no struggle, she utters no sound. The small hands are clenched, they relax, it is past, and her aunt kneels beside her, kneels weeping at last. Again morning breaks over palace and lake, but where are the glad eyes it wont to awake? Weep, weep mid a bright world of beauty and bloom, for the sweet human flower that lies low in the tomb. And wild through the palace the death song is breathing, and white are the blossoms, the slaves weep a while revving, to strew at the feet and bind round the head of her who was numbered last night with the dead. They braid her long tresses, they drop the shroud hour, and gaze on her cold and pale beauty no more. But the heart has her image, and long after years will keep her sad memory with music and tears. Petrarch's Dream by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Rosy as the waking bride, by her roll lover's side, flows the Sergius haunted tide through the laurel grove. For the grove which Petrarch gave all that can escape the grave, fame and song and love. He had left the feverish bed, for the wild flowers at his head, and the dews the green leaves shed o'er his charmed sleep. From his hand had dropped the scroll to which Virgil left his soul through long years to keep. Passion on the cheek had wrought, its own paleness had it brought. Passion marks the lines of thought, we must feel to think. Care and toil had flung their shade over that bright head, now laid by the river's brink. Youth that, like a fever, burns, struggle, scorning what it earns. Knowledge, laughing as it learns, worn and wasted heart. And a song whose secrets are in its innermost despair, such the poet's part. But what rises to efface time's dark shadows from that face? Doth the heart its image trace in the morning dream? Yes, it is its light that shines far amid the dusky pines by the Sorgia's stream. Flowers upspringing, bright and sweet, at the pressure of their feet, as the summer came to greet each white waving hand. Round them kindles the dark air, golden with their golden hair, glide a lovely band. Spirits, starry spirits, they that attend the radiant day, then the freed soul bursts the clay of its present wall. Distant visions they appear, for they only dream of, here, things ethereal. But one gildeth gently nigh, human love within her eyes, love that is too true to die, that is heaven's own. The ancients first looked well, there the mortal loved so well, yet life was flown. To that angel look was given all that ever yet from heaven purified the earthly leaven of her beating heart. She hath breath of hope and love, as they warm the world above, she must now depart. I say that love hath power in the spirit's dying hour, sharing its immortal dower, mastering its doom. For that fair and mystic dream, where the Sorgia's hollowed stream kindled from the tomb. Piccadilly, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The sun is on the crowded street, it kindles those old towers, where England's noblest memories meet of old historic hours. Vast, shadowy, dark and indistinct, tradition's giant fane, where 2,000 years are linked in one electric chain. So stands it when the morning light first steals upon the skies, and shadowed by the fallen night the sleeping city lies. It stands with darkness around it cast, touched by the first cold shine, vast, vague, and mighty as the past, of which it is the shrine. 'Tis lovely when the moonlight falls around the sculptured stone, giving a softness to the walls like love that mourns the gone. Then comes the gentlest influence the human heart can know, the morning over those gone hence to the still dust below. The smoke, the noise, the dust of day have vanished from the scene, the pale lamps gleam with spirit ray o'er the park's sweeping green. Sad shining on her lonely path, the moon's calm smile above seems as it lulled life's toil and wrath with universal love. Past that still hour and its pale moon, the city is alive. It is the busy hour of noon, when man must seek and strive. The pressure of our actual life is on the waking brow, labor and care, endurance, strife, these are around him now. How wonderful the common street, its tumult and its throng, the hurrying of 1,000 feet that bear life's cares along. How strongly is the present felt with such a scene beside, all sounds in one vast murmur melt the thunder of a tide. All hurry on, none pause to look upon another's face. The present is an open book, none read, yet all must trace. The poor man hurries on his race his daily bread to find. The rich man has yet wearier chase for pleasures hard to bind. All hurry, vow it is to pass for which we live so fast. What doeth the present but amass the wealth that makes the past? The past is round us, those old spires that glimmer o'er our head. Not from the present is their fires, their light is from the dead. But for the past, the present's powers were waste of toil and mind. but for those long and glorious hours which leave themselves behind. Pile of Foldray Castle by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. No memory of its former state, no record of its fame, a broken wall, a fallen tower, a half-forgotten name. A gloomy shadow on the wave, and silence deep as in the grave. And yet it had its glorious days, it had its hour of pride, when o'er the drawbridge gallantly its warriors wont to ride, when silver shield and plum of snow were mirrored in the wave below. In sooth, that was a stirring time of chivalry and song, when the bright spear was put in rest and the right arm was strong, then minstrel meet and ladies' glove were high rewards of war and love. Oh, vain delusion, cruel days were then upon the land, a battlement on every wall, a sword in every hand. And rose the cry, and poured the flood of human wrong and human blood. When many a stately castle stood o'er dungeons dark and deep, then many a noble robber wont the king's highway to keep. These were not the times to praise, thank God, we know more peaceful days. Oh, better that the ivy wreath should clothe a mouldering tower, when it should be a place of strength for passion and for power. All glory for those stern old times, but leave them to the minstrel rhymes. Pile of Foldray Castle by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. No memory of its former state, no record of its fame, a broken wall, a fallen tower, a half-forgotten name. A gloomy shadow on the wave, and silence deep as in the grave. And yet it had its glorious days, it had its hour of pride, when o'er the drawbridge gallantly its warriors wont to ride, when silver shield and plum of snow were mirrored in the wave below. In sooth, that was a stirring time of chivalry and song, when the bright spear was put in rest and the right arm was strong, then minstrel meet and ladies' glove were high rewards of war and love. Oh, vain delusion, cruel days were then upon the land, a battlement on every wall, a sword in every hand. And rose the cry, and poured the flood of human wrong and human blood. When many a stately castle stood o'er dungeons dark and deep, then many a noble robber wont the king's highway to keep. These were not the times to praise, thank God, we know more peaceful days. Oh, better that the ivy wreath should clothe a mouldering tower, when it should be a place of strength for passion and for power. All glory for those stern old times, but leave them to the minstrel rhymes. Pleasure Becomes Pain by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I cannot count the changes of my heart, so often has it turned away from things once idols of its being. They depart, hopes, fancies, joys, illusions, as if wings spring suddenly from all old ties to start. Or, if they linger longer, life but brings weariness, hollowness, canker, soil, and stain, till the heart's safe of pleasure it is pain. Pledge not that sparkling bowl by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Pledge not that sparkling bowl to memory, to love, to me. I lay no spell upon thy soul mid revelry. But when thy wrath is dead, and the dancers have left the hall, and the song and the lights are fled, oh, then recall one whose fate is also gloom, withered and darkened and lone, but whose heart was all light and bloom when first thine own. Portrait by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I gazed admiringly upon his face. The ethereal fire that kindles from the heart of inspiration lighted up his brow. There was a wild expression in his eye, a brilliancy, a deep impassioned glance, which looked as it had gazed on glorious dreams and strange and beautiful imaginings until it had reflected back their splendor as it communion held with a young storm rolling its gathered darkness o'er the sky, and watched the golden palace, which the sun uprears at eve, of crimson clouds, and all the earth's magnificence, until his soul grew raptured with the wonders it beheld, and filled his eyes with an unearthly light, a radiance too intense, but that the veil of the dark lash softened its glowing ray. It was a glance that dwells upon the thought and bids us look for some exceeding being fraught with rare gifts of the immortal mind. Portrait of a Lady by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Lady, thy lofty brow is fair, beauty's sign and seal are there, and thy lip is like the rose closing round the bee's repose, and thine eyes are like a star, but blue as the sapphires are. Beautiful patrician, thou wearest on thy stately brow all which suits a noble race, all of high-born maiden's grace. Whosoe'er could look on thee and doubt thy nobility? Round thee Satan robe is flung, pearls upon thy neck are hung, and upon thy arm of snow rubies like red sun-gifts glow. Yet thou wearest pearl and gem, and thou hadst forgotten them. 'Tis a step but made to tread our Persian web, or flower's head, soft hand that mighty only move, and broidered silken glove, cheek unused to ruder air than what hot house rose might bear, one whom nature only meant to be queen of the tournament, courtly feet and lighted hall grace an ornament of war. Prayer of a Supplicating Nymph by Letitia Elizabeth Love. The myrtle wreath that I have laid upon my shrine is withered all. The bloom which once its beauty made, I would not if I could recall. Now, emblem of my heart and me, I lay it, goddess, on thy shrine, and the sole prayer I offer thee is, let it still be emblem mine. There was a time when I have knelt, with beating heart and burning brow. All I once felt is now unfelt, the depths once stirred are silent now. I only kneel that I may pray a future like my present time, a calm, if not a varied way, a still, if not a summer clime. There comes no colour to my cheek, whatever step be passing by. No glance makes mine the great earth seek, that answer for conscious eye. My pulse is still as waves that sleep when the unbroken heaven is seen. Never comes a calm so deep, as where the tempest late hath been. Thou wind, that, like a gentle song, scarce stirs the sleeping summer air, often hast thou borne along the vain reproach of my despair. Fair fount, by whose moss-circled side my eyes have shed their bitter rain, flow on with none sullied tide, would never see my tears again. Time was, I loved so many things, the earth I trod, the sky above, the leaf that falls, the bird that sings, now there is nothing that I love. So I am spared by loveless hardness as I. Why should the life of love be shared with things that change, or things that die? Let the rose fall, another rose will bloom upon the selfsame tree. Let the bird die, even in close mouth bird will see from me. It is for the beloved to love, it is for the happy to be kind. So will more than death remove, the associate links affections bind. My heart hath like a lamp consumed in one brief blaze, which should have fed for years the sweet life it illumed, and now it lies cold, dark, and dead. 'Tis well such false light as our cast, a light that burn wherever it shone. My eagerness of youth is past, I am glad that it is gone. My hopes and feelings, like those flowers, are withered, on their altar laid. A dark night falls from my past hours. Still let me dwell beneath its shade, cold as the winter midnight's air, calm as the groves around thy shrine. Such, goddess, is my future's prayer, and my heart answers, it is mine. Presentiment by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I feel the shadow on my brow, the sickness at my heart. Alas, I look on those I love, and am so sad to part. If I could leave my love behind, or watch from yonder sky with holy and enduring care, I were not loath to die. But death is terrible to love, and yet a love like mine trusts in the heaven from whence it came, and feels it is divine. Preston by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Lo, the banquet is over, but one, only one, remains when the mirth of a revel is done. His forehead is dark as he paces the hall, he is bound by an oath which he cannot recall. The youngest, though chief of his house and his line, he has pledged the steward's health in his own Spanish wine. The sword on the wall must start forth from its sheath, for Richard of Chorley is bound to the death. He is brave as the bravest that ever wore brand, he downcast his eye and reluctant his hand. He lingers enthralled by the tenderest tie, for whose sake the bold are unwilling to die. A step in the silence, a shade on the gloom, and a lady thrice lovely hath entered the room. He can see her lip quiver, can hear her heart beat. She kneels on the floor, and she sinks at his feet. He dares not look on her, he turns from her now, for the moonlight falls clear on her beautiful brow. One word from those lips, one glance from those eyes, 'tis for life or for death, if he leave her she dies. 'Tis for love or for honor, a woman for love will yield every hope upon earth or both. But a soldier has honor, life's fierce and best court. He may die for his love, but he lives for his word. He builds on his sword and springs on his steed, and the spurs dyed red as he urges its speed. The road flies before him, he passes the wind, but he leaves not the thoughts that oppress him behind. Alas for the white rose! Its hour is gone by, its soil is unfriendly, inclement its sky. The day of its pride and its beauty is o'er, the white rose in England will blossom no more. Alas for its victims! The green fields are spread, the green fields of England with dying and dead. But deeper the vale, where these prison walls stand, there the captives are gathered with gyves on each hand. The daybreak is bright as with joy overspread. The face of the east wears the glorious red. The dews on the hawthorn, the early white flowers, smile out a sweet welcome to morning's glad hours. But dark looms the gibbet on high in the air, while the shuddering gaze turns from the sight that is there. Dishonored, degraded, a mock for a crowd, can this be the doom of the young and the proud? 'Tis over, the traitors are left on the tree. One sits 'neath their shadow, her head on her knee. A cloak over the face of a mourner is spread, the razor to look and the look on the dead. Young Richard of Chorley, she followed thee on, but thy life was her own, and with thine it is gone. Both true to their faith, both so fair and so young, who for the fate which on this world is flung. Nor for their sake, when summer's sweet children unclose, give a moment's sad thought to the fatal white rose. Pride in Trifles by Letitia Landon. Why, life must mock itself to mark how small are the distinctions of its various pride. 'Tis strange how we delight in the unreal. The fanciful and the fantastic make one half our triumphs. Not in mighty things, the glorious offerings of our mind to fate, do we ask homage to our vanities, one half so much as from the false and vain. The petty trifles that the social world has fancied into grandeur. Prince Ahmed and the Fairy by Letitia Landon. On he passed through the strange cavern, still a distant sound of music led him on, and still a light, a faint and lovely light, played o'er his way, and showed the walls, where every gem of earth shone with the hues of heaven. Deeply blue, with sapphire soft and the red ruby's blaze, the ethereal diamond and green emerald made it seem like the palace of a king. Still followed the young prince the graceful light that like a spirit danced before his path. At last a fresher air passed o'er his brow, fresh, but as sweet as if its course had been over 1,000 roses, and the flame his sparkling guide vanished when the clear sky, fountains, and trees, and flowers grew visible. And Ahmed saw a lovely garden spread as if it were the summer's favorite home. The turf was like a Persian carpet, dyed with myriads of gay colors, and rich beds of tulips, earth's bright rainbows, seemed to hold divided wealth with the gold amaranth. Kings of solitude, gigantic palms, had shadowy empire, and like lovers hung over the delicate acacia's boughs, which guarded in their turn blue violets, lying like clouds earth-dropped beneath their shade. Around the marble fountains, and their spray a silver shower fell over the scanted shrubs, making exchange of freshness for their odors. There the birds nestled, thickets with their wings shining like Indian stones, and each soft throat tuned like a separate lute. At the far end, mirrored in the clear crystal of a lake, arose the gardener's wonder, the bright palace, all glorious, with its purple towers, like those the evening clouds build for the setting sun. He entered one rich hall, his dazzled sight sank in the splendor. Pearl and ruby shafts supported the high dome, where amber gave its fragrance forth. Incense and precious woods shed their sweet influence, and music's sound, lutes and soft voices mingled, met his ear. And beautiful young forms were floating round, the gorgeous throne whereon the fairies sat, like waving clouds about the lovely moon. She rose, their radiant mistress, and flung back the ebon tresses from her marble brow. And Ahmed gazed upon the large dark eyes that welcomed him. A smile, a timid blush were on her cheek, they told the tale of love. Prince Charles Edward by Letitia Landon. Dark the wave and dark the cloud, yet thy bark is on the sea. Say farewell to other friends, do not say farewell to me. Others may desert thy cause, others may desert thy sight. I cling to thee till the hour death shall me and thee divide. Fatal is the doomed house, last of an ill-fated line, but through exile and through blood I will follow thee and thine. Nevermore thy step will be on thy own, thy English shore. Let another take thy land, it will know thy place no more. Vainly through a life of care have I struggled for thine own. Must thy people know thee not? Must a stranger fill thy throne? Let the old ancestral names, which were bound to thee and thine, kneel before the rising sun, worship at a newer shrine. Spurning our dishonored lane, in yon bark I cross the wave. Never will I leave thy side till I leave thee for the grave. Prudence in Politics by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. How often in this cold and bitter world is the warm heart thrown back upon itself. Cold, careless, are we of another's grief. We wrap ourselves in sullen selfishness, harsh judging, narrow-minded, stern and chill in measuring every action but our own. How small are some men's motives and how mean. There are who never knew one generous thought, whose heart pulse never quickened with the joy of kind endeavor or sweet sympathy. There are too many such. Pulu Penang by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Never that fairy isle can be now lengthen the resting place of mine. I love it dearest when I see its shadow lengthen on the brine. And when my heart with softness fills, I think upon its palmy groves, I hear the murmur of its rills, I hear the singing of its doves. I see the white catalpa bend, as when beneath thy withered hand the buds in snowy showers descend, to reft for thy dark hair a band. And when I sigh to be on shore, to linger languid at thy side, I think that I will part no more from thee, my own, my idle bride. Only those who part can know how dear the love that absence brings. Our wind and wave my fancies go, as if my very heart had wings. And yet, when listless on the land, impatient in my happiness, I long again to grasp my brand, again I look the deck to press. I love to see my red flag sweep, I love to see my sabre shine, almost as much I love the deep as I love those sweet eyes of wine. I bring thee treasures from afar, for thy dear sake I sweep the sea, but for the honour won in war I should be too unworthy thee. Queen Elizabeth's Entrance into Kenilworth by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Lonely sits the lovely lady, lonely is the tower. Is the dell no longer shady where she was the flower? Wherefore did she leave the dell, where she knew no ruder sorrow than some childish toy, vanished whensoever tomorrow brought some newer joy? Captive in a captive cell, she hath bade her youth farewell. While the lovely lady keepeth vigil sad and lone, asking every hour that creepeth, when will night be done, watching makes the hours seem long. Mocking at the mourner's sadness, rises from below every sound of feast and gladness that the night can know. What avails those sounds among one low sighs borne along? From the topmost turret ringing comes the giant bells, till the very walls are swinging of the sad one's cell, deafening with the iron roar. Loud the fiery cannon sounding seems to rend the skies, while the multitude surrounding answers with their cries. Loud as waves upon the shore, fast the hurrying horsemen pour. Lute and voices soft are stealing, soft and musical, but the trumpet, proud appealing, rises above all. Proud it welcomes England's Queen. Slow amid the crowd she rideth with her stately grace, while with queen-like art she chideth her white courser's pace, that no one who there had been but might tell what he had seen. Blue her eyes are as the morning flashing into day, clear as are the falcons scorning not to meet that ray. Now its light is soft the while, in her golden hair are blending diamond and pearl, but that glittering head is bending to the favourite earl, and the lady of our isle listens with a conscious smile. Suddenly the air is gleaming with a rosy light, and 1,000 rockets streaming seem like stars when night shakes them from her raven hair. Gloriously the golden splendour flashes o'er the scene. Thus the lake and castle render homage to the queen. Shouts from all the crowd declare that the queen hath entered there. At the royal reign attending does Lord Leicester ride, to the main his dark locks bending as he keeps her side, and his voice is soft and low. Proud he welcomes in his sovereign, proud he paceth by, yet there was some trouble hovering o'er his large dark eye. Mockery of life's fairest show, who can read the heart below? Where is she, the sorrow laden in this glorious hour? Lonely sits the lonely maiden in the haunted tower. Sadly is it haunted now by the thoughts that memory bringeth. Most I wanted not. Verily her hands she wringeth o'er her very lot, while her golden tresses flow loosed o'er her neglected brow. Pale the pitying moonlight gleaming shows her pale sweet face, while the bright hair round her streaming loses not its grace, though so carelessly arrayed. On her hand, her white brow stooping, leaneth she alone, with very spirit drooping over days now gone, days a love a heart betrayed, vast solitude and shade. Ever thus does woman's spirit choose the dangerous part, still the worst she doeth inherit of the beating heart. Much must it abide, scarcely hath she left her childhood, she who leans above, pining for a native wildwood, for her father's love. Better far that she had died than another love have tried. One brief, feverish sleep she taketh from the night's long pain, but the cruel morning bringeth, and she wakes again. Music is upon the air, cheerily the horns are ringing round the captive's keep, and the early lark is singing, while her sad eyes weep. Every sound the wild winds bear only bring doubt, death, despair. Raphael by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, born beneath our summer hours that turn our common earth to flowers, where wind the myrtles round the hill and sunshine dances on the rill, till life is loveliness and teems with all the spirit's fairest dreams. Young painter, this inspired thy hand, thy own rose-bound Italian land, and made thy soft and flowing line of human beauty half divine. The colours caught the heaven above, till painting turned to life and love. Raphael's Deathbed by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 'Twas the twilight of Italy and spring, with those pale colours that the sunsets fling of shadowy rose, wherever they are bright with the rich purple of their summer light. A vaulted chamber was it, where the day lingered, as it were loth to pass away, fainter and fainter falling, till the glare of taper, torch, and lamp alone were there, shining o'er glorious pictures which were fraught with all the immortality of thought. And our couch's canopy, the gold broidered and clasped the curtain's purple fold. And is that silken pillow thus bespread for those who cannot feel its down, the dead? And around that couch gathers a princely train, and swells the holy anthem's funeral strain, sweeps the rich incense round it, like a cloud which the arch-prelate's hand uplifts the shroud, flings from the silver cup a sacred wave, which assails and smooths a passage to the grave. Aye, one sleeps there, if sleep it can be named, by which one half of waking life is shamed. Is that death, where the spirit stays behind, with much as ever influence on its kind? How can he die, he who has left his soul on the rich canvas or the breathing scroll? What is our life, our being, but the spirit, all our native heaven we inherit? How can we die, yet leave behind us all the intellect that lit our earthly thread? That seems like death which leaves behind it naught, no void in nature, no remembering thought, or but the tenderless affection keeps, frail as itself, forgetting while it weeps. That seems like death, where many thousands die. Their soul memorials, a tear, a sigh, But thus it is not to the mighty name whose death was as a seal affixed to fame. And he who sleeps there, dust return to dust, paler and colder than the marble bust beside, no strangely like the face of death, as rigid as itself, unwarmed by breath. It hath death's semblance. But how can depart the soul, yet leave its influence on the heart? No, when the timid prayer for heaven's grace shall warm its zeal no more at the sweet face of thy Madonnas, nor the patient tear shall fall before thy Magdalen with less fear, when nevermore a saint's pure brow shall speak hope to the trembling, mercy to the weak, then the last hues from thy canvas fled, the memory past, then, Raphael, thou art dead. Raphael's Sanchio by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Are not for him the dull and measured eye, which colours nothing in the common sky, which sees but night upon the starry scope, and animates with no mysterious hope, which looks upon a quiet face, nor dreams if it be ever tranquil as it seems, which reads no histories in a passing look, nor on the cheek which is the heart's own book, whereon it writes in rosy characters whatever emotion in its silence stirs. Such are the common people of a soul, of whom the stars write not in their bright scroll. These, when the sunshine at the noontide makes golden confusion in the forest breaks, see no sweet shadows gliding o'er the grass, which seems to fill with white flowers as they pass. These, from the twilight music of the fount, ask not its secret and its sweet account. These never seek to read the chronicle which hides within the hyacinth's dim-lit bell. They know not of the poetry which lies upon the summer rose's languid eyes. They have no spiritual visiting illusion, they dream no dreamings, and they see no vision. The young Italian was not of the clay that doth to dust one long allegiance pay. No, he was tempered with that finer flame, which ancient fables say from heaven came. The sunshine of the soul which fills the heart with beauty borrowed from its place of birth. Hence has the lute its song, the scroll its line, hence stands the statue glorious as a shrine, hence the fair picture kings are fain to win, the mind's creations from the world within. Not without me, alone thy hand forgot its art awhile, the pencil lost its high command, uncherished by my smile. It was too dull a task for thee to paint remembered rays, thou who were wont to gaze on me and colour from that gaze. I know that I am very fair, I would I were divine, to realise the shapes that share those midnight hours of wine. Thou sometimes tell'st me how in sleep what lovely phantoms seem, I hear thee name them, and I weep, too jealous of the dream. But thou didst pine for me, my love, aside thy colour's frown, 'twas sad to raise thine eyes above, unanswered by mine own. Thou who art wont to lift those eyes, and gather from my face the warmth of life's impassionate dyes, its colour and its grace. Ah, let me linger at thy side, and sing some sweet old song, that tells of hearts as true and tried as to ourselves belong. The love, whose light thy colours give, is kindled at the heart, and who shall bid its influence live, my Raphael, if he part? Raphael showing his mistress her portrait by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I thought upon thy brow the night through all my palette her summer moonlight, and I have looked on the midnight sky to catch the depth and light of thy eye. I painted from these and from memory, for I could not paint when I looked on thee. I saw thee one day, the bath had shed over thy cheek with loveliest red, I never saw matched by rosebud or rose, by morning's rise or by evening's close. Around thy brow was a turban rolled, the hair was veiled by its graceful fold, save one or two rich curls that fell the beauty of her rest to tell. Thy neck and rounded arms were bare, a marble statue was never so fair. Thy zone was unbound, but one small white hand held thy robe, while thy dark eyes scanned how it floated round in the glass beside, with youth and woman and beauty's pride. Now this be thy mirror. Is thine eye bright? Curls that lift, blooms that cheek aright? Now this be thy mirror, and it shall be a glass, my beauty, worthy of thee, a glass, the emblem of my heart, from which thy image will not depart. Perish the other works, for whose fame I have wasted the light, oil of life's flame. and not one single fragment be of what they say is immortality. If time will but spare this loveliest trace of her fair form and thy radiant face, just leave this record of my heart to tell how lovely and loved thou art. Rebecca by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She looketh on the glittering scene with an unquiet eye, the shadow of the awakening heart is passing darkly by. The heart that is a woman's world, her temple and her home, which coloureth with itself her cares, whence all her joys must come. All generous feelings nursed the love that out of pity came. Womanly kindness, suffering truth, might sanctify its claim. But better had she shared the doom she bade from him depart. Death has no bitterness like life, life with a wasted heart. Proud, beautiful, she boweth down beneath one deep despair. Youth lingers lovely on her cheek, and only lingers there. She will command herself and fear the doom by fate assigned, and nature's high is hers, the heart is mastered by the mind. But not the less 'tis desolate, all lofty thoughts and dreams, the poetry of whose deep life all stronger feelings teems. These aggravate the ill, and give a misery of their own, a gift that spirit suffers much to common ones unknown. Why did she love? Alas, such choice is not a woman's will. Once must she love, and onward cast is set life's good or ill. Sorrows and timid cares and tears the happiest entertain, but this world has no other hope for her who loves in vain. Regatta, Windermere Lake by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. With sunshine on their canvas and sunshine at their side, like court beauties at the pageant, the stately vessels glide. The sound of shouted music comes from the boats behind, and the peal of youthful laughter makes glad the summer wind. But we will not go with them, my loved one and my own. We never are so happy as when we are alone. Yet when the purple shadows of the quiet eve come on, and the ripple of those vessels from each still wave is gone, when stars with silver footsteps pass like angels o'er the sky, and the breath of leaf and blossom to the lulling winds reply, then let our boat, my sweet one, to yonder shore depart, when not a sound is louder than our own beating heart. Like a dream beneath the moonlight, our fair float will be. Let the very crave the many, ask only for thee. Remembrance by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Love taketh many colours, and weareth many shapes, as from the hidden heart within its lighted life escapes. Stern circumstances round it, till what in heaven had birth seems but an added misery to this our very earth. There were two that loved each other, they were but children then, companions in the wildwood and comrades in the glen. The beautiful was around them, and feeling took its tone from the face of love's nature, by whose side it had grown. Within an ancient castle their childhood had been passed, around whose Gothic turrets like a spirit mount the blast. With a voice of many ages, for that castle stood on high, when the banner of red cross flung at sunset o'er the way. The birk copse and the wildflower, the battlements above, the forest's summer darkness gave its colouring to love. And the poetry enthralling, nay, that is the heart of youth, was developed in such elements to a diviner truth. But the boy springs up to manhood, the girl to woman grows, so the sapling gives the oak tree, the bud becomes the rose. Alas for childhood, leaving its fairyland behind, the green grass dies with summer, so fares it with the mind. The world was now before them. They entered in its coil, like the serpent's rainbow circles, and with as deadly spoil. He wedded with another. I know not of his bride, I only speak of her who grew in girlhood at his side. Her hair was glistening blackness, a sort of golden gloom, like sunshine on the raven's wing, a softness and a bloom. Dark, like the nightfall, on her cheek the dusky eyelash lay, but the sweet eyes beneath were blue as April or as day. Her cheek was pale as moonlight, with melancholy light, and the moon is at her palest grown weary of the night. Pale, sad, and onward looking, as if a future through the shadow of the coming hours it felt before it knew. My God, the utter wretchedness that waiteth on the heart, that nurses on unconscious hope to see that hope depart. It owns not itself, it laughs, until that laugh is known by feeling in the wide, wide world so utterly alone. No face seemed pleasant to her sight. One image lingered there, the echo of one only voice was on the haunted air. Speak not of other sorrow, life knoweth not such pain, as that within the stricken heart which laughs and laughs in vain. Yet she, too, at the altar gave up her one cold hand, which shuddered as they circled it with an unwelcome band. Ah, crime and misery both, the heart on such a die to set, the veriest mockery of love is striving to forget. She stands before her mirror, it is her wedding day, but she hath flung aside in haste desolate array. Down on the ground her bridal wreath is dashed in bitter scorn, with hours impassioned agony, alas, it must be borne. And long years are before her, long, very wasting years. Though tears grow heavy on the lash, she must suppress those tears. The past must be forgotten, and 'tis the past that gives the truest and loveliest light in which the future lives. She is a common history in this our social state, with destiny and nature content in woman's fate, to waste the best affections, to pine to be forgot, to droop beneath an outward smile, such is woman's lot. Remembrance by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. That portrait! Aye, it was a lovely face, those eyes like violets on which the sun has looked as favourites. The long dark lash, sweet twilight to the playfulness. That brow, open as morning, white as Indian pearl, shadowed by those light clouds of pale brown hair, braided by lilies pure as she herself. It looks just what she was, all youth, all life, all girlish innocence and happiness. We were companions in our youth. We laughed with that first laugh life never quite forgets. We parted too without a hope. Hope waits on fortune. After many years I saw my early idol once again, changed, still how very beautiful. Pride sat upon her brow, a reckless scorn mingled with bitterness in each light word, and sorrow, ill concealed, seemed at her heart. Yet had she wedded and won rank and wealth, but once we met. How deep the tenderness that softened her so lovely countenance, when with a voice half music and half sorrow she gently said, "The seared heart doth not break." Reminiscences by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Tell me not that memory sheds gladness o'er the past. What is recalled by faded flowers, save that they did not last? Were it not better to forget than but remember and regret? Look back upon your hours of youth. What were your early years? But scenes of childish cares and griefs? And say not childish tears were nothing. At that time they were more than the young heart well could bear. Go on to riper years, and look upon your sunny spring, and from the wrecks of former years what will your memory bring? Affections wasted, pleasures fled, and hopes now numbered with the dead. Remorse by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Alas, he brings me back my early years, and seems to tell me what I should have been. How have I wasted God's best gift, and turned their use against myself? It is too late. Remorse and shame are crushing me to earth, and I am desperate with my misery. Requiem by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, cold are thy slumbers, and low's thy grave, above which once the breath shall mournfully wave. Thy flowers shall flourish around thy deaf shrine, thy bloom would but mock such a dark sleep as wine. The pale stone overhead, the sod of dank green, will be sad as the path of thy lifetime has been. The white harp shall hang on the willow beside, o'er its chords like a spirit the night wind shall glide, and pour forth thy dirge, that harp wont to be the charm of a wilderness thrilling for thee. It will soothe thee mid sadness and coldness no more, its strings will grow damp and its music be hour. As a vase of sweet flowers with summer dews bright, thy heart was all tenderness, beauty, and light. But the sweet vase was broken, the flowers decayed, and like them her feelings were crushed and betrayed. And the glimpses of song that had flashed over lyre, but preyed on the heart that had cherished the fire. The day's was even, and dawning o'ercast, by soon the moment of breathing was past. There's but one heart to lament o'er thy doom, there's but one cheek will for we lose its bloom. The cheek will grow pale as the funeral stone, that heart will soon break, it was truly thine own. Resolves by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. What mockeries are our most firm resolves! To will is ours, but not to execute. We map our future like some unknown coast and say, here's an harbor, here a rock, the one we will attain, the other shone. And we do neither. Some change gale springs up and bears us far o'er some unfathomed sea. Our efforts are all in vain. At length we yield to winds and waves that laugh at man's control. Resolves by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Glide, O gentle river, on, but not until I ride on thee. Much of changed, much of good, that henceforward I will be. By the swift and silver stream, prayers and blessings will I send unto yonder glorious haven, where I see thy waters bend. Careless river, thou hast lost all I trusted to thy wave. All my best intents and hopes in their depths have found a grave. Thus it is the waves of time be the heart's resolves away. Useless all, and life's best part thus becomes the spoiler's prey. Woe for man's weak foolishness, playing thus the infant's part, writing that upon the wave which he should grave on his heart. Restormel Castle, Cornwall, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It was the last chief of Restormel, he sat within his tower. Dim burned the hearth, and pale was the lamp, for it was the midnight hour. It was not the sound of mortal voice, though it spoke of a mortal word, but the howl of the wind and the dash of the wave that the chief of Restormel heard. He heard the shriek on the midnight wind, and he heard the dying groan. Each gust through the sky that went hurrying by brought his murdered brother's moan. The dark half hissed with the failing rain, the lamp would burn no more, but redder and redder the blood spots grew that stained the oaken floor. Then he knew that the voice of his brother's blood was crying aloud to heaven, and he knew that the present hour was one to the evil spirits given. And fiendish shapes from the tapestry looked, and the lightning glared on the band. "Come," said the voice, and he felt on his heart the touch of an icy hand. Fearful, they say, was the face of the dead, whom his vassals found next day. For a clay-cold corse in his midnight tower, the last chief of Restormel lay. Retirement by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It was a stream in Thessaly. The banks were solitary, for the cypress trees closed over the waters. Yet at times the wind threw back the branches, and then the sunbeam flung down a golden gift upon the wave, and showed its treasures. For the pebbles shone like pearls and purple gems. Fit emblems they for the delights that hope holds up to youth, falls in the glittering, and when they lose the sparkle of the water and the sun, they are found valueless. Is it not thus with pleasures? When the freshness and the gloss that young life through all them has dried away? One only flower grew in that lonely place, the lily, covered with its shadowy leaves, even as some eastern beauty with a veil, and like the favored urns of spring. Its bells held odors that the sapphires dared not steer, and by the river was a maidenland with large dark eyes, whose melancholy light seemed the spawn of deep thought which had gone through. Full many a stage of human wretchedness had known the anxious misery of love, the sickness of a hope which pines and dies for many disappointments, and the waste of feelings in the gay and lighted hall. But more, as knowledge grew but from report, than its own sad experience, for she loved the shelter of a quiet mountain valley, the shadow of a scanted myrtle grove, and, more than all, the solitary band hidden by cypresses of her own river. They called the nymph Retirement. Reach by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Close it not yet, that graceful page, the page of many fancies, which realize to common eyes the mind-create romances. Here's the history of a belle, a history containing our actual world of hopes and fears, rejoicing and complaining. Thanks, charmed art, that thus can catch the poet's wildest measure, and to the music of a page can add another pleasure. Revenge by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Gaze upon her rose-wreathed hair, and gaze upon her smile, seeming to drink the very air her breath perfumed the while, and wake for her the gifted line at wild and witching lay, and so your heart is as a shrine that only owns a sway. So will I am revenged at last, marking with scornful cheek, where I averted as you passed, spoke more than words could speak. I know by all the bitter tears that I have shed for thee, racking doubts, burning fears, avenged they well may be. At the nights passed in sleepless care, the days of endless woe, already taught me hard to be, all that yourself will know. I would not wish to see you laid within an early tomb. I should forget how you betrayed, and only weep your doom. And this is fitting punishment to live and laugh in vain. On my young heart we vow content, and feed poorness pain. God won't watch a lightest sigh, thine own it will not be. And husband of a sunny eye it will not turn on thee. Swell wreck the chain, the wheel, the bitter hearts were proved. Even I could almost pity feel, for thou art no beloved. Reverse by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. Farewell, farewell, thou heartless one. I marvel now how I could be, that my heart's deepest tenderness was vowed so utterly to thee. Marvel, no, I must not look upon the darkly arching brow, I must not meet that liquid eye, nor gaze upon that neck of snow. I shall marvel at my hope, my wish, my will to break thy chain, watch thy surpassing loveliness, and be thy spellbound slave again. I could have pardoned thee, if love, some other love, had dwarfed mine. I know too well his wildest power not to have felt for it if thine. But thou art all of vanity, and I may not forget that my heart's deepest pulses beat trifled with by a light coquette. Review of Mr. Law's Sculpture by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It has been the good fortune, and we trust the characteristic, of the Literary Gazette to bring forward talent under every circumstance in which it could be found, and as far as our powers and our judgment would allow, place merit in the view of the public. And we have not been in many instances without the satisfaction of finding that our labours have not been in vain. We do not hunt for genius, nor travel to discover precocious powers, too often resembling the ignis fatuus, which astonishes for a while and then is seen no more. But when we discover an individual in an obscure lodging, unknown and unpatronized, under every circumstance of privation and exclusion, occupied as a sculptor and producing stupendous works of art, it becomes a duty, and it is our pride, to call the attention of the public and of the lovers and patrons of the fine arts to the case of so gifted an individual. The person to whom we allude is a Mr. Law, the son, we believe, of a small farmer in Northumberland, who, we fear not to predict, is destined to become, at no distant day, one of the greatest sculptors of modern times. This young genius, for he is yet only 24 years of age, has already, at an age when others are little advanced in their studies, overleapt the bounds and burst the trammels which confine ordinary men, and produced works of astonishing power. We have just seen him in the obscurity of a paltry lodging in a mean street, 11 Burleigh Street, Strand. But in his poor apartment, surrounded with the wonders of his talent and the proofs of his extraordinary character, there are two models recently completed, the one a group of small figures, the subject Samson slaying the Philistines, the other a colossal figure of Milo, the Croatian athlete, at the moment when, being unable to disengage his hands from the cleft of a tree he was endeavoring to tear asunder, he is devoured by wild beasts. They are both perfectly miraculous. There is no evasion of difficulties, but a daring defiance and a complete conquest of them. We are not assert that they may not be slight inaccuracies of detail, although the parts are admirably marked, but we are free to declare that they are such productions as only the most exalted and powerful genius could conceive and execute. His Milo, we are informed, tumbled to pieces 3 times while he was about it, from his not having money to purchase the materials necessary for its support. He will need support no longer, or England is insensible to the noblest efforts of a human mind. As something of a history of such a being must be interesting, we shall state the result of our inquiry. In his boyhood, Mr. Law amused himself in modelling the pageantry about him in common clay. The accidental perusal of Gibbon's Decline and Fall gave a classical turn to his mind, and he sought London to improve it. In London, for about 2 years, his course must have been one of intense study and prodigious labour, which nothing but the most undaunted spirit and irrepressible enthusiasm could have enabled human nature to sustain. But this notice of him we trust to be the means of putting an end to his privation, of cheering him on his glorious way, of procuring him the support he so preeminently deserves, and of seeing him enabled, by the prosecution of her studies in an adequate manner at home and in Italy, to reflect back and honor upon his country and age, and we shall rejoice in having been the instrument to make his value known and appreciated. Renzi showing Nina the tomb of his brother by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It was hidden in a white wood of lark and pine. It had been unto his childhood solitude and shrine. There he dreamt the hours away. On the boughs a wood dove hovered with a mournful song, and the ground with moss was covered, where a small brook danced along like a fairy child at play. Thither did Rienzi bring the loved and lovely one. There was the stately Nina wood, there was she won. Reeds and waterflecks were groven by the green morass, while the fresh wildflowers were blowing in the pleasant grass. Cool and sweet and very fair, for the wild wind planted them with a careless wing. Yet kind nature granted them all the gifts of spring. Naught they needed human care. They grew lovelier in the looks of that lovely one, by the Roman maid was wooed while she was won. In the pines a soft bewailing stirred the fringed leaves, like a lute whose song is failing, loving while it grieves, so to die upon the wind. Ivy garlanded the laurel, dropping mournfully. Poet, warrior, read them all of the victor's tree, lonely still amid its kind. Yet what dreams of both are blent in the soft tale now begun, which the radiant Nina wooed and which Nina won. There's the press raised to heaven, its sepulchral head, like a stately column given by the summer to the dead. Where the young Rienzi slept, in that grave his brother laid him 'neath the evening star, while revenge and sorrow made him what earth's great ones are. Long, drear vitals there he kept. Now a sweeter one was lit by the setting sun, while that lady bride was wooed while she was won. By the great cross o'er his brother, by his heart's first care, did Rienzi ask another in that heart to share. To that maiden's feet he brought all his early youth's affection, all his early years, all whose tender recollection only speaks in tears. Thus to share his soul he sought. All life's loveliest feelings grew round that lovely one. Thus was the bright Nina wooed, thus was she won. The glorious minds aspiring needeth some repose, some sweet object for desiring, where its wings may close, wrapped in purple shadows. Rome rose afar off like a vision, stately, dark and high. But the softer one had risen 'neath the twilight sky, while the full heart found a home, where the mighty words and hopes shared with his beloved one. Thus was the bright Nina wooed, thus was she won. Robert Blake by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. What will they sweep the channels and brave us as they go? There's no place in English annals for the triumph of a foe. Thus spoke the English admiral, his hand was on his sword. Hurrah was the sole answer from every man on board. The Dutch came o'er the ocean, as if it were their home, with a slow and gliding motion the stately vessels come. The sky is blue above them, but ere an hour be past, the shadows of the battle will over heaven be cast. They meet. It is in thunder, the thunder of a gun. Fire rends the smoke asunder, the battle is begun. He stands amid his seamen, our admiral of the white, and guides the strife more calmly than of its strife I write. Far over the salt water, the grape shot sweeps around. The decks are red with slaughter, the dead are falling round. But the bold flag of old England flies bravely at the mast. The Dutch take down their colours, while the cannons fire their last. From that hour victorious have we kept the seas, and our navy glorious, queens are the breeze. Long may we keep such empire, it is a noble debt. Be out of those past triumphs we never may forget. Robert Burns and his Highland Mary by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A Highland girl, a pageant he, to whom the present made within itself eternity and the whole world that shaped. Beneath the trees which gently stirred with music on each bough, the waving leaf of a singing bird, and whispers very low. A bright long summer's day passed, like the stream beside, which ran in shine and song away, was scarcely seen to glide. They parted, she to early rest, and he to earn a name. A nation ranks amid her best, and gives what they gave, fame. Let no one deem that vain regret is in the peerish lace, which say too high a price is set upon such hard-won praise. Look on the wrong and littleness, the sorrow and the strife, the hope that every day makes less of literary life. Look on the consciousness of power, the presence of despair, the vision of the lofty hour broken by real care. Even as the Jewish monarch fared, who walked in joy or pain, alternate, as sweet music shared the evil spirit's reign. But what have we to do with this? Ours is that earlier time, the heart fevered for vain bliss, or the lips spoken rhyme. The power within him only gave new beauty to the scene, linked love thoughts with a gentle wave in the forest green, and gave a sweet and simple face on which he gazed a charm, a grace beyond all other grace, beyond all time to harm. The influence of that hour appears when it could only seem that other loves and hopes and fears to memory like a dream. Still it rose beautiful and young, a thought alone, apart, a first creed to which faith still clung in Eden of the heart. Our early love, our only love, yes, only, what can be our flower bestow, our star above, in afterlife like thee? Affection lingers to the last, and we may love once more. Morn's freshness is with morning past, we love not as of yore. We've grown selfish, and we know the strength of chance and change, for many voices are altered now, and many an eye grown strange. There's the early confidence, whose kindly trust depends, drawn from itself, its inference, on future hours and friends. Gone, gone, so soon, yet not in vain has been their sojourn here, a fountain in the desert plain of memory, pure and dear. A well of sympathy for those, the loving and the young, letting not that harsh a circle close, by interest round us flung. If thus with them, the stern, the cold, what must its charm have been to one cast in the poet's mould, here of this fairy scene? A spirit from that hour was shed, his spell of song to be, and if in other hearts he read, his own heart was the key. Romance by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Maiden, listen, the hunter's horn thrice has the wind its echo borne. Should not this our moment of meeting be? Hast thou no answer, maiden, for me? Yes, I can hear thy silvery feet, like the lute's music, light and sweet. Oft on the air comes the breath of thy sigh, as the odors that tell when the spring hours are nigh. Invisible, still I should feel thou wert near, be conscious that something was by me most dear. Oh, haste not, beloved, I've built thee a bower, not like the halls of thy father's tower, where the banners are sweeping o'er helm and o'er plum, and crimson and gold cloth each stately room, where censers are burning with incense and light, where wine cups of silver are foaming and bright, where 100 minstrels sing thee to sleep, while 100 knights watch over slumbers keep. But my bower is built by an old oak tree, with an ivy and woodbine canopy, and the turf beneath is thickly set with primrose, lily, and violet. The nightingale, love, shall thy minstrel be, and my 2 dark hours shall be guards for thee. And for crystal vases of eastern perfume, the wild rose and the freshness of morning shall bloom. And more than that, I should have for thy slave a heart that beat for thee till in the grave. Rome by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, how thou art changed, thou proud daughter of fame, since that hour of ripe glory, when empire was wine, when earth's purple rulers, kings, quailed at thy name, and thy capital worshipped as liberty's shrine. In the day of thy pride, when thy crest was untamed, and the red star of conquest was bright on thy path, when the meteor of death thy stern Phalchion's edge flamed, and earth trembled and burst the dark storm of thy wrath. But Rome ward fallen, the memory of yore only serves to reproach thee with what woe art now. The joy of thy triumph forever is o'er, and sore and shame set the seal on thy brow. Like a wind-shaken reed, thy degenerate race, the children of those once the brave and the free. Who can the page of history trace, nor blush for lost city, blush deeply for we? Could the graves yield their dead, and thy warriors arise, and see thy blades rusted, thy war banners furled, would we now the proud eagle that soared through the skies, whose glance lightened over a terror-struck world? Yet e'en in disgrace, and thy sadness and gloom, and halo of splendor is over thee cast. It is but the death-light that rends the tomb, and calls to remembrance the glorious long past. Ruins about the Taj Mahal by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Mournfully they pass away, the dearest and the fairest. Beauty, thou art common clay, common doom thou sharest. Though the rose bestow its dyes for a blush too tender, though the stars endow thine eyes with the midnight splendor, though thy smiles around thee fling atmosphere Elysian, though thy presence seems to spring like a poet's vision, though the full heart worship thee like a thing enchanted, though the cold earth common be when thy touch is wanted, yet thou dost decay and die, and beside thee perish all that grew beneath thine eye, all that we once cherish, every gentle hope and thought which thou bearest hither, hues from thine own heaven brought, hues thou takest thither. Fare thee well, thou soon art flown from a world that loved thee, heaven that claims thee for its own, soon from us removed thee. Here thy shadows only came, fleeting thou divinest, but in thine eternal home steadfastly thou shinest. Ruins of Baalbek by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The crowned monarch sat on his throne, he looked on the plain, it was bare and lone. Saving the palm tree waving on high, nothing was there but the sand and the sky. He called his slaves, and thousands stir, for he was a king and a conqueror, and he bade them dig deep in the earth, where the white and veined marbles have birth. And he said, I will build me a city whose fame shall keep to the end of all time my name. Ships brought ivory, ships brought gold, and the carved woods were fair to behold. They built the temple, they built the tower, and they hung with purple a royal bower. There was corn and wine in the marketplace, and the streets were filled with the human race. When the king died, even conquerors must, mighty the tomb they raised o'er his dust. His throne was filled by his eldest son, he went on as his father had done. Years have grown into centuries grey, the king and his people, where are they? Where are the temples of carved stone? Look in the dust, to dust they are gone. 5 or 6 pillars alone remain, of the thousands that crowned that marble plain. The palm tree that stood by that building of yore standeth as green as it did before, but the dust is heaped over the works of man, and so it hath been and will be again. Ruins old dearly by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Weary and sad, thus when again he seeks to bind love's loosened chain, he finds the tears are scarcely dry upon a cheek whose bloom is faded, the very flush of victory is, like the brow he watches, shaded. 1,000 thoughts are at her heart, his image paramount over all, yet not all his, the tears that start as mournful memories recall scenes of another home, which yet that fond young heart cannot forget. She thinks upon that place of pride, which frowned upon the mountain side, around it spread the ancient plain, her steps will never cross again. And near those mighty temples stand the miracles of mortal hand, where, hidden from the common eye, the past's long buried secrets lie. Those mysteries of a first great creed, whose mystic fancy were the seed of every wild and vain belief, that held our men their empire brief, and turned beneath the southern sky all that was faith to poetry. Hence had the Grecian fables birth, and wandered beautiful o'er earth, till every wood and stream and cave shelter to some bright vision gave. For all of terrible and strange that from those gloomy caverns sprung, from Greek received the graceful change that spoke another sky and tongue. Ruins south side of Old Delhi by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The heart's last string hath snapped in twain, our earth, receive thine own again, the very one at length has rest within thy chill but quiet breast. Long did the young sultana keep the memory of that maiden's lute, and call to mind her songs, and weep long after those charmed chords were mute. A small white tomb was raised to show that human sorrow slept below, and solemn verse and sacred line were graved on that funeral shrine. And by its side the cypress tree stood like unchanging memory, and even to this hour are frown green wreaths on that remembered stone, and songs remain whose tunes are fraught with music which herself first taught. And it is said, one lonely star still brings a murmur sweet and far upon the silent midnight air, as if Silara wandered there. Now, if her poet's soul be blent with its aerial element, may its lone course be where the rill goes singing at its own glad will, where early flowers unclose and die, where shells beside the ocean lie, filled with strange tones, or where the breeze sheds odors o'er the moonlit seas. There let her gentle spirit rove, embalmed by poetry and love. Ranjit Singh and his Sauvagerie of Sakes by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The hunters were up in the light of the morn, high on the clear air their banners were borne, and the steeds that they mounted were bright to behold, with housings that glittered in silver and gold. Proud at their head rode the chief of Lahore, a dagger that shone with a ruby he wore, and Ind and Bokhara and Iran supplied the dogs, staunch and gallant, that coursed at his side. He wears the green robe of a prophet's high line, he is sprung from the chieftain of Mecca's far shrine. His horse, on whose bridle the white pearls are sewn, has a lineage as distant and pure as his own. His falconers around him, a bird on each hand, no Norman from Norway abroad such a band. So strong is each wing, so dark is each eye, that flings back the light it has learned in the sky. In vain from the chase of that gallant array the wild boar will hide in the forest today. In vain will the tiger spring forth from its gloom, he springs on the sabre that beareth his doom. On through the green woods that girdle the pass, the sun and the dew are alike on the grass. On till by moonlight the gathering be of the hunters that rest by the banyan tree. Rydal Water and Grasmere Lake by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Not for the glory on the heads those stately hilltops were, although the summer sunset sheds its constant crimson there. Not for the gleaming lights that break the purple of the twilight lake, half dusky and half fair, does that sweet and valley seem to be, a sacred place on earth to me. The influence of the moral spell is found around the scene, giving new shadows to the dell, new verdure to the green. With every mountain top is wrought the presence of associate thought, a music that has been, calling that loveliness to life with which the inward world is rife. His home, our English poet's home, amid these hills is made. Here with the morning half he come, there with the night delayed. On all things is his memory cast, for every place wherein he passed is with his mind arrayed, that, wandering in a summer hour, ask wisdom of a leaf and flower. Great poet, if I dare to throw my homage at thy feet, 'tis thankfulness for hours which thou hast made serene and sweet. As wayfarers have incense frown upon some mighty altar stone, unworthy, and yet meet the human spirit longs to prove the truth of its uplooking love. Until thy hand unlocked its door, what glorious music slept, music that can be hushed no more, was from our knowledge kept. But the great Mother gave to thee the poet's universal key, and forth a fountain swept, a gushing melody for ever, the witness of thy high endeavour. Rough is the road which we are sent, rough with long toil and pain, and we upon the steep ascent a little way we gain, vexed with our own perpetual care. Little we heed what sweet things are around our pathway blend. With anxious steps we hurry on, the very sense of pleasure gone. But thou dost in this feverish dream awake a better mood, with voices from the mountain stream, with voices from the wood, and with their music dost impart their freshness to the world-worn heart, whose fever is subdued by memories sweet with other years, by gentle hopes and soothing tears. A solemn creed is thine, and high, yet simple as a child, who looketh hopeful to yon sky with eyes yet undefiled by all the glitter and the glare, this life's deceits and follies were, exalted and yet mild, conscious of those diviner powers brought from a better world than ours. Thou hast not chosen to rehearse the old heroic themes, thou hast not given to thy verse the heart's impassionate dreams. Forth flows thy song as waters flow, so bright above, so calm below, therein the heaven seems eternal as the golden shade its sunshine on the stream hath laid. The glory which thy spirit hath is around life's common things, and flingeth round our common path as from an angel's wings, a light that is not of our sphere, yet lovelier for being here, beneath whose presence springs a beauty never marked before, yet once known, vanishing no more. How often with the present sad, and weary with the past, a sunny respite have we had, by but a chance look cast upon some word of wine that made the sullenness forsake the shade, till shade itself was past. For hope divine, serene and strong, perpetual lives within thy song. Eternal as the hills thy name, eternal as thy strain, so long as ministers of fame shall laugh and hope remain. The crowded city in its streets, the valley in its green retreats, alike thy words retain. What need hast thou of sculptured stone? Thy temple is thy name alone. Sans Souci by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Come ye forth to our revel by moonlight, with your lutes and your spirits in tune. The dew falls tonight like an odor, star sweeps o'er our last day in June. Come, maids, leave the loom and its purple, though the robe of a monarch were there. Seek your mirror, I know 'tis your dearest, and be it tonight your sole care. Braid ye your curls in their thousands, whether dark as the raven's dark wing, or bright as that clear summer color when sunshine lights every ring. On each snow ankle lay silken sandal, don the robes like the neck they hide wide, then come forth like planets from darkness, or like lilies at daybreak's first light. Is the one who half regal in beauty, would be regal in pearl and in gem? Let her wreath her a crown of red roses, no rubies are equal to them. Is the one who sits languid and lonely, with her fair face bowed down on her hand, with her pale cheek and glittering eyelash and careless locks escaped from the band? For lover not worth the iced teardrop, not worth that sweet mouth's rosy kiss, nor that cheek, though 'tis faded to paleness, I know not the lover that is. Let her bind up her beautiful tresses, call her wandering rose back again, and for one prisoner escaping her bondage, 100 shall carry her chain. Come, gallants, the gay and the graceful, with hearts like the light plums ye were, eyes are but divine, light our revel, like the stars in whose beauty they share. Come ye, for the wine cups are mantling, some clear as the morning's first light, others touched with the evening's last crimson, of a blush that may meet ye tonight. There are plenty of sorrows to chill us, and troubles last on to the grave, but the coldest glacier has its rose tint, and forth rides the stormiest wave. Oh, hope will spring up from its ashes with plumage as bright as before, and pleasures like lamps in the palace, if extinct, you need only light more. When one vein of silver's exhausted, 'tis easy another to try. There are fountains enough in the desert, though it by your palm tree be dry. When an India of gems surround you, why ask for the one you have not? While a rock in your hall may be wanting, be contented with what you have got. Come tonight, the white-blossomed myrtle is flinging its love-sighs around, and beneath like the veiled eastern beauties, the violets peep from the ground. Seek ye for gold and for silver, they are both on these bright orange trees, and never in Persia the moonlight weep our roses more blushing than these. There are fireflies sparkling by myriads, the fountain wave dances in light. Hark! The mandolin's first notes are waking, and soft steps break the sleeping of night. Then come all the young and the graceful, come gay as the lovely should be. 'Tis much in this world's toil and trouble, so let one midnight pass sans souci. Santa Malvidera by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She knelt upon the rock, her graceful arms were raised to heaven, in attitude of prayer. You might have gazed on those half-opened lips, and deemed you listened to their silvery tones. Sweet tears were trembling in her fair blue eyes, like drops that linger on the violet, the glistening relics of a summer shower. They were the tears of pious gratitude, and hope, like sunshine, brightened through their dew. She looked all stainless purity, her glance spoke of unearthly things, and of a soul already mingled with its native skies. She knelt on the cold rock, while the rude waves dashed o'er her slender form their foam. Around was a drear solitude, where the dark cliffs frowned o'er the sea, and the black shadowy clouds, gathering their sullen masses, seemed to be the tempest's dwelling place. Yet that young saint prayed fearlessly. She felt the guardian hand, so late stretched forth to save in peril's hour, would not desert her now. Sarnard, a Boot Monument near Bernars by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Dim faith of other times when earth was young and eager in belief, when men were few and felt their nothingness, not then elate with numbers, signs, and the victories which history registers our vanquished time. For time is vanquished by discovery, by arts which triumph over common wants, by knowledge which bequeaths the following age all that its predecessors sought and won. But thou, O ancient creed, hast naught of this. Other have given immortality to their bold founders, he who worshipped fire, and taught the Magi how to read the stars. The Persian Zoroaster left a name, and he too, of the crescent and the sword, who stern like swept on his appointed way, is still his followers' war cry. These beliefs are obvious in their workings. We can trace the one great mind that set the springs in play, by which the human puppets rise and fall. Ambition, avarice, cruelty, and fear, the natural inmates of a heart and man, are stirred by some adventurer who knows how superstition can be made the bond to fetter thousands. I can understand the rise and progress of such earthly creed. Our vanity of vanities is writ upon all things of earth, but what can were the writing on its forehead like the shrine? It is a mighty thing to teach mankind a new idolatry, to bind the weak in their own fancies, to incite the strong by high imaginations, future hopes, which fill the craving in all noble hearts, for things beyond themselves, beyond their sphere. All human gifts must concentrate in him who can originate a new belief. The fiery eloquence that stirs the soul, the poetry that can create a world more lovely than our own, embody forth its glorious creation, and yet blend this fine enthusiasm with an eye worldly and keen, which seems in others faults, frailties, and follies, but the many means which work to its own ends. Yet out on pride, such men may live, fulfill their destiny, fill a whole land with temples and with tombs, and yet not leave a record of a thing, forgotten utterly, and of their faith nor memory, but fallen monuments haunted by dim tradition. Sassor in the Deccan by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is Christmas, and the sunshine lies golden on the fields, and flowers of white and purple yonder fragrant creeper yields. Like the plums of some bold warrior, the cacao tree on high lifts aloft its feathery branches amid a deep blue sky. From yonder shadowy pupil the pale fair lilac dove, like music from a temple, sings a song of grief and love. The earth is bright with blossoms and a thousand jeweled wings, mid the green boughs of a tamarind a sudden sunshine flings. For the east is earth's firstborn, and half her glorious dower, as nature there had lavished her beauty and her power. And yet I pine for England, for my own, my distant home. My heart is in that island where my steps may roam. It is merry there at Christmas. We have no Christmas here. 'Tis a very thing, a summer that lasts throughout the year. I remember how the banners hung round our ancient hall, bound with wreaths of shining holly, brave winter's coronal. And above each rusty helmet waved the new and cherrying plum, a branch of crimson berries and the latest rose in bloom. When the white and pearly mistletoe hung half concealed our head, I remember one sweet maiden whose cheek it dyed with red. The morning waked with carols, a young and joyous band of small and rosy songsters came tripping hand in hand. and sang beneath our windows, just as the round red sun began to melt the hoar frost, and the clear cold day began. And at night the aged harper played his old tunes hour and hour. From 16 up to 60, all were dancing on the floor. Those were the days of childhood, buoyant and the bright, when hope was life's sweet sovereign and the heart and step were light. I shall come again, a stranger to all that once I knew, for the hurried steps of manhood from life's flowers have dashed the dew. I yet may ask the welcome and return from whence I came, but a change is wrought within me, they will not seem the same. For my spirits are grown weary, and my days of youth are o'er, and the mirth of that glad season is what I can feel no more. Scaleforth, Cumberland by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It sweeps as sweeps an army down the mountainside with the voice of many thunders, like the battle's sounding tide. Yet the sky is blue above it, and the dashing of the spray wears the color of a rainbow upon an April day. It rejoices in the sunshine, when after heavy rain it gathers the far waters to dash upon the plain. It is terrible yet lovely beneath the morning rays, like a dream of strength and beauty it haunted those who gaze. We feel that it is glorious, its power is on the soul, and lofty thoughts within us acknowledge its control. A generous inspiration is on the outward world, it waketh thoughts and feelings and careless coldness furled. To laugh and to admire seems natural to the heart, life's small and selfish interests from such a scene depart. Scene in Kathiawar by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I have a steed to leave behind, the wild bird and the wilder wind. I have a sword which does not know how to waste a second blow. I have a matchlock whose red breath bears the lightning's sudden death. I have a foot of fiery flight, I have an eye that cleaves the night. I win my portion in the land by my high heart and strong right hand. The starry heavens lit up the gloom that lay around all Herod's tomb. The wind was still, you might have heard the falling leaf, a rustling bird. Yet no one heard my footstep fall, none saw my shadow on the wall. Yet curses came with morning's light, there was the gold they hid at night. There was the gold they laughed so well, my heavy girdle best could tell. Three travellers crossed by yonder shrine, I saw their polished pistols shine, and swore we were or should be mine. The first, his head was at my feet, the second I was glad to greet. He met me like a man, his thought, Damascus true, deserved its lord. Yet soon his heart's best blood ran red. I sought the third, the slave had fled. I have a lovely mountain bower, where blooms a gentle Georgian flower. She was my spear's accustomed prize. The antelope hath not such eyes. Now my sweet captive laughs her lot. What has a queen that she has not? Let her but wish for shawls or pearls, to bind her brow, to braid her curls, and I from east to west would fly, ere she should ask and I deny. But those rich merchants must be near, away I cannot linger here. The vulture hovers o'er his prey. Come, my good steed, away, away. Scene in Lebanon by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Ye mountains, gloomy with the past, ye dark ancestral heights, whereon the gleams of morning cast the earliest of their lights. The stars shine out above your snows until the world seems made for that 1 hour of dim repose, of solitude and shade. What have ye witnessed since ye pressed beneath a newborn sun, that shadow, type of woes which rest all human things upon? Change has passed over all below, but none has passed over thee. O mighty mountain, thou art now what thou wast and wilt be. The proud Assyrian's purple host, sweet through thy dark defile, the banners by the winds were tossed, which mocked their pride the while. Persian and Ottoman and kings, far from the northern seas, at night and monk tradition brings 'neath these ancestral trees. There was earth's firstborn offering made, and where the cross has passed, God's earliest altars knew their shade, and they shall know the last. Scene near Chilla Tara Gaud Bundelkund by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She sat beneath a palm tree as the night came with a purple shadow on the day, which died away in hues of crimson shades, blushes, and tears. The wind amid the reeds, the long green reeds, sang mournfully, and shook faint blossoms on the murmuring river's face. The eve was sweet and silent. She who sat beneath the deepening shadow of a palm looked like an ancient and a pastoral dream. Dreams, dreams indeed! It is man's actual lot that gives the future hope and fills the past with happiness that is not, may not be. O tranquil earth and heaven! But where repose, what influence hath it on the mourner there? Her eyes fixed in terrible despair, her lip is white with pain, and spectral like, her shade is worn with famine, on her arm rests a dead child. She dares not weep for it. Two more are at her side, she'd weep for them, but that she is too desperate to weep. Dust has assumed dominion, she has known no tenderness nor sweet solicitudes that fill the youthful mother with fond fears. Our fierce and cruel nature, that which sleeps in all, though lulled by custom, law, and ease, in her is roused by suffering. There is death within those wolfish eyes, not for herself. Fear, the last vestige of humanity, makes death so horrible that she will buy its absence, though with blood, that blood her own. Once dearer that it ran in other veins, she'll kill those children, for they share her food. Schiller, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Oh, many are the lovely shapes that glide along thy lovelier line, and glorious is the breathing life that warms that burning page of wine. But never yet a form more fair, amid the poet's visions moved, than Thekla, thy sweet fancy's child, the German maid who lived and loved. For her sad sake shall woman's tears bedew thy low sepulchral cell, and say, thrice blessed be the sleep of him who knew our hearts so well. Second Sight, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Ellen. Oh, I will chide thee, truant. Look how fair, like to love's promises, the heavens appear. The blue night has put on her wreath of stars, a bright queen in her proud regality. The young moon is arisen, and the waves have welcomed her in music, while the winds bear her their song, mixed with the breath of flowers our island yields, like a sweet incense given in homage to her beauty. All is still save the melodious language of the leaves. And yonder star, our own pale signal star, has reached the dark hill's point unmarked by thee. Nay, turn not thus away, speak, mine own love. Ronald. My own, my gentle treasure, I could gaze on those blue eyes, and quite forget that shades are gathering on their brightness. Alas, dear love, an evil circle is fast closing round. I have not hidden from thee my fatal gift, to look upon the future, and to feel like present things those which are yet to come. And on me now is consciousness of ill. Ellen. Nay, I must smile this gloomy mood away. Come, I will sing the words which thou didst frame like flowers in a fair wreath. I heard to-day the wild sad air, just fit for them. 'Tis one of those sweet spells whose power is more upon the heart than ever the ear. Ronald. No, no, not now. I cannot bear to see thee smile, yet now thy step is on the precipice. That I shall lead thee to the brink, and lead to perish. Ellen. This of thyself, false prophet. Ronald, no, I will not believe thee. Come, be gay, you dull lover for a lady's bower. Do not love me. Ronald. Not love thee? By that cheek now beautiful with blushes, by those eyes like a blue harebell when the sunshine plays upon its dewy leaves, by that white brow crowned with gold curls, and by that eloquent smile, I love thee tenderly as exiles love remembrance of their own country. Dear as home, as infancy, as happiness, precious as hope. Ellen. Ah, these are honeyed words, but I believe them. Ronald. Alas, my trusting love, I have other words, dark, fearful words, for thee. We must forget that we have ever loved. Our vows must be shadows long past. Ellen. O Ronald, cruel, cruel, love may not learn forgetfulness. I can be silent as a grave, can school my tears to fall in secret, Let my cheek grow pale, and my heart waste away in solitude, but I cannot forget thee, Ronald. Time has been, and pardon to the mourner were less sweet than are those words to me. But now thy love to me is as despair. I'll tell thee all my dark auguries. E'en from a child there was a strange power on me. I've sought the mountain brow, then veiled in thunderclouds. Around the forest where night wrapped me round, the meteor flames my guide. I lay beside the foaming waterfall, and have held unblessed communion with the dead, and seen and talked with spirits, and have looked on sights which ascend the frozen life-blood from my cheek. I did not seek companionship with men. I lived in a proud solitude, but you softened my gloomy mood, and when my pride bowed to a woman's power, life was no more a stern and gloomy pathway, but it grew a paradise of hope, and I forgot my dreary visions. Ellen, oh, forget them still. My heart beats quicker with fear. What is that sound? How sad, how wildly has the night wind swept o'er my harp. Ronald. Ah, those prophetic notes, death's upon their tones. 'Tis the same dirge that rang last night within my ear. I stood beneath an oak whose blasted stem was rent by the fierce lightning. It yet smoked. The fire was red upon it where the falling rain hissed on the scorched leaves. I heard the voice of spirits on the wind, and saw strange forms. The clouds were black as death. My only light was the pale herald of a thunder peal. Then rose the vision of my soul. First came those melancholy sounds, when I beheld myself and thee. I saw the dagger gleam red in my hand, 'twas dripping with thy gore. I saw thy death wound, saw thee cowed and pale, and knew myself thy murderer. Ellen. Oh, Ronald, leave this most unholy interchange for things forbidden and concealed. Ask thine own heart, it will proclaim their falsehood. Ask that heart which I most truly do believe is mine, if it could injure me. Ronald. Dear Ellen, no, it cannot be that I who love thee thus could harm thee, love. The turf on which thy step has left its fair trace is unto me a sainted spot. The very air thou breathest is precious, more price the slightest leaf wreathed with thy sunny hair than the rich gems that burn in Indian mines. It cannot be that I could harm thee, Ellen. Oh, I do not fear. Come, pray thee, smile at thine own prophecy. Ronald. For once, Ellen, I bid thee not believe me. It is a lovely shade, but shun the place. Mark what a red taint is upon the heath. The very harebells have caught that one hue. Look how they gleam beneath the pale moonlight. Oh, blood as on their bloom, a crimson dye, which has been and which will be there for years. Those larches, with their graceful sweep, once made the gentle maiden's bower, and 'tis her blood that gives the flowers their unnatural stain. 'Tis sad history. The maid was slain by one who was her lover, for his heart was dark with jealousy, and then he fled to the fierce battle, as if outward strife could kill the strife within. Home he came at last, death spared the wretched. Then he heard how innocent, how true his Ellen was. He sought the spot where she was murdered, made atonement with his blood. And it is told, when the moon lights the midnight, comes a sound of melancholy music, and a shape like that poor maiden, with the golden hair, stained from the bosom's wound, and by its side another phantom of a dark-browed chief, who seems, with bended head and outstretched arms, to ask forgiveness. These flit o'er the turf, and make the place so fearful. Secrets by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Life has dark secrets, the hearts are few, the treasure not some solve of the world. As horror, silent, gloomy, and unknown, at coloring the future from the past. We see the eyes subdued, the practiced smile, a word well weighted before it pass the lip, none of the misery within. Yet there it works incessantly, and fears for time to come, for time is terrible, avenging and betraying. Separation by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. I think of me in after years, although the dream be past, love's charmed dream of hopes and fears, it is not made to last. I cannot last, hearts will grow cold, and weary, although blessed. Life's book has but one leaf of gold, 'tis but a single scene. That scene, or life may nevermore seem lovely as it seemed. When wanderers on a fairy shore, our way we only dreamed. But this is past. Why should I say what is in mine own heart? I know each has a separate way. I know that we must part. I know your heart, I know my own. Wide differences there, and these, so opposite in tone, a various fate must share. Deem not I would thy faith recall. Look not for tears from me. Equals, pride will for me do all. Indifference does for thee. How strange that two once so beloved, each or the world to each, should meet in other days unmoved. What lesson does it teach? One that, at least, I long have known, to trust to nothing here, that the heart should be cast in stone, to suit so cold as fear. It is not for a thought of love I bid thee think of me. The stars may leave their homes above, or that again may be, but keep that thought like one rich vein of pure and golden ore. Bid all the false and heartless strain teach in their worldly law, to mind thee that there are such things as truth and love on earth, when heartless sneers the scoffer flings upon their priceless worth. Or canst not be all worldly, while such memories with thee dwell, haunting thee with a midnight smile of former love. Farewell. Serbian Popular Poetry by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Interpreter of love, hope, sorrow, chronicle of the brave, the faithful, the wretched. Not a nation but has given birth to some species of poetry. The heart will ever have some feeling more highly toned than those in daily use, and such are the origin of those imaginative expressions universal as the feelings that inspire them. Round the bright hearths of the north, through the fragrant groves of the south, the spirit of song has ever sent a voice. She danced upon the waters by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. She danced upon the waters beneath the morning sun, of all old ocean's daughters the very fairest one. An azure zone compressed her round her white and slender side, for her gallant crew had dressed her like a beauty and a bride. She wore her trappings gaily as a lady ought to do, and the waves which kissed her daily proud of her mistress grew. They clung like lovers around her, and bathed her airy feet. With white foam rafts they bound her to grace her and to greet. She cut the blue wave, scorning what dull and common land. To the rosy airs of morning we saw her sails expand. How graceful was their drooping ere the winds began to blow, while the gay coquette was stooping to her clear green glass below. How gallant was their sweeping, while they swelled upon the air, as the winds were in their keeping, and they knew they were so fair. A shower of spray before her, a silvery wake behind, a cloud of canvas o'er her, she sprang before the wind. She was so loved, the fairy, like a mistress or a child, for she was so trim and airy, so buoyant and so wild. And though so young a rover, she knew what life could be, for she had wandered over full many a distant sea. One night, 'twas in September, a mist arose on high, not the oldest could remember such dense and darkened sky. And small dusk birds came hovering the gloomy waters o'er, the waves mocked their sweet sovereign, and would obey no more. There was no wind to move them, so the sails were furled and fast, and the gallant flag above them dropped down upon the mast. All was still, as if death's shadow were resting on the grave, and the sea, like some dark meadow, had not one rippling wave. When the sky was rent asunder with a flood of crimson light, and one single burst of thunder aroused the silent night. 'Twas a signal for their waking, the angry winds arose, like giant captives breaking the chain of forced repose. Yet bravely did she greet him, forestraying winds and waves, ready with scorn to meet them, they who had been her slaves. She faced the angry heaven, our bold and fair coquette, Her graceful sides are riven, but she will brave it yet. Like old oak of the forest, down comes the thundering mast. Her need is at the sorest, she shudders in the blast. Hark to that low quick gushing, the hout has sprung a leak. On their prey the waves are rushing, the valiant one grows weak. One cry, and all is quiet, there is not sight nor sound, save the fierce gale at its riot and the angry waters round. The morn may come with weeping, and the storm may cease to blow, but the fair coquette is sleeping 1,000 fathoms low. She kneels by the grave where her lover sleeps, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She kneels by the grave where her lover sleeps, with cypress and rose she has crowned it, and there her lonely vigil keeps, while the moonlight beams around it. Her hair is loose to the chill night gale, no more with spring flowers she'll braid it. Her dark eyes dim, her cheek is pale, soaked and swiftly faded. She is nailed by that grave for many a day, morn and even still found her beside it. Soon will that mourner be passed away, her grief at the cold grave will hide it. Her spring of youth was fair for a while, and when the dark cloud came o'er it, when once the blight cheeks the roses smile, where's the spell to restore it? She leant her head bowed down upon her hand, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She leant her head bowed down upon her hand, a delicate small hand, with a slight flush of red inside, as it had pressed her cheek and stolen its blush. The cheek was very pale. It was not all sickness, sadness, or deep thought, but as it mingled each and all of them. Health were to rue the gift for a slight form, and for her sadness it was not that which springs from evil fortune, sorrow, or disgust, but that which ever waits upon deep thought. Her dark hair was just parted on her brow, careless yet graceful, for it suited well a face which seemed not made for vanity. And eloquent words were passing, and at times her eyes were raised and lighted up, struck upon her spirit's own fine chords. At last she spoke. Her voice was low and tremulous, with that beseechingness of tone and air which is a woman's own peculiar charm. Or never should a woman's words be more than sighs which have found utterance. She took a flower and plucked the leaves, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She took a flower and plucked the leaves, and flung them in the wine, and ever thus she said, at first the hopes of young love shine. The cup is drained, amid the dregs the leaves pale scandals lie, and ever thus she said, at last the hopes of young love die. Sur Hohe Japor, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A lonely grave, far from all kindred ties, lonely like life, and that was past afar from friends and home. 'Tis well that youth has hopes that gladden with the future present hours, or else how sorrowful would seem the time which parts the young bird from its parent nest, to wing its passage through the dreary world. Alas, hope is not prophecy. We dream, but rarely does the glad fulfillment come. We leave our land and we return no more, or come again, the weary and the worn. But yonder grave, where the dark branches droop, the only sign of morning, early closed o'er the young English stranger, former love and other days were warm about his heart, when it grew cold forever. And many are the tombs that scattered lie, alone neglected, o'er the Indian plains. 'Tis the worst curse on this our social world, fortune's perpetual presence, wealth, which knows like life's paramount necessity. For this, the household band is broken up, the half made desolate, and sundered hearts left to forget or break. For this the earth is covered with 1,000 English graves, by whose side none remain to weep or pray. Alas, we do mistake and vainly buy our golden idols at too great a price. I'd rather share the lowest destiny that dares not look beyond the present day, but tread on native ground, breathes native air, than win the wealth of worlds beyond the wave and pine and perish beneath a foreign sky. Sir Thomas Hardy, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Silence is now upon the seas, the silent seas of yore. The thunder of the cannonade awakes the wave no more. The battle flag droops o'er the mast, the quiet let it sleep, for it hath won in wilder hours its empire o'er the deep. Now let it wave above the home of those who fought afar, the victors of the Baltic Sea, the brave of Trafalgar. Upon a terrace by the Thames I saw the Admiral stand, he who received the latest clasp of Nelson's dying hand. Age, toil, and care had somewhat bowed his bearing proud and high, but yet resolve was on his lip, and fire was in his eye. I felt no wonder England holds dominion o'er the seas, still the Red Cross will face the world, while she hath men like these. And gathered there beneath the sun were loitering veterans old, as if of former victories and former days they told. No prouder trophy hath our isle, though prouder trophies be, than that old palace where are housed the veterans of the sea. Her other domes, her wealth, her pride, her signs may declare, but Greenwich hath a noble's claim, her gratitude is there. Sinking on his couch he lies, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Sinking on his couch he lies, pale his lips and dim his eyes. Yet he hath a little breath, love is stronger still than death. Yet his faltering accents seek of a heart within to speak, of a love that cannot die, of a hope beyond the sky. Near him stands his youngest one, fearing what he looks not on, fearing though he knows not why, with a strange and downcast eye. But his sister on the bed bendeth her despairing head. Must her father be resigned, he so careful and so kind? Nevermore with eager feet will she haste with sire to meet, laden with the early flowers, which she loved of April hours. But the wife beside his bed calmly holds his dying head. Full her heart of tears may be, they are not for him to see. For the sake of gone by years, filled with mutual hopes and fears. For the sake of that loved brow, she is calm as he is now. Angel wings in glory sweep o'er the coming of its sleep. Let him close his very eyes, we will open the skies. Sir Adelbert, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Sir Adelbert, why dost thou pass the wine? The foam beads are like diamonds upon a ruby shrine. Why dost thou bend thy gloomy brow so oft upon thy sword? Why dost thou guard such a sullen mood beside the festal board? Mine eye is best upon my sword, because the cross is there. Thy the brow of care, for well it suits the heart of care. Now fling down each untasted cup, and listen to my tale, then marvel that my lip is mute, or that my laughter fail. You know the colours that I wore when I rode the ring. You know the soft eyes that were wont their sidelong glance to fling. You know the Lady Adela, my own sweet sovereign dame, when every knight rode up and kissed his goblet to her name. Last night there came the little page to bless, her lute to hear, and gave my hand a scented scroll, bound with her sunny hair. It greeted me, she was alone, within a favourite bower, and bade me welcome if I there could loiter twilight's hour. The first star rose above the west, and I was on my way, to where, amid the orange grove, her jasmine alcove lay. I marvelled somewhat as I came, such disarray I found. The flowers had fallen from her hair, her lute was on the ground. Herself flung on the violets, sweet watchers fit to keep a perfumed atmosphere of sighs around her summer sleep. One ivory foot was bare, so small the violets o'er it spread, and one white arm made dove-like nest to shield that lovely head. A vellum tablet filled her hand, or well I knew the line, for there were written words of love, the tender words were mine. No sweet, but not too long, love mine by gentle sleeping be. My heart beat when I saw those lines, perhaps she dreams of me. I envied e'en her dreams. Dear one, I must awake thee now, and softly did I bend to kiss the slumber from her brow. I started at its marble touch, it was so ghastly chill. I pressed my hand upon her heart, but there the pulse was still. I kissed her mouth, it had no breath, her lip and cheek no red. I called her, but she answered not, I knew that she was dead. Tonight they lay her in the tomb, which I will watch beside, and look my last, and weep my last, on my betrothed bride. And all my gallant comrades here pray for her soul and mine. A long, a last farewell to all, I'm bound for Palestine. He raised the red wine from the board, he drank them one by one. I never pledge man's name again, Sir Adelbert passed on. Next day a bark for Acre sailed, of those who crossed the main were some who sought in after years the native shore again. But never came Sir Ethelbald home to our English strand. His death warrant won, his grave was made within the Holy Land. Sir Gilbert, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Why is thy bark upon the sea, thy sail spread for the wind? That vessel may go on her way, but thou must stay behind. I've seen thee stand knee-deep in blood, in battle by my side, and both thy faith and loyalty are like thy good sword tried. Look round. Is not this a fair land? Are not its daughters fair? Are not its castles stately ones? Choose thou and have thy share. No, conqueror, no, Sir Gilbert said. My portion is not here. The air bears on the widow's curse, the ground the orphan's tear. I joined thy banner as a knight, not as a brigand. My soldier's duty done, I will away to mine own land. I will not have your English ground, nor yet your English name. I came with but my sword and steed, I will go as I came. In Little Tower, in Normandy, was where I had my birth. I will return to it. No blood cries from my father's hearth. Sir King, thou art as brave a knight, Sir stamp battle wave, but thy heart's tempered as thy brand. Thou art as stern as brave. For me, I am of softer mould. I cannot bear the moan that haunts me here. Whatever my home, at least it is mine own. The breeze is rising on the sea. I see the white sails swell. My bark is waiting but for me. Sir King, farewell, farewell. Sir John Doyle, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. My heart has beat high at the heroes of old, as they live in those annals of fame, where the deeds of their glory are glowingly told, and history has hallowed their name. It was pride as I fought on those sunbeams of yore, like vessels of light on oblivion's dark seas, to pass over those ages, and think my own shore had many whose names would shine brightly as these. Who has not proudly dwelt on those memories of light, and felt them like something that glorified earth? Who has not exclaimed with a burst of delight, "'Tis my own native land which has given them birth"? Yes, warrior, 'tis only high spirits like thine that teach man the generous path he may tread. The steps of the mighty are nature's best shrine, where the hopes of the young and aspiring are fed. Yes, warrior, when young hearts shall pant for the praise, such praise as the praise of the valiant will be, you will think of the splendor that brightened thy days, you will think of its splendor and imitate thee. Hail, honor and pride of the Emerald Isle, how envied the meed that will ever be thine! The laurel of fame and humanity's smile, to grace thee, shall always together combine. The soldier, worn down by war's strife and turmoil, no longer left cheerless and friendless to roam, for the rest of his age may be grateful to toil, for the sweets of his hearth and the peace of his home. Sir Robert Peel, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Dim through the curtains came the purple twilight, slowly deepening like death's shadow around that silent room. There lay a head, a radiant head, but lowly, and the pale face like a statue shone out amid the gloom. Never again will those white and wasted fingers waken the music they were wont to wake of yore, a music that in many a beating heart yet lingers, the sweeter and the sadder that she will breathe no more. It is a lovely world that the minstrel leaves behind him. It is a lovely world that the minstrel leaves behind him. It is a lovely world in which the minstrel lives. Deep in its inmost life hath a soul of love enshrined him, and passionate and general the pleasure which he gives. But dear bought is the triumph. What dark fates are recorded of those who had sweet mastery over the pulses of the lute. Mournfully and bitterly their toil has been rewarded. For them the tree of knowledge puts forth its harshest fruit. Glorious and stately, the ever-growing laurel, flinging back the summer sunshine, defying winter's snow, yet its bright history has the darkly pointed moral. Deadlier the poisons that through its green leaves flow. And she, around whose couch the gentle daylight dying seems like all nature's loving last farewell, she with the world's heart to her own soft one replying, how much of song's fever and sorrow could she tell? Yet upon her lip a languid smile is shining, tokens of far-off sympathy have soothed that hour of pain. Its sympathy has warmed the pallid cheek reclining on the very pillow whence it will not rise again. It is the far-off friend, the unknown, she is blessing, the statesman who has paused upon toil's hurried way, to learn the deepest charm that power has in possessing, the power to scatter benefit and blessings around its way. Sir Thomas Lawrence by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The hand is cold, the colours weave, the graceful lines no more, yet the painter of each lovely face that lit our island shore, these faces from the canvas shine and haunt us still with the divine. Hero and beauty, all who flung their spell around the day, out of thy pencil memories that will not pass away. The past, the present seems to be, thanks to the heart in thee. Sir Thomas Lawrence by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The hand is cold, the colours weave, the graceful lines no more, yet the painter of each lovely face that lit our island shore, these faces from the canvas shine and haunt us still with the divine. Hero and beauty, all who flung their spell around the day, out of thy pencil memories that will not pass away. The past, the present seems to be, thanks to the heart in thee. Sir Thomas Tyldesley by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The dew on the forest is streaming and white, as cold as the moonbeam is mirrored all night. Pale and ghost-like, the stars fade away in the sky, while a faint gleam tells that the sun is on high. The moon, in the west, with a faint and veiled crest, her beauty departed, is sinking to rest. The sun in the east is still cumbered with night, no rays are around him, no colours are bright. And dark, like an omen, the long shadows falls of my castle that threatens with war on its walls. The guns on the ramparts, the flag on the keep, drooping downwards, they watch, but the sullen watch keep. There, silence those trumpets, they suit not the hour, my lady is weeping alone in her bower. I ride not to battle as on I should ride, with a foe to my face and a friend at my side. But the war cry that rises to answer my own will be in the tongue I from childhood have known. The hand will be English that meets my right hand, and the soil where we fight is our own native land. I shun not the combat, but grieve at the cause that ever our freedom, our faith, and our laws, our heritage old, that for ages has stood, should need the dark sanction and cement of blood. Farewell, my fair castle, farewell, my fair dame, farewell, the fair boy, now the last of his name. My banner is spread, to my saddle I spring, I fight for my country, I fight for my king. Sir Walter Scott by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Dead. It was like a thunderbolt to hear that he was dead, for long weeks the words of fear came from his dying bed. Yet hope denied and would deny, we did not think that he could die. The poet has a glorious hold upon the human heart, yet glory is from sympathy a light alone apart. But there was something in thy name which touched us with a dearer claim. The earnest feeling born to thee was like a household tie, a sunshine on our common life, and from our daily sky. Thy works are those familiar things from which so much of memory springs. We talked of them beside the hearth, till every story blends with some remembered intercourse of near and dearest friends, friends that in early youth were ours, connected with life's happiest hours. How well I can recall the time when first I turned the page, the green boughs closed above my head, a natural hermitage, and sang a little brook along, as if it heard and called thy song. I peopled all the walks and shades with images of wine. The lime tree was a lady's bower, the yew tree was a shrine. Almost I deemed each sunbeam shone our banner, spear, and morion. Now not only single traces left of that sequestered nook, the very course is turned aside of that melodious brook. Not so the memories can depart, then garnered in my inmost heart. The past was his generous song, went back to other days, the filial feeling which still sees something to love and praise, and closer drew the ties which bind a man with his country and his kind. It rang throughout his native land, a bold and stirring song, as the merle hymn at maiden sweet, and as the trumpet strong. A touch there was of each degree, half minstrel and half knight was he. How many a lonely mountain glade lives in his verse anew, linked with associate sympathy, the tender and the true, for nature has fresh beauty brought when animate with life from thought. 'Tis not the valley nor the hill, How beautiful they be, that can suffice the heart, till touched, as they were touched by thee. Thou who didst glorify the whole, by pouring forth a poet's soul. Who now could stand upon the banks of thine own silvered weed, nor deem I heard thy warrior's horn, or heard thy shepherd's reed. Immutable as nature's claim, the ground is hollowed by thy name. I cannot bear to see the shelf where ranged thy volumes stand, and think that mute is now thy lip, and cowed is now thy hand, that hadst thou been more common clay, so soon thou hadst not passed away. For thou didst die before thy time, the tenement hour wrought, the heart consumed by its desire, the body worn by thought, thyself a victim of thy shrine, a glorious sacrifice was thine. Alas, it is too soon for this, the future for thy fame. But now we mourn, as if we mourned a father's cherished claim. Ah, time may bid the laurel wave, we can but weep above thy grave. Sir William Stanley, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. King Henry sat amid his court, and of the nobles there not one with William Stanley for favour could compare. He was a royal chamberlain, and on his bended knee, within King Henry's silver cup, the red wine poured he. There came a knight in presence there, he named my master's name, as he stood betting golden coin upon the royal game. And on Sir Robert Clifford's word, they took his sword away, and William Stanley to the Tower was prisoner sent that day. God only knows the hearts of men, but 'twas a wondrous thing my noble master should conspire against the crowned king. For well I know on Bosworth field it was his red right hand that placed upon Earl Richmond's brow King Richard's royal band. But ancient service is forgot, and he, the wise man, said, think thou no evil of a king upon thy lonely bed. And therefore little will I name of what I then heard told, that my good lord's worst treason were his broad lands and his gold. I saw him on the scaffold stand, the axe was gleaming bright, but I will say he faced its shine as best became at night. He prayed a prayer, he nailed him down, where smote the sullen sound I saw my master's severed head upon the dark red ground. No nobles bore the noble's pall, there was no funeral bell, but I stood weeping by the grave of him I loved so well. I know not of a right or wrong, but this much let me say, would God my master had been kept from kings and courts away. Sight of the Castle of Ulysses, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Hither, famed Ulysses, steer, pass not, pride of Greek, along. To our haven come and hear the siren's song. Never did a sable bark coasting by our island stray, that it did not stop to mark with rapture ere our honey lay. Here the seaman, loath to part, ever found a welcome kind. We with pleasure cheered his heart, we with wisdom filled his mind. Well we know each gallant deed, done in Ilion's spreading land, when, as gods of heaven decreed, Greek and Troy fought hand to hand. Whatsoever beside is done, in earth's confines, now we will, these to thee, Laertes' son, shall our witching numbers tell. Hither, famed Ulysses, steer, pass not, pride of Greek, along. To our haven come and hear the siren's song. Skeleton group in Ramswoor Caves of the Laura, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He comes from Killers, earth and sky, bright before the deity. The sun shines, as he shone when first his glory over ocean burst. The vales put forth 1,000 flowers, mingling the spring and summer hours. The suras fill with songs the air, the genii and the lutes are there. By gladness stirred, the mighty sea flings up its waves rejoicingly, and music wanders o'er its tide, for Siva comes to meet his bride. Sleep, lady, for the moonlit hour, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Sleep, lady, for the moonlit hour, like peace is shining on thy bower. It is so late, the nightingale has ended even his love tale. Sleep, lady, neath her towered groves, covered with flowers, one pale white rose. I envy its sweet sighs, will steep the perfumed air that lull thy sleep. Perchance around thy chamber floats the music of my lone lute notes, or maybe on thine eyelids fall and make thy slumbers musical. Sleep, lady, to thy rest be given the gleamings of thy native heaven, and thoughts of early paradise, the treasures of thy sleeping eyes. Sleeping Child, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. How innocent, how beautiful thy sleep! Sweet one, 'tis peace and joy to gaze on thee. Thy summer sports, thy cloudless gaiety, are hushed in slumber, but there lingers still a smile upon thy lips, like the young day flinching its sunlight o'er the half-blown rose. Thy laughing eyes are closed, while the dark lash rests on thy dimpled cheek, where health has shed its liveliest carnation. Unconfined like golden clusters shadowing thy face, thy chestnut curls twine round thy little arm. Half hidden by the violets which breathe their fragrance o'er thy head, thy snowy brows clear and open as a shadeless sky. There are no records there to tell of griefs that came like bliffs in spring, or winter storms of tortured feelings, withering cares and joys whose end was bitterness. But here are found pure innocence and love and happiness. Small Miseries, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Life's smallest miseries are, perhaps, its worst. Great sufferings have great strength. There is a pride in the bold energy that braves the worst, and bears proud in the bearing. But the heart consumes with those small sorrows and small shames, which crave yet cannot ask for sympathy. They blush that they exist, and yet how keen the pang that they inflict. Song of a Hunter's Bride, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Another day, and yet he comes not nigh. I look amid the dim blue hills, yet nothing meets mine eye. I hear the rush of mountain streams upon the echoes borne, I hear the singing of the birds, but not my hunter's horn. The eagle sails in darkness past, the watchful carbons bounds, but what I look for comes not near, but Ulrich's hawk and hounds. 3 times I thus have watched the snow grow crimson with the stain, the setting sun through all the rock, and I have watched in vain. I love to see the graceful bow across his shoulder slung, I love to see the golden horn beside the baldric hung, I love his dark hounds, and I love his falcon's sweeping flight, I love to see his manly cheek with mountain colors bright. I've waited patiently, but now would that the chase were o'er. Well maybe he loved the hunter's toil, but he should love me more. Why stays he thus? He should be here, if his love equaled mine. Methinks that I once one cage dove, I would not let it pine. Hark, what are those ringing steps without the valley come? I see his hounds, I see himself. Ulrich, welcome home. Song of a Young Knight, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Your scarf is bound upon my breast, your colors dance upon my crest. They have been soiled by dust and rain, and they must wear a darker stain. I marked thy tears as fast they fell, I saw but heard not thy farewell. I gave my steed the spur and rein, I dared not look on thee again. My cheek is pale, but not for fierce, and I have dashed aside my tears. With woman's softness of my breast, they vanish when my spear's in rest. I know that farewell was our last, that life and love for me are past. For I have heard the fated sign that speaks the downfall of our line. I slept the soldier's tired sleep, but yet I hear the music sweep, dim, faint, as when I stood beside the bed whereon my father died. Farewell, sweet lover. Never again will mine ear listen to the strain with which so oft at midnight's hour I've waked the silence of thy bower. Farewell, I would not tears should stain thy fair cheek with a burning rain. Tears sweet would an ill offering be to one whose death was worthy we. Sorrows and Pleasures, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is an awful thing how we forget the sacred ties that bind us each to each. Our pleasures might admonish us and say, tremble at that delight which is unshared. Its selfishness must be its punishment. All have their sorrows, and how strange it seems they do not soften more the general heart. Sorrows should be those universal links that draw all life together. Specker Hall, Lancashire, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. O fair old house, how time doeth honour thee, giving thee what to-day may never gain, of long respect and ancient poesy. The yew trees at thy doors are black with years, and filled with memories of those warlike days, when from each bough was lopped a gallant bow, For when the yew was what the oak is now, and what our bowmen were, our sailors are. How green the ivy grows upon the walls, ages have lent their strength to those frail walls. A venerable wreath upon the past, with her is paramount, the past which is imagination's own gigantic realm. St. John in the Wilderness by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Afar he took a gloomy cave for his accustomed dwelling place, as dark, as silent as the grave, as unfamiliar with man's face. The stern and knotted trees grew round, blasted and desolate and grey, amid their sullen depth was found a home for birds and beasts of prey. Morning broke joyless, for the land knew no green grass nor fragrant flower. The barren rock, the burning sand, blessed not the sunshine nor the shower. Yet there the prophet dwelt alone, far from the city and the plain. For him in vain their glory shone, for him their beauty spread in vain. He left his youth and life behind, each idol of a human heart. Pleasures and vanities resigned, content to choose the better part. Methinks when hope is cold and weak, and prayers seem but unwelcome tasks, and worldly thoughts and feelings seek to fill the hours religion asks, if in the light of faith is dim, the spirit would but ponder thus, how much there was required of him, how little is required of us. All merciful, did we declare the glories which to we belong, all life would pass in thankful prayer, all breath in one triumphant song. Saint Nitton's Keef by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. Silent and still was the haunted stream, feeble and faint was the moon's pale beam, and the wind that whispered the waving boar was like the sound of some godless woe. Far in the distance the waters fell, foaming o'er many a pinnacle. They waged with the crags an angry fight, 'twas a dreary sound in the dead of night. But the place where we stood was a quiet nook, like a secret page in nature's book. Down at our feet was the midnight well, naught of its depths can the daylight tell. An old oak tree grows near to the spot, grey with moss of long years forgot. They say that the dead are sleeping below, 'twas a shrine of the Druids ages ago. One alone stood beside me there, the dismal silence I could not bear. A mariner, wild from beyond the sea, I wish that he had not been with me. Over the gloomy well we hung, and a long, long line with the lead we flung, and as the line and the hook we threw, darker and darker the waters grew. With gib and jest that mariner stood, mocking the night of that gloomy flood. Quoth he, when the line brings its treasure up, I drain a deep draught from the golden cup. I only wish it were filled with wine, water his little lamp of mine, but the eyes I pledge will lend a glow. They are the brightest and wickedest eyes I know. Though those eyes light up a cloister now, little she recks of the wail and the woe. And let but the well yield its gold tonight, and Saint Valerie's nun will soon take flight. Black and more black the midnight grew, black and more black was the water's hue, when a ghastly sound on the silence broke, and I thought of the dead beneath the oak. Thank God, for light below, 'tis the charmed cup that is flashing now. No thanks to God, my comrade cries, 'tis our own good skill that has won the prize. There came a flash of terrible light, and I saw that my comrade's face was white. The golden cup rose up on a foam, when down it plunged to its mystical home. Then all was night, and I may not tell what agony there on my spirit fell, but prayed for Our Lady's grace as I lay, and the pain and the darkness passed away. Years have passed, yet that sinful man, though his hair is grey and his face is wan, keeps plunging his line in the gloom of that well. He is under the evil spirit's spell. 'Twas the fairies carved that cup's bright mould. What have we to do with their gold? Now, Our Lady, forgive my hour of sin, that ever I sought that cup to win. St. Morgan Church and Lonha Nunnery, Cornwall, by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. It stands amid the sheltering boughs, a palace of peace, a place of rest, where the veiled virgin's hourly vows by prayer and penitence are blessed. The sunshine rests upon the walls, more golden than the common day, and there a stiller shadow falls when rests on life's tumultuous way. Alas, why should this quiet place bring fancies of unrest to me? Why looks for that beloved face I seem in every place to see? Ah, what may not those walls conceal? The sunshine of that sainted shrine might from its inmost depths reveal some spirit passionate as mine. Some are condemned in youth to part from all that made her youth so dear, to listen to her beating heart in shame and solitude and fear, to know no hope before the grave, to fear there is no hope beyond, yet scarcely dare of heaven to crave forgiveness for a faith too fond. To feel the whitened vestal veil grow wet and warm with worldly tears, to pass the midnight watching pale, yet tremble when the day appears. Prostrate before the cross to kneel, with eyes that may not look above, how dare the delicate to feel the agony of earthly love? O misery for the young heart doomed to waste and weep its youth away, to be within itself entombed and desperate with a long decay. Yes, misery, but there may be a yet more desperate despair. There's a love whose misery mocks all those cells may soothe and share. There the pale nun at least can keep one treasured and unbroken dream. The love for which she wakes to weep seems ever what it once could seem. She knows not time's uncharming touch, destroying every early hue. The faults she dreameth not of such, her love is still the deep, the true. Not so the love of common life, discoloured by the common air, its atmosphere with death is rife, a moral pestilence is there. Fevered, exacting, false and vain, like a disease it lingers on, while all that blessed its first sweet reign, its morning hue and light are gone. Such is the actual life of love, such is the love that I have known, unworthy of the heaven above, dust like the earth where it has grown. I better far alone to dwell, dreaming above the dearest part, and keeping in the silent cell life's best illusion to the last. Stanzas adapted to music by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. My heart is alight as the gossamer whale that floats in the bosom of air. It changes as oft as the varying sail, like a butterfly roams without care. Love, like a flower, is but fair for a while, its freshness soon passes away. Tomorrow I'll seek in some newly found smile the charm that delights me today. That cup may be sweetest which deepest is drunk, be it mine but the surface to sip. And once from the top the bright bottles have sung, often let it pass from my lip. But love may be blissful whose roses can bind forever the heart to its shrine. But as well you might chain the light wings of the wind, as through fetters for long over mine, whilst gaily I'll rove o'er the blossoms of love, just catching the sweets as I fly. As with a fire that transiently bends from above, a fresh flower for every sigh. Stanzas written beneath a portrait of Lord Byron, painted by Mr. West, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 'Tis with strange feelings that I gaze upon this brow of wine, magnificent as if the mind herself had carved her shrine, an altar unto which was given the flowers of earth, the light of heaven. At the first glance, that eye is poured, but if I read aright, a fountain of sweet tears lies hid beneath its flashing light. Tenderness, like a gushing rill, subdued, repressed, but flowing still. That lip is curled with sneering smile, alas, what doth it prove? Not in the warfare of the world are lessons taught of love. So much is their heart to be born, the heart must either break or scorn. And differently the poison works on every different mind. Some grow false as the faults they blamed, and thus 'tis with mankind. But there are some whose loftier mood grows maddener on such things to brood. The young warm heart, whose faith and love were all too prompt at first, what must it feel when these are turned to darkness and distrust? Wormwood to know that heart has been dupe of the false, prey of mean. Such will not ask for sympathy, knowing they ask in vain, nor yield to softer feelings way to be deceived again. And bitter laugh and scornful sneer become at once their shield and spear. Such methinks was the destiny that fruits chill our way, for it's mixed with the false, till all seem but alike to be. Could not the workings of thine heart another holier creed impart? I read it in the gifted page, and every noble thought each lofty feeling and sweet song with tenderness deep fraught. For where thine inmost soul was shone, their truth, their beauty, were thine own. For out on the vain worldling speech, which save the poet's skill, but sets forth feelings he has not, worked up, wrought out at will, what knows he of its secret feeling, he hath no part in its revealing. And if sometimes he's not all that his own song has sung, it is but part of that great curse which still to earth has clung. Where has been, or yet shall see, himself as he deemed he could be? The mind can win eternity with its immortal name, but all too often happiness is the price paid for fame. For not a barded shaft can fly, but aims to strike the mark on high. If there be one sullied page unworthy of thy name, the weakness of the mighty one, to dwell on it were shame, were cruelty, when thy fine mind has left such noble store behind. But woe art with the dead, where life in such a cause was given. Most glorious is the sight of man, precious in that of heaven. Marathon, and firm with pride, such soil was fitting grave for thee. O England, to the young and brave, is not this stirring call, to free the fallen from the chain, to break the tyrant's thrall? His life has not been spent in vain, if Greek shall burst the Moslem chain. Stanzas on the Death of Mrs. Hemans by Letitia Landon. Bring flowers to crown the cup and lute. Bring flowers, the bride is near. Bring flowers to soothe the captive cell. Bring flowers to strew the bride. Bring flowers, thus said the lovely song, and shall they not be brought to her who linked the offering, the feeling, and the thought? Bring flowers, the perfumed and the pure, rose with the morning dew, a sigh in every fragrant leaf, a tear on every hue. So pure, so sweet thy life has been, so filling earth and air with odours and with loveliness, till common scenes grew fair. Thy song around our daily path flung beauty born of dreams, and scattered o'er the actual world the spirit's sunny gleams. Mysterious influence that to earth brings down the heaven above, and fills the universal heart with universal love. Such gifts the vine, as from the block, the unformed and the cold, the sculptor calls to breathing life some shape of perfect mould. So thou from common thoughts and things didst call a charmed song, which on a sweet and swelling tide bore the full soul along. And thou from far and foreign lands didst bring back many a tone, and giving such new music still, a music of thine own, a lofty strain of generous thoughts, and yet subdued and sweet, an angel's song who sings of earth, whose cares are at his feet. And yet thy song is sorrowful, its beauty is not bloom, the hopes of which it breathes are hopes that look beyond the tomb. Thy song is sorrowful as winds that wander o'er the plain, and ask for summer's vanished flowers, and ask for them in vain. Ah, dearly purchased is the gift of song like thine. A fated doom is hers who stands the priestess of a shrine. The crowd, they only see the crown, they only hear the hymn, they mark not that the cheek is pale and that the eye is dim. Wound to a pitch too exquisite, the soul's fine chords are rung, with misery and melody they are too highly strung. The heart is made too sensitive, life's daily pain to bear. It beats in music, but it beats beneath a deep despair. It never meets the love it pains, the love for which it pines. Too much of heaven is the faith that such a heart enshrines. The meteor wrath the poet verse must make a lonely lot. It dazzles, only to divide from those who were it not. Didst thou not tremble at thy fame, and love its bitter price? While what to others triumph seemed, to thee was sacrifice? Flower brought from paradise to this cold world of ours, shadows of beauty such as thine recall thy native bowers. Let others thank thee, 'twas for them thy soft leaves thou didst wreath. The red rose wastes itself in sighs, whose sweetness others breathe. And they have thanked thee, many a lip has asked of thine for words, when thoughts, life's finer thoughts, have touched its bird's inmost chords. How many laughed and honored thee, who only knew thy name, which o'er the very working world like stable music came. With what still hours of calm delight thy songs and image blend, I cannot choose but think the word an old familiar friend. The charm that dwelt in songs of thine my inmost spirit moved, and yet I feel as thou hadst been not half enough beloved. They say that thou wert faint, and worn with suffering and with care, but music must have filled the soul that had so much to spare. O very one, since thou art laid within thy mother's breast, the green, the quiet mother earth, thrice blessed be thy rest. Thy heart is left within our hearts, although life's pang is o'er, but the quick tears are in my eyes, and I can write no more. Stern Truth by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Life is made up of vanities, so small, so mean, the common history of a day, that mockery seems the sole philosophy. Then some stern truth stands up, cold, sudden, strange, and we are taught what life is by despair. The toys, the trifles, and the petty cares melt into nothingness. We know their worth. The heart avenges every careless thought, and makes us feel that fate is terrible. Storrow's Windermere Lake by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I would I had a charmed bark to sail that lovely lake, nor should another prow but mine its silver silence wake. No oar should cleave its sunny tide, but I would float along, as if the breath that filled my sail were but a murmured song. Then I would think all pleasant thoughts, live early youth anew, when hope took towns of prophecy and towns of music too, and colored life with its own hues. The hearts drew claw the rain, the rich, the warm, the beautiful, I'd live them once again. Kind faces flit before my eyes, sweet voices fill my ear, and friends I long have ceased to laugh, I still think laughed and hear. With such fair fantasies to fill sweet lake by summer air. If her banks were not paradise, yet should I dream they were. Stoddard's Erato by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Gentlest one, I bow to thee, rose-lipped queen of poesy, sweet Erato, whose chords awaken but for love-touched words. Never overgrown be mine when a flower-linked wreath of wine. Green leaves of a laurel tree are for bards of high degree, whether rose or violet hued, with votaries of the lute. Not thine those proud lines that tell how kings ruled or heroes fell, but that low and honey tone so particularly love's own. Music such as the night breeze wakens from the willow trees, such as murmurs from the shell wave-kissed in some ocean cell. Tales sweet as the breath of flowers, such as in the twilight hours the young bard breathes, and also thine those old memories divine, fables Grecian poets sung, when on beauty's lips they hung. Here the essenced song became, like that kiss, half dew, half flame. Thine each frail and lovely thing, the first blossoms of a spring. Violets, where the sunray drinks the fragrant life away. Roses, where the crimson breast throws aside its green moss vest. Young hearts, or toil, or care, or gold, has left the sully there. Thine, too, other gifts above, every sign and shape of love. Its first smile and its first sigh, its hope, its despondency, its joy, its sorrow, all belong to thy so delicious song. Fair Eratio, vow to thee, if a lute like mine may be offered at thy myrtle shrine, lute and heart and song are thine. Broken be my treasured lute, be its every number mute, or a single chord should waken, by thee or by love forsaken. Gentlest one, I bow to thee, rose-lipped queen of poesy. Strada Reale, Corfu by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I am weary of the green wood where haunteth the wild bee, and the olive silvery foliage droops o'er the myrtle tree. The fountain singeth silvery as with a sleepy song, it wandereth the bright mosses and drooping flowers among. I will seek the cheerful city, and in the crowded street see if I can find the traces of pleasure's winged feet. The bells are ringing gaily, and their music gladdens all, from the towers in the sunshine to the date and orange stall. Gay voices are around me, I seem to gladden too, and a thousand changeless objects win my wandering eyes anew. It is pleasant through the city in a sunny day to roam, and yet my full heart turns to thee, my own, my greenwood home. Strada St. Ursula, Malta, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Young knight, that broidered cloak undo, and break that golden chain in two. Take from your hand its jewels fair, shear those bright curls of sunny hair. and offer up at yonder shrine all vanities that once were thine. No more the victor offering that triumphs will the minstrel sing. No more upon the helm the glove will ask of fame to sanction love. The serpent untrod must be the lists, the dance are closed for thee. Look to the past, if present there be visible one great despair. Look to the future, if it give nothing which charmeth thee to live. Then come, the present knows its doom, thy heart already is a tomb. Thy cheek is pale, thy brow is worn, thy lip is bitter in its scorn. I read in them the signs that tell the heart's impassionate chronicle. 'Tis past, and Malta's iron woe to thee is less than nothing now. Strong as the death that masters is the hope, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Strong as the death that masters is the hope that onward looks to immortality. Let the frame perish, so the soul survive, pure, spiritual, and loving. I believe the grave exalts, not separates, the ties that hold us in affection to our kind. I will look down from yonder pitying sky, watching and waiting those I loved on earth, anxious in heaven, until they too are there. I will attend your guardian angel's side, and weep away your faults with holy tears. Your midnight shall be filled with solemn thought, and when at length death brings you to my love, mine will first welcome her to paradise. Subjects for Pictures by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. What seek I here together in the words? The scenes that rise before me as I turn the pages of old times. A word, a name, conjures the past before me, that grows more actual than the present. That I see but with the common eyes of daily life, imperfect and impatient, but the past out of imagination works its truth and grows distinct with poetry. Success Alone Seen by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Few know of life's beginnings. Men behold the goal achieved. The warrior, when his sword flashed red triumph in the noonday sun. The poet, when his lyre hangs on the palm. The statesman, when the crowd proclaim his voice and mould opinion on his gifted tongue. They count not life's first steps, and never think upon the many miserable hours when hope deferred was sickness to the heart. They reckon not the battle and the march, the long privations of a wasted youth. They never see the banner till unfurled. What are to them the solitary nights, passed pale and anxious by the sickly lamp, till the young poet wins the world at last, to listen to the music long his own? The crowd attend the statesman's fiery mind that makes the destiny, but they do not trace its struggle or its long expectancy. Hard are life's early steps, and, but that youth is buoyant, confident, and strong in hope, man would behold its threshold and despair. Take back your wreath by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Take back your wreath, your sunny wreath, 'tis mockery to give it me. The summer's bloom, the summer's breath are not what should be offered me. For though those flowers may fade and fall, how very sweet their life has been, and fragrant still the cornel, or dead the blush and sere the green. They are perhaps an offering to scatter on my funeral stone. The flowers are not made for the spring which only blithe and blast has known. But take some veil in darkness wove, and fling its shadow on my brow. It will be like the cloud which love has thrown around my past and now. Tasso's Last Interview with the Princess Leonora by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A courtly scene it was, the tapers threw new gloss of beauty over the gathered rose, touched as if with a moonlight's softened hue. And on the ear there came the dying close of a lute's love song. It was a master drew from the charmed chords such honey tones as those. Bright tears were in the bright eyes round, but none wept, lest one falling tear might reef a town. Nobles and courtly dames stood round the bard, pouring those gentle flatteries in his ear which ever are the minstrel's best reward. Alas, and is the serpent's trail even here? Harsh all earth's destinies, but his most hard, who may not trust the praise he loves to hear, who may not hold his fame sure till, too late, the seal of death and truth is set by fate. There stood he, half in pleasure, half in scorn, holding such homage at its genuine worth. But from some young lip was a murmur born, and tears and pure and starry eyes had birth, speaking in eloquent silence, and who warned far in his heart, that things most dear of earth, he felt his song was felt, To poets lays sympathy's more precious far than praise. He moved away. He had been standing where his eye upon a picture shape could well, a brow proud, beautiful as temples are, a neck curved with a white swan's haughtiness well above the waters. The soft cheek was fair but colourless, as the heart had naught to tell that might disturb so pure a sanctuary with lights and blushes of a troubled sky. With one long look he turned away his gaze from the high beauty, peerless Leonore. Too much her breast its secret thought betrays, when it half seemed glossed most securely over. Suspicion more that hurried start would raise, when all his ardent look had done before. 'Twas poet gazing with a painter's eye, but love was in that start and in that sigh. He entered in a smaller clove, where hung a reft rose tree, a snow-starred jasmine, the life-blood to the poet's forehead sprung, for bending there, like spirit at her shrine, the Princess Leonore had the backwards flung her silver veil and tresses, grape like twine, as if she had listened in so rapt a mood that still she kept her listening attitude. Small likeness was there to the portrait now, her cheek was crimson, and the softened eye shed softness over the unsteady brow, and the lips parted with a half-breathed sigh. She bent to pluck a flower that grew below, hiding her face thus, all too consciously. But Tasso's heart drank in a hope, a thought, which till that hour not even a dream had brought. She spoke. There were but a few hurried words of the sweet flowers around the heat night, yet were they such as the blessed heart records for many an after moment's long delight. They touched upon the spirit's inmost chords, though broken was the sense, the accents light, yet sweeter was to him the tremulous tone, and all that eloquence were proud to own. They parted, and they never met again, for envious eyes were watching that the hour each had to expiate in tears and pain, he in the maniac's chain and gloomy tower, till the fire fed alike on heart and brain, and she with lonely grief and regal bower, mocking the misery by silence nursed, subdued, unpitied, and perchance reversed. This was the history, alas, to like all records that of love or genius are, shaft sharpened into brightness, but to strike the deadliest. Temple and Fountain of Sagvan by Letitia Elizabeth Lunn. Of a vacant temple little now remains. Lowly are the statues, lowly are the fans, filled with worshippers no more. Heavily the creeper traces its green line around the fallen altar, now no more divine, as it was in days of yore, in the days of stately Cafarc, the ocean's earliest queen. Still the fragrant myrtle and the olive stand, still the knightly palm tree clothes the summer land. Cool above the gushing rills, still there flows the fountain from the silent cave, though no more in marble is the silver wave carried o'er the distant hills, for the halls of stately Cafarc, the ocean's earliest queen. Still there is remaining something of the past. Many a broken column down to earth is cast, tangled with the lawn green grass. Yet some graceful arches, green with moss and weeds, tell where stood the altar mid the sighing reeds, sighing as the night winds pass for the doom of stately Cafarc, the ocean's earliest queen. Still the ground is haunted with those other days, o'er which memory lingers, while the mind portrays mighty chiefs and deeds of old. Mighty are the shadows flitting o'er the scene, earth hath sacred places where the dead have been. Glorious are the names enrolled on the page of stately Cafarc, the ocean's earliest queen. Still their solemn presence is upon the air, and the stars and moonlight of the past declare. So in other days they shone, when the younger avenger in the temple stood, calling on the midnight to hear his vow of blood. Rome might tremble on her throne with the wars of stately Cafarc, the ocean's earliest queen. Yet the Roman poet, hollowed with his song, tales of olden warfare, still have striven wrong, mourned man's progress over earth. But the poet lit the darkness with a gentle light, calling forth such beauty as the morn from night calls to sweet and sudden birth. Such lingers around Cafarc, the ocean's earliest queen. In yon twilight grotto might the queen complain of her heart's affection, given, and in vain, as she mourned, will many mourn. Why is it the poet's soul touches many a heart? 'Tis the general knowledge, claiming each their part. Still those numbers sound forlorn mid the stones of stately Cafarc, the ocean's earliest queen. Empire still has followed the revolving sun, earth's great onward progress in the east begun. Ruins, deserts, now are there, downfall waits on triumph. Is such fate in store for our glorious islands? Will our English shore lie as desolate and bare as the shores of fallen Carthage, the ocean's former queen? 10 years ago, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. 10 years ago, the world was then a pleasant and a lovely dream. Life was a river banked by flowers, with sunshine glancing over the stream. The path was new, and there was thrown a sweet veil over pleasure's ray. But ignorance is happiness, when young hope is to show the way, and fair the scenes that hope would show when youth was bright 10 years ago. 10 years are past, life is no more the fairyland that once I knew. Pleasures have proved but falling stars, and many a sweetest spell untrue. But may I look on these dear ones, feel their soft smile, their rosy kiss, or may I turn, beloved, to thee, my own homestar of truth and bliss? Where love's sweet lights that surround me glow, can I regret 10 years ago? The Abbey near Mussoorie by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Alone, alone on the mountain brow, the sky above, the earth below, your comrades, the clouds with the driving rain, bathing your roof, ere it reach the plain. Loud on its way as a forest blast, the eagle that dwells at your side sweeps past. Dark are its wings and fierce its eye, and its shadow falls o'er you in passing by. White with the snow of 1,000 years, tall in the distance the core appears. Hot though the sunshine kindle the air, still hath the winter a palace there. Away to the south the Jumna takes its way through the melon's golden breaks. Through gardens, cities, and crowded plains, little methinks on its course it gains. Round are the woods of the ancient oak, and pines that scorn at the woodman's stroke. And yet the axe is on its way, those stately trees in the dust to lay. We have opened the quarries of lime and stone, there's nothing that man will leave alone. He buildeth the house, he tilleth the soil, no place is free from care and toil. Ye old and ye stately solitudes, where the white snow lies and the eagle broods, where every sound but the wind was still, or the voice of a torrent adown the hill. Ooh, in our wretched and busy race, that will not leave nature a resting place, we roam over earth, we sail o'er the wave, till there's not a quiet spot but the grave. The Absent by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There is no music on the strings of her neglected lute, her white hand wakes no more its chords, her bird-like voice is mute. She revs no flowers for her vase, no roses for her hair, she loiters in a favoured grove, but her heart is not there. Dancers gather in the hall, she is amid the band, that they can smile and wondering glance for those who claim her hand. Her eyes fill with unbidden tears, her cheek is pale with care, lonely amid the festival, for her heart is not there. She broods above her own dear thoughts, as o'er her nested dove, memory and hope own but one dream, her first young dream of love. She hears a gallant trumpet sound, a banner sweeps the air, she sees the knight lead on the charge, and oh, her heart is there. Be adieu, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A fair good night to thee, love, a fair good night to thee, and pleasant be thy path, love, though it end not with me. Liking light as ours was never meant to last, it was a moment's fantasy, and as such it hath passed. We met in lighted halls, and our spirits took their tone, like other dreams of midnight with colder morning flown. And thinkest thou to ever win a single tear for me? Lightly won and lightly lost, love, I shed no tear for thee. My words were courtly flattery, such as sink like morning dew, but oh, love takes another tone, the tender and the true. I knew thee light, as foam that plays the ocean waves among, I knew thee vain, as ever gaze upon the mirror flung. And he, the light, and vain one, for him there never wakes that love for which a woman's heart will beat until it breaks. But yet the spell was pleasant, though it be broken now, like shaking down loose blossoms from off the careless bough. They never came to fruit, and their sweet lives soon were o'er, but we lived an hour beneath them, we never dreamed of more. Nor vain was every plighted, We had no farewell to say, gay were we when we met at first, and we parted just as gay. Our last was even as our first, light, volatile and vain. The dance was done, the song was sung, we never met again. There was little to remember and nothing to regret. Love touches not the flatterer, love chains not the coquette. 'Twas of youth's fairy follies, by which no shade is cast, one of its airy vanities, and like them it hath passed. Then a fair good night to thee, love, a fair good night the while. I have no parting sigh to give, so take my parting smile. The Isles of Tombs by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The quiet and the chillness of the Isles of Tombs, the shadow and the stillness, a rosy light illumes, like the memory of the past on the carved arms delaying, on the marble pole, or the blood-red scutcheon playing with a crimson fall. Into sudden sunshine cast are the ancient warriors, the warriors of olden time. So with kindled heart we love them, dwelling on their flame, so doeth memory fling above them its shadow of a name. Noblest shadow flung on earth. We remember many a story of the old chivalric day, when the red cross, like a glory, shone above the fray. 'Twas a glorious age gave birth to the ancient warriors, the warriors of olden time. Though the sword no more be trusted as it was of old, though the shining spear be rusted and the right hand cold, they have left their fame behind. Still a spirit from their slumbers rises true and brave. Ask the minstrel for his numbers, music from their grave. Noble, gentle, valiant, kind were the ancient warriors, the warriors for olden time. All their meaner part hath perished, in the earth at rest, and the present hour hath cherished what of them was best. What a night should be we keep! For the present doeth inherit all the glories of the past. We retain what was its spirit, while its dust to dust is cast. All good angels guard the sleep of the ancient warriors, warriors of olden time. The Almond Tree by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Fleeting and failing, where's the bloom on yon fair almond tree? It is sunk to its tomb, wheresoe'er wind may have borne the leaves and the blossoms its roughness has torn. Some there are floating on yon fountain's breast, some line the moss of a nightingale's nest. Some are just strewn o'er the green grass below, and there they lie stainless as winter's first snow. Yesterday on the boughs they hung scanted and fair, to-day they are scattered, the breeze best knows where. To-morrow those leaves will be scantless and dead, for the kind to lament and the careless to treat. And is it not thus with each hope of the heart, with all its best feelings, thus will they depart? We go forth to the world on the wings of the air, rejoicing and hoping, but what will be there? False lights to deceive, false friends to delude, till the heart in its sorrow left only to brood. Over feeling crushed, chilled, sweet hopes ever flown, like the tree when its green leaves and blossoms are gone. The Altar, 'tis of Death by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The altar, 'tis of death, for there are laid the sacrifice of all youth's sweetest hopes. It is a dreadful thing for woman's lip to swear the heart away, yet now that heart annuls the woe while speaking, and shrinks back from the dark future that it dares not face. The service read above the open grave is far less terrible than that which seals the vow that binds the victim, not the will. For in the grave is rest. The Altered River by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The lovely river, thou art now as fair can be. Pale flowers wreath upon thy brow, the rose bends over thee. Only the morning sun hath leave to turn thy waves to light. Cool shade the willow branches weave when noon becomes too bright. The lilies are the only boats upon thy diamond plain, with one alone in silence floats around thy charmed domain. The mossbanks fresh embroidery, their fairy favour start, seems made the summer horn to be of melancholy bard. Fair as thou art, thou wilt be food for many a thought of pain. Who can gaze upon thy flood nor wish it to remain, The same pure and unsullied thing, where heaven's face is as clear, mirrored in the blue wondering, as heaven's face can be here. Flowers fling their sweet bonds on their breast, the willows woo by stay. In vain, the waters may not rest, their course must be away. Yon wide world, what wilt thou find? What all find, toil and care? Your flowers you have left behind for other weight to bear. The heavy bridge confines your stream, through which the barges toil. Smoke has shut out the sun's gallant beam, where waves have caught the soil. On, through weariness it be, by shoal and barrier crossed, thou hast reached the mighty sea, and there art wholly lost. Bend thou, young poet, o'er the stream, such fate will be thine own. Thy lute's hope is a morning dream, and when have dreams not flown? The Arab Maid by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. From the dark and sunless caverns, where earth's waters dwell, by the palm trees of the desert springeth forth a well. Still the shadow of its birthplace rests upon the wave, haunted with ancestral darkness from its central cave. Never does it know the sunshine, dark it is and deep. In its silent depths at noontide do the planets sleep. Round it lies the sculptured marvel of some ancient town, long since, with its towers and temples, to the dust gone down. Yet it shareth with the present, for the winds that pass catch its freshness, and around it grows the pleasant grass. Over it the fragrant tamarind sheds its early leaves, and the pelican's white bosom from it life receives. Not alone to the far planets when the sun is bright does it serve a clear dark mirror for the haunting light, but the dream of human beauty lingers on its tide. Never yet were stars so lovely as the eyes beside. Lovely is the Arab maiden leaning thoughtful there, while the languid gale of evening lifts not her black hair. Purple is her broad red caftan, and the golden band tells she is a chieftain's daughter in that eastern land. Scarcely has she left her childhood, yet a deeper trace than our first and careless summers is upon her face. On that youthful cheek is paleness, for the heart's repose is disturbed by dreams and fancies that deny the rose. Touched with tender melancholy is the youth of love, haunted by unconscious knowledge of its clouds above. Doeth her heart call up one image, unavowed how dear? For knowledged hope too timid, yet too fond for fear. Will the stately, dark-eyed warrior bear her to his tent, yet with dreaming of a lover what sad thoughts upblend? Then they fling the veil, rose-colored o'er the parting bride. Not alone does it hide blushes, it has tears to hide. She must leave an aged mother, leave no more to see. She must leave her ancient dwelling, sad her home may be. She must leave her young companions, with their tale and song. With the bride across the threshold goes not youth alone. Never to the heart of woman cometh love alone. One sad, pale companion, knowledge ever is his own. Many other things he teacheth, hope and fear and pain, for it is the mind's awaking, his impassioned reign. Never more will careless childhood lie around her path. Every flower that now she beareth some deep moral hath. She could weep to see them fading, fading while so fair, for some inward whisper tells her such all pleasures are. Love hath bade her leave her pillow for the moon's sweet light, and her young heart hath been troubled by the solemn night. In the presence of its wonders she hath held her breath, for the first time she hath blended thoughts of love and death. But there comes a dream more tender to the maiden's brow, all the lips' rosy silence never may avow. Does she think how first, when watching for her lover's feet, did the tense loose canvas waving bid that young heart beat? Time will still that quick, sweet beating, cold and cruel power. Nothing life can bring us after will be like that hour. Soon, thou beautiful Arabian, will such dream be done? Other hopes have many moments, love has only one. The Aspen Tree by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The quiet of the evening hour was laid on every summer leaf. That purple shade was on each flower, at once so beautiful, so brief. Only the aspen knew not rest, but still, with an unquiet song, kept murmuring to the gentle west, and cast a changeful shade along. Not for its beauty, other trees had greener boughs and statelier stem, and those had fruit and blossoms these, yet still I chose this tree from them. This strange thing, this depth of love which dwells within the human heart, from earth below to heaven above, in each, in all, it fain has part. It must find sympathy, or make, and hence believes, the fond, the vain, the thousand shapes that fancies take, to bind the fine connecting chain. We plant pale flowers beside the tomb, and love to see them drop and fade, for every leaf that sheds its bloom seems like a natural tribute paid. Thus nature soothes the grief she shares. What are the flowers we hold most dear? The one whose haunted beauty wears the sign of human thought or tear. Why hold the violet and rose a place within the heart, denied to fairer foreign flowers, to vows, to earlier memories allied? Like those frail leaves, each restless thought fluctuates in my very mind. Uncertain tree, my fate was wrought in the same loom where vine was twined, and thus from other trees around did I still watch the aspen tree, because in its unrest I found somewhat of sympathy with me. The Aspen Tree by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The quiet of the evening hour was laid on every summer leaf. The purple shade was on each flower, at once so beautiful, so brief. Only the aspen knew not rest, but still, with an unquiet song, kept murmuring to the gentle west, and cast a changeful shade along. Not for its beauty, our trees had greener boughs and statelier stem, and those had fruit and blossoms these, yet still I chose this tree from them. 'Tis a strange thing, this depth of love which dwells within the human heart, from earth below to heaven above, and each and all, it fain has part. It must find sympathy, or make, and hence believe, the fond, the vain, the thousand shapes that fancies take, to bind the fine connecting chain. We plant pale flowers beside the tomb, and love to see them drop and fade, for every leaf that shed its bloom seems like a natural tribute paid. Thus nature soothes the grief she shares. What are the flowers we hold most dear? The one whose haunted beauty wears the sign of human thought or tear? Why hold the violet and rose a place within the heart, denied to fairer foreign flowers, to those to earlier memories allied? Like those frail leaves, each restless thought fluctuates in my very mind. Uncertain tree, my fate was wrought in the same loom where vine was twined. And thus from other trees around did I still watch the aspen tree, because in its unrest I found somewhat of sympathy with me. The Aspen Tree by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The quiet of the evening hour was laid on every summer leaf. That purple shade was on each flower, at once so beautiful, so brief. Only the aspen knew not rest, but still, with an unquiet song, kept murmuring to the gentle west, and cast a changeful shade along. Not for its beauty, other trees had greener boughs and statelier stem, and those had fruit and blossoms these, yet still I chose this tree from them. This strange thing, this depth of love which dwells within the human heart, from earth below to heaven above, in each, in all, it fain has part. It must find sympathy, or make, and hence believes, the fond, the vain, the thousand shapes that fancies take, to bind the fine connecting chain. We plant pale flowers beside the tomb, and love to see them drop and fade, for every leaf that sheds its bloom seems like a natural tribute paid. Thus nature soothes the grief she shares. What are the flowers we hold most dear? The one whose haunted beauty wears the sign of human thought or tear. Why hold the violet and rose a place within the heart, denied to fairer foreign flowers, to vows, to earlier memories allied? Like those frail leaves, each restless thought fluctuates in my very mind. Uncertain tree, my fate was wrought in the same loom where vine was twined, and thus from other trees around did I still watch the aspen tree, because in its unrest I found somewhat of sympathy with me. The Asa Mahal, Ruins near Agra by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Alas, all the palace in ruins, time has passed with a terrible trace, Yet still the vast shrine and the temple seem to speak of a mightier race than ours, which exists by the minute and builds but by contract and steam, till the spirit has nowhere to wander and the heart has no rest for its dream. But here, in the desolate palace, so steadfast amid its decay, with its vast halls and sculptors remaining, the builder alone passed away. What visions arise up before us, the infinite and the unknown, now hidden and vague as the meaning, concealed in each strangely carved stone. Who knows but those mystical letters might yield every secret of time? Could the past be restored to the present, methinks 'twere union sublime. The past, dreaming high and ideal, the present, keen, selfish, and wise, 'twould be like the glorious old Grecian, and again steal the fire from the skies. We now make existence too actual. 'Twere better to float down the stream at the will of the wind and the current, and best of our being a dream. Alas, did I judge from experience, whatever the future may be, I'd but ask of the past its illusions, they were all that are precious to me. The Astrologer by Letitia Landon. Alas, for our ancient believings, we have nothing now left to believe. The oracle, augur, and omen no longer dismay and deceive. All hushed are the oaks of Dodona, no more on the winds of the north. As it sways to and fro the huge branches, the voice of the future comes forth. No more o'er the flowery reft the victim, the priest, at the red altar bends. No more on the flight of the vulture the dark hour of victory depends. The stars have forgotten their signs, or we have forgotten its law. In the rulers, the bright ones of midnight, we question of fortune no more. Of folly to deem that far planets recorded the hour of our birth. Too glorious they are, and too lovely, for the woe and the weakness of earth. Now the science of fate is grown lowly. We question of gipsies and cards. 'Tis a question how much of the actual the fate of the votary rewards. 'Tis the same in all ages. The future still seems to the spirit its home. We are weary and worn with the present. But happiness still is to come. The Awakening of Endymion by Letitia Landon. Lone upon a mountain, the pine trees wailing round him. Lone upon a mountain, the Grecian youth is laid. Sleep, mystic sleep, for many a year has bound him, yet his beauty, like a statue's, pale and fair as undecayed. When will he awaken? When will he awaken? A loud voice hath been crying night after night, and the cry has been in vain. Winds, woods, and waves found echoes for replying, but the tones of a beloved one were never heard again. When will he awaken? Ask the midnight's silver queen. Never mortal eye has looked upon his sleeping. Parents, kindred, comrades have mourned for him as dead. By day the gathered clouds have had him in their keeping, and at night the solemn shadows around his rest are shed. When will he awaken? Long has been the cry of faithful love's imploring. Long has hope been watching with soft eyes fixed above. When will the fates, the life of life restoring, own themselves vanquished by much enduring love? When will he awaken? Asks the midnight's very queen. Beautiful the sleep that she has watched untiring, lighted up with visions from yonder radiant sky, full of an immortal's glorious inspiring, softened by the woman's meek and loving sigh. When will he awaken? He has been dreaming of old heroic stories. The poet's passionate world has entered in his soul. He has grown conscious of life's ancestral glories, when sages and when kings first uphold the mind's control. When will he awaken? Ask midnight's stately queen. Lo, the appointed midnight, the present hour is fated. It is Endymion's planet that risen on the air. How long, how tenderly his goddess love has waited with a love too mighty for despair. Soon will he awaken. Soft amid the pines is a sound as if of singing, tones that seem the lutes from the breathing flowers depart. Not a wind that wanders o'er Mount Latmos, but a springing music that is murmured from nature's inmost heart. Soon he will awaken to his and midnight's queen. Lovely is the green earth, she knows the hour is holy. Starry are the heavens, lit with eternal joy. Light like the own is dawning sweet and slowly o'er the fair and sculptured forehead of that yet dreaming boy. Soon he will awaken. Red as the red rose towards the morning turning, warms the youth's lips to the watchers near his own, while the dark eyes open, bright, intense, and burning, with a life more glorious than ere they closed was known. Yes, he has awakened for the midnight's happy queen. What is without history but a lesson given? How true love still conquers by the deep strength of truth. All the impulses whose native home is heaven sanctify the visions of hope, faith, and youth. 'Tis for such they waken. When every worldly thought is utterly forsaken, comes the starry midnight, filled by life's gifted few. Then will the spirit from its earthly sleep awaken to a being more intense, more spiritual and true. So doth his soul awaken, like that youth to night's fair queen. The Black Rock Fort and Lighthouse by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. Thank God, the beacon light is breaking beautiful through night. Urge that boat through the surge, once more we are beside our English shore. Oh, very nights and days to me have set and risen upon the sea. I never wish to sail again o'er the interminable main. 'Tis wonderful to see the sky hang out her guiding stars on high, and mirrored in the ocean fair, as if another heaven were there. And glorious is thus to go the white foam dashing from the prow, as our ship through waves hath gone, mistress of all she looked upon. But very is it for the eye to only meet the sea and sky, and very is it for the ear but only winds and waves to hear. A pine for leaves, a pine for flowers, for meadows green with driving showers, for all the sights and sounds of life wherewith the air of earth is rife. Farewell, wild waves, again I come to England and my English home. Thank God, the beacon light is breaking beautiful through night. The Banner of Five Good Sons by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. St. George, for merry England, fling our banner through the breeze. The flag is born to sweep the shore as it has swept the seas. St. George, for merry England, our step is on the land. O France, thy sun is wrong to shine on English battle brand. The pennons flout our gallant ranks, with heart and eye of flame. Some ride to win their lady's grace, some for warrior's name. I wear no colours in my cap, and little do I care when monkish chronicles are read, for my name be not there. I will not fight for ladies' love, life is a price too high. I will not shed my blood for what a few soft words will buy. And still less reck I of a fame for which the madman bleeds. 'Tis but a record on the page, one of 1,000 reeds. See, yonder sweeps my pennon brave, with Whitson's scattered o'er. But sparingly, they were my last, now must fight for more. I love a festal hall, where smites light up the purple wine, and ever to win entrance there, or gold or steel must shine. My banner, with its red bit suns, points out the soldier's way. On, that golden crest must be the foremost in the fray. Banquet Aspasia and Pericles by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. Waked by the small white fingers which its chord obey, on the air the music lingers of a low and languid lay, from a soft Ionian lyre. Purple curtains hang the walls, and the dying daylight falls o'er the marble pedestals of the pillars that inspire in honor of Aspasia, the bright Athenian bride. There are statues white and solemn, olden gods are they, and the reft Corinthian column guardeth their array. Lovely that acanthus ref, dropping round the graceful girth. All the fairest things of earth, art's creation have their birth, still from love and death. They are gathered from Aspasia, the bright Athenian bride. There are gold and silver vases, where carved victories shine, while within the sunlight blazes of fragrant tea and wine of a sunny Cyprian isle. From the garlands one each brow take their early roses know, and each rose leaf bears a vow, as they pledge the radiant smile of the beautiful Aspasia, the bright Athenian bride. With the spoils of nations splendid is that stately feast, by her youthful slaves attended, beauties from the east, with her large black dewy eyes. Though her dark hair sweeps the ground, every heavy tress is wound with a white sea pearl around. For no queen in Persia vies, with a proud Aspasia, the bright Athenian bride. One hath caught mine eye, fairest, 'tis a Theban girl. Thou downcast look thou wearest, and nor flower nor pearl wins thy auburn hair among. With a white, unsandaled foot, leaning languid on thy lute, wreath thy soft lip, thou mute, smiles yet sadder than thy song. Can grief come nigh Aspasia, the bright Athenian bride? On an ivory couch reclining, doth the bride appear. In her eyes the light is shining, for her chief is near. And her smile grows bright to gaze on the stately Pericles, lord of the Athenian seas and of Greek destinies. Glorious in those ancient days was the lover of Aspasia, the bright Athenian bride. Round her small head, perfume breathing, was a myrtle stem, fitter for her bright hair's revving than her gold or gem. For the myrtle breaths of love. O'er her cheeks so purely white, from her dark eyes came such light as is on a summer night when the moon above. Fair as moonlight was Aspasia, the bright Athenian bride. These fair visions have departed like a poet's dream, leaving us pale and faint-hearted by life's common stream, whence all lovelier light hath fled. Not so, they have left behind memory to the kindling mind, with bright fantasies combined. Still the poet's dream is fed by the beauty of Aspasia, the bright Athenian bride. The Battlefield by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He sleeps, the night wind o'er the battlefield is gently sighing, gently, though each breeze bear away life from the dying. He sleeps, though his dear and early friend, a corpse lies by him, though the raving vulture and screaming crow are hovering nigh him. He sleeps, the blood has been poured like rain, another field before him, and he sleeps as calm as his mother's eyes were watching o'er him. Tomorrow the dewful victor's name will be proudly given with a trumpet's voice and the soldiers' shout to the winds of heaven. Yet life, how pitiful and how mean the noble story, when the high excitement of victory the fullness of glory. Nor the sore felt for the friend of his youth, whose corpse he's keeping, can give his human weakness force to keep from sleeping. And this is the sum of our mortal state, the hopes we number, feverish, waking, danger, death, and listless slumber. The Bee by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The bee, when the dying flowers are nigh, on many a sweet with careless dwell, just sips their dew and then will fly again to its own fragrant cell. Was from my heart by fancy led, a wanderer for a while may be, yet soon returning whence it fled, it comes so fondly back to thee. The bee, when the dying flowers are nigh, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The bee, when the dying flowers are nigh, on many a sweet the careless dwell, just sips their dew and then will fly again to its own cherished cell. Thus from my heart by fancy led, a wanderer for a while may be, yet soon returning whence it fled, comes but more fondly back to thee. The Beloved Always Near by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I see thee when the sunshine lies golden on the sea, when the pale moon trembles in the brook. I think, love mine, of thee. I see thee when the clouds of dust obscure the very way, and when the shadows of the night the traveller dismay. When through the cool and tangled grass singeth a lonely rill, I go into the thicket green, where all beside is still. My face is painted on the air, I fancy thou art near. The sun sinks down, the stars shine forth, would thou wert really here. The Billow Dull by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Yes, sweet letter, I will keep thee, years, alas. It may be years, midnight's lonely hour should steep thee with the tenderest, truest tears. 'Tis his last, his farewell letter, doomed mid distant lands to rove. He may find a brighter, better, never a more faithful love. Yet to such a vain fear replying, when the days pass long and lone, still my heart on his relying, for his truth will pledge its own. Ah, the love of childhood cherished links a sweet and household tie. If such old affection perished, all life's early hopes must die. He will think, when summer weather lights some foreign forest glade, how we used to roam together in the greenwood's golden shade, when strange flowers around him blowing, purple in the eastern pride, he recalled the wild ones growing by his native river's side. On some stranger's hearth, when gazing with a home-awakened heart, he'll but see the wood fire blazing where he wont to sit apart. All life's dearest links and thrill we, wheresoever thou mayst roam. Every thought that can recall me must recall, too, youth and home. Yes, I see the gliding motion of his vessel on the deep. Over far and fearful ocean carefully my loved one keep. Ah, here white sails slowly sweeping like the wings of some vast bird. Stay one moment for my weeping, let my last farewell be heard. Tell him how each morning breathing shall my constant prayer scant, of the earliest flowers in wreathing I shall at her altar bend. May Saint Genevieve watch o'er him. Every night I'll seek her shrine. May she to his home restore him, to a home that will be mine. Bird by Letitia Elizabeth Land. Take that singing bird away, it has too glad a lay for an ear so lorn as mine. And its wings are all too light, and its feathers are too bright to rest in a bosom like mine. But bring that bird again when winter has changed its strain, its pining will be sweet to me when soil and stain are on its breast, and its pinions drop for rest. Or then bring that bird to me. Together, poor bird, we'll pine over beauties and hopes decline. Yet I'll envy in pitying thee, never may the months restore the sweet spring they brought before to me, but they will to thee. The Black Hunt of Lizot by Letitia Elizabeth Land. What is the light from yon deep wood flashing? What the sound on the wild wind borne? What the dark ranks that are onwards dashing to the voice of the pealing horn? Who are they that thundering go? Is it the black hunt of a bold Lizot? Who are those wooded heights ascending, just sprung from their brief repose, where the shout and the musket's crash is blending with the shriek of dying foes? Well do the French those rifles know, it is the black hunt of a bold Lizot. Where the Rhine's flowing and the vines growing, they spring in their arms from the shore. Like the lightning they cleave the dark streams flowing, for the enemy flies before. Ask what dark swimmers heedless go, it is the black hunt of a bold Lizot. What is the strife that wakens yon valley? There are swords that strike in their country's name. Around the spark of freedom they rally, and the spark hath arisen a goodly flame. Who are they that strike the blow? It is the black hunt of a bold Lizot. Who are they in their lifeblood lying? 'Tis the last sunrise they'll see. It matters not, the French are flying, and their fatherland is free. Who are the brave ones now laid low? It was the black hunt of a bold Lizot. The glorious hunt of a foe is over, calm be the rest of the honored brave. Weep ye not for the friend or the lover, ours is the day which but dawned on their grave. Ask ye what true hearts sleep below? It was the black hunt of a brave Lizot. The Black Seal by Letitia Elizabeth Land. Far, far across the sunny sea the gallant vessel goes. Her white wings are like a seabird spread that hovers o'er its foes. Her decks are armed, the battle flag floats red around the mast, and other ships have lowered theirs where'er that flag has passed. Her course has been amid those western isles which first, like some sweet dream of paradise, upon the Spaniard burst. With scarlet flowers that light their hills and valleys that are bright, with golden creepers, and with birds that sparkle in their flight. Yet danger haunts those lovely isles, the fever and the foe. The brighter that the sunbeams fall, the deeper shade they throw. But that fair ship has escaped them all, the battle and the wreck. The fever has not touched a man upon her crowded deck. Now home to England, home again, across the waves they go, with triumph in her swelling sails and treasure down below. Ah, many a heart is happy now, and those who feared before, now the good ship is homeward bound, believe in hope once more. 2 orphans, lovely sisters they, had worn the winter through. The elder, for the younger sake, watched the wild waters blue. But now they looked with eager eyes towards the setting sun, rejoicing as the evening came, another day was done. For they began to count the hours when, from the salt sea foam, back to his long betrothed bride, their sailor would come home. But human hope is vanity, and human trust is vain. Pity for them, Could their eyes have looked across the main, they would have seen a youthful step grow weaker day by day. They would have seen the hues of health waste gradual away. One only of a hardy crew that stately vessel bore was doomed to see his native land and his true love no more. One mournful eve, a sullen plunge was heard below the wave. The cannon pealed, the wild wind swept o'er the young sailor's grave. Days passed, they knew not of his death, they looked for his return. No more for him their pork shall bloom, no more their heart shall burn. A letter comes, 'tis sealed with black. O Doof, such letter here? She takes it, scarce a trembling hand can break that seal, for fear. She drops the scroll, her sister's arm supports the sinking head. What of a loved one far away? It tells her he's dead. The Boon by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Come, tell me, love, if I had power as I have will to waste on thee, not waste, for never fairy's dower could seem too precious wine to be. If I had power to give thee all, the earth, the ocean, or the air, or girdled in their mighty thrall, what wouldst thou, maiden, for thy share? What wilt thou have? Shall time restore wonders of those fallen walls, Palmyra's giant dooms of yore? Wilt dwell a queen in marble halls? Must shining columns rear thy doom to rival midnight's starry sky? The quarry yields too mean a home with golden mine shall thine supply. Kings shall lay down their diadems to glitter on thy meanest slave. Thy lightest step shall be on gems, or pearls yet dewy from the wave. Old Egypt's valleys of the rose shall feed their lamps with fragrant oil. The ivory casket shall enclose the sweet Manila's fragrant spoil. The East shall send its spice and gold, the West its labours and its skill, to raise for thee a fairy hold, to win thy smile and work thy will. There never shall the winter lower, but summer soften into spring. There shall no branch mourn faded flower, there shall no bird forget to sing. Thou dost love flowers, the glorious dyes that paint the eastern world shall dwell, by those that catch our April skies, the violet thou lovest so well. Down dropped the wreath she bound the while, then kissed the voice on which she hung. She gave him one sweet serious smile, and spoke as if her lute was strung. "Ah," said the maid, "an easy task through the wide world to choose my part. What of thine empire should I ask? But what is now mine own? Thy heart?" Breath is failing on my lips by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The breath is failing on my lips, the light is fading from my eyes. My summons have gone forth in spring, I know that I must die. Fall, fall to earth, ye fragile leaves, and hide from my lone mother's sorrow the last and lonely dwelling place where I shall be tomorrow. But should the fading twilight bring mine own dear maiden here to weep, I cannot lose such precious tears, wake my soul from its sleep. His low voice failed, the morrow came, but not to him, and strangers made, amid the fallen leaves, his grave beneath the oak tree's shade. The twilight darkened, and the winds pined like a dirge upon the air. Like tears the leaves fell from the boughs, but never came his false laugh there. The Bridal Morn by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She leans beside her mirror in her old accustomed place, yet something unfamiliar is on her lovely face. She wears a wreath, a snow-white wreath, which yet she never wore. It gives a paleness to the cheek unknown to it before. The maiden goeth to the grove, and of her flowers beneath she takes the lily or the rose to bind her midnight wreath. But of one plant she gathers not, though fair its blossoms be, only the bride hath leave to wear buds from the orange tree. Once, only once, that wreath is worn, once only may she wear the pale white wreath of orange flowers within her shining hair. They wear upon their soft when bloom the shade of coming years, a spiritual presence is around of human hopes and fears. Ay, let his soft and thoughtful eyes upon a mirror dwell, for in that long and tender look she taketh her farewell, of all her youth's unconsciousness, of all her lighter cares, and for a deeper, sadder life a woman's lot prepares. She leaves her old familiar place, the hearts that were her own, the love to which she trusts herself is yet a thing unknown. Though at one name her cheek turn red, though sweet it be to hear, yet for that name she must resign so much that has been dear. It is an anxious happiness, it is a fearful thing, and first the maiden's small white hand puts on the golden ring. She passeth from her father's house unto another's care, and who may say what troubled hours, what sorrows wait her there? Love and life are mysteries, both blessing and both blessed, and yet how much they teach the heart of trial and unrest. Sweet maiden, while these troubled thoughts mid bridal fancies sweep, well mayst thou pensive watch thy glass and turn aside to weep. The Bridal Morning by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Thy bridal morning, where now the last braid of thy tresses wrapping, the last white pearl is on thy brow, the orange flowers beside thee breathing. Why, thou art queen-like, with rich zone, the satin's snowy folds confining, is bright with every Indian stone, whose hues have caught the daybreak shining. O thou art fair, oh, very fair, and suitest well thy gay adorning. Thy clear brow and thy sunny hair, are they not beautiful as morning? But thou art yet less fair than pale, pale, it is but a bride's sweet sorrow. Fling over her the silver veil, that cheek will be more bright to-morrow. No more, no more, the rose hath said farewell to that pale cheek forever. Those gems may cast a meteor red upon the face, but the heart never. Those eyes have tears, they may not weep, those lips words never to be spoken. As weak as frail, thou canst not keep, nor yet forget those thou hast broken. Her eyes on the mirror fixed, yet sees she not on what she gazes. The past has with the present mixed, till both seem one in memory's mazes. That long past hour, what doth it here, the slumbering pulses to awaken? His image, how can that be dear, his image whom thou hast forsaken? What does it here, that suppressed growth, that hour of moonlight and of dreaming? That one fond dream of early love, half of life's worldliness redeeming? The curl he took, the ring he gave, the vow that bound your hearts together. O froth, such is an ocean's wave, O change, such is an April weather. And has that fickle heart been won by baubles such as those around thee? This chain of gold, is this the one in which thy newer love has bound thee? Go, queen it in the lightest hall, be there the gayest and the brightest. Soon words were little to recall what now in vanity thou sightest. Glow, glittering slave, go, school thy brow. Henceforth thy heart must still its beating. Go forth, thy lord awaits thy vow. Thy lover, shrinking thou from such meeting? In vain. When early dream is past, the heart is sold, there are its fetters. Love's flowery contract did not last. This May, 'tis writ in golden letters. Shame, ever this should be, gold was saw love and faith prevailing. Great curse, where shall we fly from thee, when even woman's faith was failing? The Canterbury Bell by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I see it grow beneath my hand, I see it day by day, I measure on its purple wand how long he is away. The seed was sleeping in the earth, the snow was on the ground, and Christmas gathered in its mirth the friends now scattered round. It was the time of thy farewell, cold, wintry, dead, and now the violets are in the dell, the May upon the bough. Without its seed when the winds are chill, the plants now grow so fair, we placed it on the window sill to catch the sun and air. You say you would return again before it was in bloom. Alas, it sheds its light in vain around our altered room. My heart is sick with hope deferred, days, weeks pass slowly hour. Alas, one voice is still unheard, one step returns no more. I am weary of these watching hours that tread my life away. I do not love my favorite flower as I love a sunny day. Is not the heart a sacred thing? Is not love that gives the shadow of an angel's wing, whereas it presence lives? I gave my heart, I fought for thine, mine was the gift alone. Why have the faults no outward sign by which they may be known? Fair flower, that I've wept to see day after day arise, I little thought that thou wouldst be welcomed with tearful eyes. Why should there be divided truth? Why should one love on? I am very weary of my youth, whose happiness is gone. A light step makes her start the while she sees her sister stand beside the gate with eager smile, a letter in her hand. Poor girl, she might have spared the blush, but with the letter came, she took the scroll. Pale grew the flush, it did not bear the name. The Carclays Tin Mine, Cornwall by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Those stately galleys cut the seas, Their wings the mighty oars, and the sunset are their purple sails when touched for ships our shores. They are from far Phoenicia, whose princely merchants sweep like conquerors of the winds and waves over the subject deep. They have been east and west to seek wealth and the wide world. Mid Indian isles of gems and spice, those sails have been unfurled. In Africa for ivory, for the red gold and Spain, ours is a wide and barren isle where do they cross the main. They come to find the precious ores that British mountains yield, to point to British enterprise its future glories field. A savage race, yet from their trade rose England's commerce now. What land but knows her Red Cross flag? What sea but knows her prow? Riches and intellect and peace have marked the favored strand. God keep thee in prosperity, my own sea-girded land. The Carrier Pigeon Returned by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Sunset has flung its glory o'er the floods that wind amid the Ionia's myrtle woods. Sunset that dies a conqueror in her splendor, but the warm crimson ray has almost sunk away beneath the purple twilight faint and tender. Soft are the hues around the marble fence, whose marble shines amid the wooded plains. Fence where a false but lovely creed was kneeling, a creed that held divine all that was but a sign, the outward to the inward world appealing. Earth was a child, and childlike in was ours, full of fresh feelings and scare conscious powers, around its own impatient beauty flinging. These young believings were types of the true and fair, the holy faith that time was calmly bringing. Still to those woods, with ruins filled, belong the ancient immortality of song, names of old words whose music is undying. Yet do they haunt the heart with its divinest part, the past that to the present is replying. The purple ocean far beneath her feet, the wild thym on the fragrant hill her seat, as in the days of old there leans a maiden. Many have watched before the breaking waves ashore, faint with uncounted moments, sorrowly. With cold and trembling hand she has undone the band around the carrier pigeon just alighted, and instant dies away the transitory ray from the dark eye it had one instant lighted. The sickness of a hope too long deferred sinks on her heart. It is no longer stirred by the quick presence of a sweet emotion, sweet even unto pain, with which she sees again a bird come sweeping o'er the purple ocean. Woe for the watcher! Still it doth not bring a letter nestled fragrant neath its wing. There is no answer to her fond inquiring. Again and yet again, no letter o'er the main quiets the anxious spirit's fond desiring. Down the ungathered darkness of her hair floats like a pall that covers her despair. What woman's care hath she in her adorning? The noontide's sultry hours have withered the white flowers, binding its dark lengths in the early morning. All day her seat hath been beside the shore, watching for him who will return no more. He thinks not of her or her very weeping. Absence, it is thy lot to be too soon forgot, or to leave memory but a once head keeping. Oh, falling of a loving heart that clings with desperate faith, to which each moment brings quick and faint gleams, an instant's thought must small, and yet finds mocking scope for some unreal hope which would appear despair to any other. She knows the hopelessness of what she seeks, and yet, as soon as rosy morning breaks, doth she unloose the pigeon's silken fetter. But through the twilight air no more its pinions bear what once so oft they brought, the false one's letter. The harvest of a summer rose is spread, but lip and cheek with her have lost their red. Where's the paleness of the soul's consuming? Fretfully day by day and so worn away, youth, joy, and bloom have no more sure entombing. It is a common story which the air has had around the very world to bear, that of a trusting spirit's vain accusing. Yet once so firm and fond seemed the eternal bond, that now a few brief parted days are losing. Close to her heart The very pigeon lies, gazing upon her with its earnest eyes, which seem to ask, why are we thus neglected? It is the still despair of passion forced to bear its deep and tender offering rejected. Poor girl, her soul is heavy with the past. Around the shades of night are falling fast. Heavier still the shadow passing o'er her. The maiden will no more watch on the sea-beat shore. The darkness of the grave is now before her. The Castle of Shillorn by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. Fair lake, thy lovely and thy haunted shore have only echoes for the poet's lute. None may tread there save with unsandaled foot, submissive to the great who went before, filled with the mighty memories of yore. And yet how mournful are the records there, captivity and exile and despair, did they endure who now endure no more. The patriot, the woman, and the bard, whose names by winds and waters bear along, what did the world bestow for their reward but suffering, sorrow, bitterness, and wrong? Genius, a heart and very lot is thine, the heart thy fuel, and the grave thy shrine. The Caves of Elephanta by Letitia Elizabeth Lamb. What know we of them? Nothing. There they stand, gloomy as night, inscrutable as fate. Altars no more divine, and shrines which know no priests, no votaries, no sacrifice. The strangers wonder o'er their worship now, and yet, coeval as the native rock, seem they with Mother Earth immutable. Time, tempest, warfare, ordinary decay, is not for these. The memory of man has lost their rise, although they are his work. Two senses are here at present, one of power and one of nothingness. Doeth it not mock the mighty mind to see the meaner part, the task it taught its hands, outlast itself? The temple was a type, a thing of stone, built by laborious days, which made up years. The creed which hollowed it was of a soul. And yet the creed hath passed, the temple stands. The high beliefs which raised themselves to heaven, the general truths on which religions grow, the strong necessity of self-restraint, the needful comfort of some future hope than that whose promise only binds today, and future fear, parent of many faiths. Those vast desires unquenchable which sweep beyond the limits of our little world, and now there is another by themselves. These constitute the spiritual of man. 'Tis they who elevate and who redeem, by some great purpose, some onlooking end, the mere brute exercise of common strength. Yet these have left no trace. The mighty shrine, undefied, speaks force, and only force, man's meanest attribute. The Cedars of Lebanon by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Ye ancients of the earth, beneath whose shade swept the fierce banners of earth's mightiest kings, when millions for battle were arranged, and the sky darkened with the vulture's wings. Long silence followed on the battle cries. First the bounds whitened, then were seen no more. The summer grasses sprang for summer skies, and dim tradition told no tales of yore. The works of peace succeeded those first wars. Men left the desert tents for marble walls. Then rose the towers from whence they watched the stars, and the vast wonders of their kingly halls. And they are perished, those imperial towers, read not amid the midnight stars their doom. The pomp and art of all their glorious hours lie hidden in the sands that are their tomb. And ye ancestral trees are somewhat shorn of the first strength that marked earth's earlier climb. But still ye stand, stately and tempest-worn, to show how nature triumphs over time. Much have ye witnessed, but yet more remains. The mind's great empire is but just begun. The desert beauty of our distant plains proclaim how much has yet been left undone. Will not your giant columns yet behold the world's old age, enlightened, calm, and free, more glorious than the glories known of old? The Spirit's placid rule our land and sea. All that the past has taught is not in vain. Wisdom is garnered up from centuries gone. Love, hope, and mind prepare a nobler reign than ye have known. Cedars of Lebanon. Change by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. My features do not wear the light they wore in happier days, for still there may be much to love, there's little left to praise. The rose has faded from my cheek, there's scarce a blush left now, and there's a dark and weary sign upon mine altered brow. My raven hair is dashed with grey, mine eyes are dim with tears, and care, before my youth is past, has done the work of years. Beautiful wreck! For still thy face, though changed, is very fair, like beauty's moonlight, left to shew her morning sun was there. Come here, friends and festival, recall thine early smile, and weigh on wreath whose glad red rose will lend its bloom awhile. Come take thy lute and sing again the song you used to sing, the bird-like song. See, though unused, the lute has every string. What doth a hand forget the lute, the brow reject the wreath? Alas, whatever change above has mouth changed beneath. The smile may come, the smile may go, the blush shine and depart, but farewell, when their sense is quenched within the breaking heart. It's such as wine, 'tis vain to seek the shades of past delight. Fling down the wreath and break the lute, they mock our souls tonight. Les Chapeaux Noirs by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A courtly beauty, one whose life has been perhaps a pleasant dream, the shadow of a flower cast upon a sunny stream. Upon her brow there are no lines, upon her face there is no care, but such a soft pensiveness as oft the young and happy were. The plums that play around her head, the fan within a fairy hand, the pearls that circle that white neck with a scarce weather band, are soft and light and fair as she, rather them as was a queen, the crown that from her infancy upon her head has been. Her beauty is the pride and power, the right, divine around a throne. It is the triumph of her eyes to make all hearts her own. She steppeth with a silvery step, a sweet yet stately grace. She doeth not wait to see who marks the sunshine of her face. But there will come another time, its coming is beside her now. I read it on the parted lip and on the gentle brow. When those sweet eyes will seek the ground, or raised, will only seek to see what language till that hour unknown in other eyes can be. The cheek will wear a deeper rose, whose crimson colors never glow, but when they speak instead of words, for the full heart below. Pause, lady, on thy present time, it is life's brightest and its best. Pause, for lettest love disturb the spirit's sunny rest. For never yet came love alone, companion strange and sad has he, doubts, fears, regrets, and withered tears, and must these be for thee? The Charm Gone by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I did not wish to see his face, I knew it could not be, or not a look had altered there what once it was to me. Since last we met, a fairy spell has been from each removed. How strange it is that those can change who were so much beloved. It is a bitter thing to know the heart's enchantment hour, but 'tis more bitter still to feel it can be charmed no more. A Charmed Fountain by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Our stream a willow tree lent, as if foredoomed to be sign of sorrow, meant to wave o'er some lovelorn maiden's grave. Yet bowed branch and pallid leaf here are not the sign of grief. Underneath, the bank is set with azure violet, each one bending like a bride, sweet and secret sigh to hide. In the chestnut tree's green rest has the nightingale a nest, whence his richest tones come sweeping like a lute's delicious weeping. What time the pale moon discloses his seralgy of white roses, while the falling dewdrops gem each sultana's diadem. But 'tis not for its fair flowers, or the breath of June's first hours, not for its blue violet wreath, for its gale's Arabian breath, for its sunshine, for its shade, not for the sweet music made by the song its tenants sing, would you seek that grove its spring. But a curious spirit, whose dwelling is in the rich number swelling, from the bosom of some shell treasured in an ocean cell, or in the rich breathing scent on the sunny element. From the rose, as to complain of the April sudden rain, or in the red lights that streak Maine's lip or burning cheek. Some such spirit has laid a spell on the waters of his well. Lover, if a heart has known one poor faith, and one alone, part the bows aside, not fear that thy step should enter here. For the fond and for the true spreads the fount its mirror blue. But if thy false heart has changed, or the fickle eye has ranged, Take the falsehood hence and flee, it will yield no way for thee. The Chinese pagoda between Canton and Whampoa by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Whene'er a person is a poet, no matter what the pang may be, does not at once the public know it, witness each newspaper we see? The parting look, the bitter token, the last despair, the first stress, the anguish of a heart that's broken, do not these crowd the daily press? Within our misnamed heartless city, can so much sympathy bestow, if there is so much public pity for every kind of private woe? Why not for me? My care's more real than that of all this rhyming band, whose hearts and tears are all ideal, a sort of joint stock kept on hand. I'm one of those, I do confess, whom pity greatly can console. To tell is almost to redress the sorrow of a soul. Now, I who fought the first vexatious despair, and knew not what to do, abused the stars, called fate ungracious, here's a second Chinese view. I sent to Messrs. Fisher, saying the simple fact, I could not write, what was the use of my inveighing? There came the fatal scroll that night. But, madam, such a fine engraving, the country, too, so little known. Once publisher there is now braving, the plate was worked, the day was thrown. But what's impossible can never by any hazard come to be. It is impossible that ever this place can furnish hints to me. Oh, Captain Eliot, what could make you forsake the Indian fanes of yore? And what in mercy's name could take you to this most stupid Chinese shore? If in this world there is an object for pity which may stand alone, it is a poet with no subject, or with a picture worse than none. The Choice by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Now take thy choice, thou maiden fair, of the gifts thy lovers bring, that one has brought thee jewels rare, the other flowers of spring. The maiden watches the rubies glow, and wreath them in her hair, but heavy they pressed upon her brow like a weight of secret care. The gems that bound her forehead high might have lighted a diadem, yet pale grew her cheek and dim her eye. Her heart was not with them, and ever an inward pulse would stir when she saw a spring flower wave, but never again did they bloom for her till they bloomed upon her grave. She was borne to her grave of purple pall and scutcheon and waving plume. One followed, the saddest one of all, and threw flowers over her tomb. The Church at Polignac by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Kneel down in yon chapel, but only one prayer should awaken the echoes its tall arches bear. Pale mother, pray not for the child on the bed, for the sake of a prisoner let matins be said. Old man, though the shade of thy gravestone be nigh, yet not for thyself raise thy voice to the sky. Young maidens, their kneeling with blush and with tear, name not the one name to thy spirit most dear. The prayer for another, to heaven addressed, comes back to the breather thrice blessing and blessed. Beside the damp march, rising sickly and cold, stand the bleak and stern walls of a dark prison hold. They are fallen and friendless, forlorn and oppressed. Are they, once the flattered, obeyed and caressed? From the blessings that God gives the poorest exiled, his wife is a widow, an orphan his child. For years there the prisoner has verily pined, apart from his country, apart from his kind. Amid millions of free men, one last lonely slave, he now the gloom, not the peace of a grave. I plead not their errors, my heart's in the cause, which bows down the sword with the strength of a laws. But France, while within her such memories live, with her triumphs around, can afford to forgive. Let freedom, while raising her glorious brow, shake the tears from her laurels that darken the now. Be the chain and the bar from yon prison removed, give the children their parent, the wife her beloved. By the heart of the many is pardon assigned, for mercy, thy cause is the cause of mankind. The Church of St. John and the Ruins of Larnac Castle by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. On the dark heights that overlook the Rhine, flinging long shadows on the watery plains, crowned with grey towers and girdled by the Wine, how little of a warlike past remains. The castle walls are shattered, and wildflowers usurp the crimson banner's former sign. Where are the haughty Templars and their powers? Their forts are perished, but not so their shrine. Like a memory veiled, tradition sits and tells the twilight histories of the olden time. How few the records of those craggy dells, but what recalls some sorrow or some crime. Of Europe's childhood was the feudal age, when the world's sceptre was the sword and power. Unfit for human weakness, wrong, and rage, knew not that curb which waits a wiser hour. Ill-suited empire with the human hand, authority needs rule, restraint, and awe. Order and peace spread gradual through the land, and force submits to a diviner law. A few great minds appear, and by their light the many find their way. Truth after truth rise starlike on the depths of moral night, for even now is knowledge in its youth. Still as those ancient heights which only bore the iron harvest of a sword and spear, are now with purple vineyards covered o'er, while cornfields fill the fertile valleys near. Our moral progress has a glorious scope, much has the past by thought and labor done. Knowledge and peace pursue the steps of hope, whose noblest victories are yet unwon. The Churchyard by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The willow shade is on the ground, a green and solitary shade, and many a wildflower on that mound its pleasant summer home has made. And every breath that waves a leaf flings down upon the lonely flowers a moment's sunshine, bright and brief, a blessing looked by passing hours. Though sweet vague sounds are on the air, half sleep, half song, half false, half true, as if a wind that brought them there had touched them with its music too. It is the very place to dream, away at twilight's idle rest. The thoughts floats down a starry stream without a shadow on its breast. The wealth, the fair gifts are own, without its low and petty cares. Their pleasure some new veil has thrown to hide the very face as she wears. Their hopes are high, yet cares come not. Those fellow waves of life's drear sea, its froth and depth, where love is what love only in a dream can be. I cannot muse beside that mount, I cannot dream beneath its shade. Too solemn is the haunted ground where death his resting place has made. I feel my heart beat, but to think each pulse is bearing life away, I cannot rest upon the grave, and not feel kind to its clay. There's a name upon the stone. Alas, and can it be the same, the young, the lovely, and the loved? It is too soon to bear thy name. Too soon, oh no, 'tis best to die ere all of life, save breath, is fled. Why live in feelings, friends, and hopes have long been numbered with the dead? But though the heart and cheek were bright, no check, no soil had ever known. The angel natures of yon sky will only be to thee thine own. No news, no rainbow hopes that weep themselves away to deeper shade, nor love, whose very happiness should make the vacant heart afraid. The green leaves e'en in spring they fell, the tears the stars at midnight weep. The dewy wildflowers such as these are fitting mourners o'er thy sleep. For human tears are lava drops, that scorch and wither as they flow. Then let them flow for those who live, and not for those who sleep below. Or weep for those whose silver chain has long been loosed, and yet live on. The doomed to drink of life's dark wave, whose golden bowl has long been gone. I weep for those, the wearied, worn, dragged downward by some earthly tie, by some vain hope, some earthly love, who love to live, yet fear to die. The City Churchyard by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I pray thee, lay me not to rest among these mouldering bones. Too heavily the earth is pressed by all these crowded stones. Life is too gay, life is too near, with all its pomp and toil. I pray thee, do not lay me here in such a world-struck soil. The ceaseless roll of wheels would wake the slumbers of the dead. I cannot bear for life to make its pathway o'er my head. The flags around are cold and drear, they stand apart alone, and no one ever pauses here to sorrow for the gone. No, lay me in the far green fields, where summer sunshine cheers, and where the early wildflower yields the tribute of its tears. Where shadows, where sepulchral yew, where droops the willow tree, where the long grass is filled with dew, make such grave for me. And passers-by at evening's close will pause beside the grave, and moralize o'er the repose they fear and yet they crave. Perhaps some kindly hand may bring its offering to the tomb, and say, as fades the rose in spring, so fadeth human bloom. But here there is no kindly thought to soothe and to relieve, no fancies and no flowers abroad that soften while they grieve. Here poesy and laugh come not, it is a world of stone. The grave is bored, is closed, forgot, and then life hurries on. Soul and beauty, nature, love, redeem man's common breath. Ah, let them shed the grave above, give loveliness to death. The City of Dealey by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The glorious city of the East, of old enchanted times, when the first Janies swayed all oriental climes, I do not ask from history a record of thy fame, a few pages stand for me thy consecrated name. I read it when the crimson sky come reddening through the trees. The twilight is the only time to read such tales as these. Like mosque and minaret and tower, the clouds were heaped on high. I almost deemed fair Dearly rose a city in the sky. What sympathy I then bestowed upon her youthful king! I fear now should be less moved by actual suffering. All sorrow has its selfishness, tears harden as they flow, and in our own we half forget to share in others' woe. I can recall how well I seem to know the princely tent, where painted silk and painted plum, where gorgeous colors blend. The conquests blazoned on the walls, the roof of carved stone, and the rich light that at midnight over the dark woods shone. The lovely princess, she who slept in that black marble tomb, her only pall, her raven hair that swept in midnight gloom. The depths of that enchanted sleep had seemed the sleep of death, save that her cheek retained its rose, her lip its rose-like breath. Gone, gone, I think of them no more, unless when they are brought, as by this pictured city here, in some recalling form. Far other dreams are with me now, and yet amid their pain I wish I were content to dream of fairy tales again. The City of the Dead by Letitia Elizabeth Lunn. Laurel, or fling thy green boughs on air, where strewn thy branches, what doth it do there? Bought worn on the conqueror's shield, when his country receives him from glory's red field. Bowed art wreathed around the lyre of a bard, when the song of its sweetness has won its reward. Earth's changeless and sacred, the proud laurel tree, the ears of the midnight, where hang they on thee? The rose of the morning, the blushing and bright, by whose whole life is one breath of delight. Beloved of a maiden, the chosen to bind her dark tresses well from the wild summer wind. Sad tablet, still vow to the thoughts of a lover, whose rich leaves with sweet secrets are written all over. Fragrant as blooming, the lovely rose tree, the tears of the midnight, where hang they on thee? Dark cypress, I see thee, what my reply? By the tears of the night on thy combat trees lie. That laurel it reft the red brow of a brave, yet thy shadow lies black on the warrior's grave. That rose was less bright on the lip which it pressed, yet thy sad branches sweep o'er the maiden's last rest. The brave and the lovely alike they are sleeping, I marvel no more rose and laurel are weeping. Yet sunbeam of heaven, thou fall'st on the tomb, where pauses thou by such dwelling of doom? Before thee the grove and the garden are spread, why lingerest thou round the place of the dead? Thou art from another, a lovelier sphere, unknown to the sorrows that darken us here. Thou art as a herald of hope from above, weep more no more o'er thy grief and thy love. Still the heart, in its beating, be glad of such rest, though it cold from thy bosom its dearest and best. Weep no more that affection thus loses its tie. Weep no more that the loved and the loving must die. Weep no more o'er the cold dust that lies at your feet, but gaze on yon starry world, where ye shall meet. Heart of mine, is there not one dwelling there, to whom thy love clings in its hope and its prayer? For whose sake thou numberest each hour of the day, is the link in the fetters that keep me away. When I think of the glad and the beautiful home which oft in my dreams to my spirit have come. And when our last sleep on my eyelids have pressed, that I may be with thee at home and at rest, when wanderer no longer on life's very shore, I may kneel at thy feet and part from thee no more. While death holds such hope, forth to soothe and to save, O sunbeam of heaven, thou mayst well light the grave. The Coleraine Salmon Leap by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I was dreaming that I went through the ocean element like a conqueror on my way. Shark and swordfish were the prey. With a spear I smote the waves down amid the coral caves. I have wakened, let me go where the mountain torrents flow. I will realize my dream in the dashing of a stream, pouring mid the summer woods all the gathered winter floods. When the ice and when the snow melt into a sunny flow, mid the bright waves leaping forth comes the salmon from the north. Let the meaner angler seek in the willow-hidden creek for the trout whose spotted side crimsons like a star the tide. Let him mid dark waters search for the carp and for the perk, while the silver graylings shiver like bright arrows in a quiver. Mine a nobler prey shall be, guess from yonder sounding sea, comes the salmon proud and strong, darting like a ray along. For his lure, the artful fly does the peacock's plum supply, royal bird whose radiant wing suiteth with the river king. See, he bears the line away, round him flies the snowy spray. I have given him length and line, one last struggle, he's mine. Fling the green arbutus bough on the glowing ashes now. Let the cup with red wine foam, I have brought the salmon home. Combat by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They fled, where was brave lived only a dishonored grave. The day was lost, and his red hand was upon a broken brand. The foes when his native town, the gates were forced, the walls were down, learning city lit the sky. What had he then to do but fly, fly to the mountain rock, where yet revenge might strike or peace forget? They fled, for she was by his side, life's last and loveliest link, his bride. Friends, fame, hope, freedom, all were gone, or lingered only with the one. We hastened by the lonely way, and through the winding forest lay. Half home at our temple blazed behind, and shout and shriek came on the wind. And twice the warrior turned again and cursed the arm that now in vain wounded and faint, eased the grasp, swore or trembled in its clasp. At last they reached the secret shade, which seemed as for the safety made, and there the pores of warm tide burst in red gushes from his side, and hung the drops on brow and cheek, as Guest's breath came thick and weak. She took her long dark hair, and bound the cool moss on each gaping wound. In her closed-up hand she brought the water which his hot lips sought, and anxious gazed upon his eye, as asking, shall we live or die? Almost as she fought his breath, and for hours own life and death. Hark, lest not the wind deceives, the step among the leaves. His blood runs cold, heart beats high, it is the fiercest enemy. He of a charmed and deadly steel, whose stroke was never known to heal. He of a sword sworn not to spare, she flung it down in her despair. The dying chief sprang to his knee, and the staunch bones wailed fearfully. But his gashed arm, what is it now? Livid his lip, black as brow. Over him the slayer stood, as if he almost scorned the blood. It costs so little to be won. He strikes, the work of death is done. The Combat by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. They fled, for there was for the brave lived only a dishonored grave. The day was lost, and his red helm was now upon a broken hand. The foes were in his native town, the gates were forced, the walls were down. The burning city lit the sky, what had he then to do but fly? Fly to the mountain rock, where yet revenge might strike or peace forget. They fled, for she was by his side, life's last and loveliest link, his bride. Friends, fame, hope, freedom, all were gone, or lingered only with that one. They hastened by the lonely way, but through the winding forest lay. Half, home, tower, temple, blazed behind, and shout and shriek came on the wind. And twice the warrior turned again, and cursed the arm that now in vain, wounded and faint, essayed to grasp the sword that trembled in its clasp. At last they reached the secret shade, which seemed as for their safety made, and there they paused, for the warm tide burst in red gushes from his side, and hung with drops on brow and cheek, and his guest's breath came thick and weak. She took her long dark hair, and bound the cool moss on each gaping wound, and in her closed-up hands she brought the water which his hot lips sought, and anxious gazed upon his eye, as asking, Shall we live or die? Almost as if she fought his breath had power of his own life and death. But hark, does not the wind deceives? Where's the step among the leaves? Her blood runs cold, her heart beats high. It is the fiercest enemy. He of a charmed and deadly steer, whose stroke was never known to hear. He of a sword sworn not to spare. She flung it down in her despair. The dying chief sprang to his knee, and the staunched wounds welled fearfully. But his gashed arm, what is it now? Livid his lip, and black his brow, while over him the slayer stood, as if he almost scorned the blood that cost so little to be won. He strikes, work of death stunned. The coming of spring, Letitia Elizabeth Landon. In a valley sweet with singing, from the hill and from the wood, where the green moss rills were springing, a wondrous maiden stood. First lark seemed to carry her coming through the air. Not long she won to tarry, though she wandered none knew where. A rosy light fell o'er her, too beautiful to last. All hearts rejoiced before her, and gladdened as she passed. She brought strange fruit and flowers within her sunny hand, that knew the shine and showers of some more glorious land. The winter ice was broken, the waters flashed with gold. She brought to each a token, the young man and the old. Each seemed a welcome comer, her gifts made all rejoice. But to the nearest summer these had the fairest choice. Now I, of all that gather in the zodiac's golden zone, love the month whose sullen weather has no love but my own. Though its fierce wild winds are sweeping the last leaf from the thorn, though the rose on earth be sleeping, yet then my love was born. The Companions by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. If I step in the stirrup, one cup of bright wine, we'll drink the success of thy sabre and mine. When as boys we took down the bright arms from the wall, and rushed in mock combat around the old hall, we longed in true warfare the weapons to wield. Now the foe is before us, and yonder the field. We'll onward together, thy steed beside mine, our blow be as one when we rush on the line. Should one fall, one only, the other will try, a step for his vengeance, and never to die. On the neck of a fallen yield up his last breath, and the vow of a boyhood be cancelled by death. But rather this evening as victors we'll ride over the field of our conquest, the place of our pride, with our names on each lip, but named only as one. 'Tis the glory of either, what each may have done. Now on for the harvest that darkens and plain. We come back in honor, or come not again. The Confession by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I pray thee, Father, do not turn that dark and angry brow on me. How can I, Father, bear a frown I never met but smiles from thee? I pray thee pardon if my heart has owned another love than thine. I pray thee for my mother's sake, you often say her eyes are mine. I have no memory of those eyes, I never saw my mother's brow, and yet I look to heaven and fear that she is pleading for me now. She loved you, Father, as I love the Earl whose name you will not hear, a love that trembles while it owns that naught on earth can be so dear. I tell you how it was we met, 'twas when you waited on the King. Of 18 years that I have known, I never saw so sweet a spring. I stayed but little in our halls, the woods around us were so fair. The young leaves seemed like flowers, so bright, so fragrant, and so soft they were. The maiden hair flung o'er the banks, its long green tresses, and beneath, hidden its little world of leaves, the violet hung its purple wreath. The hawthorn spread its perfumed boughs, a very air-by of snow, and sunshine through the aspen flung a trembling shower of gold below. You know, my father, you first taught my steps to love these wanderings wild. The leaf, the brook, the singing bird were your first lessons to your child. I've said how glad the murmuring rill, how fair had every wildflower grown. I long to say how dear they were, 'twas sad to wander there alone. Like me he loved the green woodside, the opening leaf, the early flower. Beside the old oak we grew friends, my father, 'twas a happy hour. And dearer every ancient oak, and dearer every green path grew, now that their solitude was gone, and that another loved them too. He loved to hear me talk of thee, your tender kindness and your care, and how it was beside your knee I learned to breath my infant prayer. Forget the past, the dreary past, and let the present pity move shall an ancient foe divide our deep, our young, our happy love? My father, is forgiveness near? I read it in your softened eye. Think of your own youth's dearest dream. My lover laughed, and so do I. My father, dost thou smile on me? My pleading has not been in vain. Bless me, my father, bless your child, and take her to your heart again. The Confession by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I pray thee, Father, do not turn that dark and angry brow on me. How can I, Father, be a frown I never met but smiles from thee? I pray thee pardon if my heart has owned another love than thine. I pray thee for my mother's sake, you often say her eyes are mine. I have no memory of those eyes, I never saw my mother's brow, and yet I look to heaven and feel that she is pleading for me now. She loved you, Father, as I love the Earl whose name you will not hear, a love that trembles while it owns that naught on earth can be so dear. I tell you how it was we met, 'twas when you waited on the King. Of 18 years that I have known, I never saw so sweet a spring. I stayed but little in our halls, the woods around us were so fair. The young leaves seemed like flowers, so bright, so fragrant, and so soft they were. The maiden hair flung o'er the banks, its long green tresses, and beneath, hidden its little world of leaves, the violet hung its purple wreath. The hawthorn spread its perfumed boughs, a very air-by of snow, and sunshine through the aspen flung a trembling shower of gold below. You know, my father, you first taught my steps to love these wanderings wild. The leaf, the brook, the singing bird were your first lessons to your child. I've said how glad the murmuring rill, how fair had every wildflower grown. I longed to say how dear they were, 'twas sad to wander there alone. Like me he loved the green woodside, the opening leaf, the early flower. Beside the old oak we grew friends, my father, 'twas a happy hour. And dearer every ancient oak, and dearer every green path grew, now that their solitude was gone, and that another loved them too. He loved to hear me talk of thee, your tender kindness and your care, and how it was beside your knee I learned to breath my infant prayer. Forget the past, the dreary past, and let the present pity move. Shall an ancient foe divide our deep, our young, our happy love? My father, is forgiveness near? I read it in your softened eye. Think of your own youth's dearest dream. My lover laughed, and so do I. My father, dost thou smile on me? My pleading has not been in vain. Bless me, my father, bless your child, and take her to your heart again. The Conqueror by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. My only love, my early love, my spirit turns to thee. Ah, wherefore is thy memory all that is left for me? I would I had thy pictured traits, shadows of what they were. They could not be like thine, no art could make them half so fair. Yet now I could not bear to meet a smile like that of yore, and think it's the original could smile on me no more. Often have I watched those eyes filled with their own deep light, their glorious beauty sad, but yet as the heaven they gazed on bright. But I shall look on them no more. How could they close on me? O death, what thrice powerful, for love must yield to thee. The Contrast by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There were two portraits. One was of a girl just blushing, and a woman. It was not a face of perfect beauty, but it had the most bewildering smile. There was a glance of such arch playfulness and innocence that as you looked, a pleasant feeling came over the heart, as when you hear a sound of cheerful music. Rich and glossy curls were bound with roses, and the sparkling eyes gleamed like Thalia's, when some quick device of mirth is in her laugh. Her light step seemed bounding upon the air with all the life, buoyant life of one untouched by sorrow. There was another drawn in after years. The face was young still, but its happy look was gone. The cheek had lost its colour, and the lip its smile. The light that once had played like sunshine in those eyes was quenched and dim, for tears had wasted it. Her long dark hair floated upon her forehead in loose waves, unbraided, and upon her pale, thin hand her head was bent, as if in pain. No trace was left of that sweet gaiety which once seemed, as grief could not darken it, as care would pass and leave behind no memory. There was one whom she loved undoubtingly, as youth will ever love. He sought to smile, and said most gentle things, although he knew another had his woes. There is some contrived and cold vanity, which all the warm soul's precious throbs, to whom it is a triumph that a fond devoted heart is breaking for them, who can bear to call young flowers into beauty and then crush them. affections trampled on, and hopes destroyed, tears wrung from very bitterness, and sighs that waste the breath of life. These all were hers, whose image is before me. She had given life's hope to a most fragile bark, to love. 'Twas wrecked by love's treachery. She knew, yet spoke not of his falsehood. But the charm that bound her to existence was dispelled. Her days were numbered. She's sleeping now. The Kutab Minar Dearly by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I have forgotten. 'Tis a common phrase, said every hour, and said of everything. Objects of sight and hearing pass away, as they had not impressed the eye nor ear. Faces we loved, the voices we thought sweet, go from us utterly. The very heart remembers not its beatings. Hopes and fears in multitudes leave not a trace behind. One half of our existence is a blank, a mighty empire half forgetfulness. History is but a page in the great past, so few amid time's records are unsealed. Here is a mighty tower. Ere it was raised, its builders must have had wealth, power, and time, and a desire beyond the present hour. Do not these mark a period and a state refined and civilized? A people passed through each first process of humanity? Now dwellers these intents, who only saw the palm tree and the well, and left behind no sign but a scant herbage. They who built this lofty tower, which still defies decay, must have left many traces. Yet not so. This tower is all, and that has long since lost all evidence of former times and men. It has not one tradition. The Coronation by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. What memories haunt the venerable pile? It is the mighty treasury of the past, where England garners up her glorious dead. The ancient chivalry are sleeping there, men who sought out the Turk in Palestine and laid the crescent low before the cross. The sea has sent her victories, those isles wave with the banners of 1,000 fights. There, too, are the mind's triumphs. In those tombs sleep poets and philosophers, whose light is on the heaven of our intellect. The very names inscribed on those old walls make the place sacred. The Country Retreat by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. O lone and lovely solitude washed by the sounding sea, Nature was in a poet's mood when she created we. O pleasant in the hour of noon to wander through shade, soft and golden shade which June flings over thy inland glade. Wild rose like a river above the ash tree's fair keys, the aspen trembling as if love were whispered by the breeze. These of the beech's dark above for canopy o'erhead, while moss and fragile flowers below an elfin pillow spread. Here one might dream the hours away as if the world had not, or grief or care or disarray to darken human lot. Yet 'tis not here that I would dwell, or fair the place may be, the summer's favourite citadel a busier scene for me. I love to see the human face reflect the human mind, watch in every crowded place the opposite combined. There's more for thought in one brief hour in yonder busy street, and all that ever leaf or flower taught in the green retreat. Industry, intellect, and skill appear in all their pride. The glorious force of human will triumphs on every side. Yet touched with meekness, for on all is set the sign and seal of sorrow, suffering, and thrill, which none but own and feel. Hers that passes with that stead of a homeless beggar's prayer, speak words of warning and of dread to every passer there. I beautiful dreaming broad of her valleys and green fields, a deeper feeling, higher thought, as of the city yields. The Criminal by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The silence in that cell, and dim the light gleaming from the sunk lamp. There is one stands fettered and motionless, so very pale that were he laid within his winding sheet, and death were on him, yet his cheek could not, were ghastlier hues. Cold damps are on his brow. With intense passion the red veins are swelled. The white lip quivers with suppressed sobs, and his dark eye is glazed with tears which still he is too stern to shed. His countenance bears wild and fearful traces of the years which have passed on and guilt. Pride, headstrong ire have left their marks behind. Yet mid this war of evil elements some glimpses shine of better feelings, which, like clouded stars, soon set in night. A sullen sound awakes the silence of his cell, and up he starts, roused from his dizzy trance of wretchedness, gasps for breath, as the deep solemn toll sinks on his spirit, like a warning voice sent from eternity. Again it rolls, my awful bell, Saint Sepulchre, which tells the criminal of death. His life pulse stops, as if in awe, and then beats rapidly, flushes a sudden crimson on his face, passes, and leaves it deadlier than before. He is alone no longer. One is there, whose only language is her tears, and one whose words of anger of the sinful child, his shame and sorrow find no utterance now. At first the look the murderer wore was stern and cold and ghastly, for his pride had nerved his spirit to its agony. But when he felt that pale girl's tears upon his hand, and heard his father's words of penitence, of tenderness and pardon, then relaxed his marble brow, and white warm drops came down, he strove no more to quell. And there she lay, as wretched Ellen, pillowed on a breast, whose lightest beat to her was more than life, all guilty as it was. Her fair blue eyes, how softly beautiful, were filled with drops they had no power to shed, but heavenly they hung upon the eyelash which dropped o'er a cheek whose summer colour had departed with the sweet hopes that nourished its bloom. His love had been destruction. He had thrown shame and dishonour on the innocent one whose fate was linked with his, who loved him yet most truly and most fondly. From the hour when, a young bride, she dreamt of happiness, she never had forsaken him, but still had been his better angel. His mad life had passed amid fearful passions, evil deeds, and she had oft wept in solitude. Yet sometimes, for he loved her, she returned. Her patient smile then lighted up his home, and never did that soft lip breathe reproach. Only her health-forsaken cheek, her brow so wan, told of her wrongs, and she would sob at times upon his bosom, till he swore to leave his evil wanderings. At last the thunderbolt came down, and crushed her heart. He was a murderer. Still she forsook him not, and his lone cell was brightened by her presence. A soft voice breathed consolation in its gentle tone. She wept, she watched, she prayed with him. How deep is woman's memory of her first love dream, though truth has chilled its sweet elusiveness. And like the Indian, was severe light half broken in upon the radiant faith and shone its falsehood, still his spirit clings with lingering homage to his early worship. So Ellen's breast yearned to the guilty one, mid crimes, mid darkness. She could not forget he was the chosen of her youth, that he had been her first, her only love. The morn had broken, and the dull red light streamed through the iron grating heavenly. The bell had ceased its summoning. They leaned in desperate hope to catch another toll in vain, and loud and hurrying steps were heard. The door was opened, and the chains were struck from off his shackled hands. They led him forth. He clasped his Ellen, and pressed one cold kiss on lips as cold, and placed her as a child upon his father's bosom, and departed. A shriek ran after him, and many there to their last hour shall not forget that cry. They led him on. His step was firm, although his face was very pale, and when he reached the scaffold, he knelt meekly down and prayed. Silence was all around, his eyes were closed. This world one gasp concluded, and to him opened eternity. The Crusader, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He is come from the land of sword and shrines, of sainted battles of Palestine. The snow plums wave over his victor crest, like a glory that cross hangs at his breast. His corsar is black as black can be, save a broad star, white as the foam of a sea. He wears a scarf of brodery rare, the last love gift of his lady fair, and bore for device a cross and dove and words, and vow to my God and my love. He comes not back the same that he went, for his sword has been tried and strength has been spent. His golden hair is a deeper brown, his brow is caught a darker frown, and his lip has lost its youthful red, and the shade of the south of his cheek is spread. But stately his step and his bearing high, and wild the light of his fiery eye, and proud in the lists with a maiden bride, whom had claimed the knight of the cross for her knight. He rides for Valmy had pined to see the court and the camp in captivity. He reached the castle's own step, was all that echoed within the deserted hall. He stood on the roof of the ancient tower, and for banner a whiff from pale wallflower, and for sound of the trumpet and peal of the horn came the scream of the owl on the night wind born. The towns were failing, the vessels were flown, that ruled the halls he had called his own. His heart throbbed high, oh never again, Soothe of sweet thoughts, his spirit's pain, ever might think of his boyish years, and his eyes grew dim for sweet warm tears, which hope and memory shed when they meet. The grave of his kindred was at his feet. He stood alone, the last of his race, the cold white world for his dwelling place. The home of his fathers gone to decay, all but the memory had passed away. No one to welcome, no one to share the laurel, he no more was proud to wear. It came the pride of his war's success, but to weep over very desolateness. They pointed him to a barren plain, his father, his brothers, his kinsmen were slain. They shewed him the lowly grave, where slept the maiden whose scarf he so truly had kept, and they could not shew him one living thing to which his withered heart would cling. Amid the warriors of Palestine is one the first in the battle line. It is not for glory he seeks the field, for blasted trees upon a shield. Mortal it bears is, our fight for a grave. He found it, the warrior has died with the brave. The Cup of Cirque by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. She sat a crowned queen, the ruby's light gleamed like a red star in the dark midnight amid her curls. But as they downward fell, to meet her ivory neck's luxuriant swell, some roses twined around the flowing hair. Fair roses, yet her neck was far more fair. They were in summer perfume, and they gave fresh fragrance forth at each light tress's wave. Her cheek was crimson beauty, and her eye flashed light upon its varying brilliancy. There was a spell in those dark eyes, and all bent joyfully beneath its radiant thread. Their power was on the heart. One white hand raised a sparkling vase, where gold and opals blazed, only less glorious than his starry eyes. Her sweet incense breathings would arise from that enchanted cup, and she the while held the bright poison with a witching smile. All gathered round, among the fair child stop and cast the purple bubbles from the top. A white-haired man, too, hung upon the brim. With such pleasure should have charms for him, and by his side a girl, whose blue eyes, bent on the seducer, looked too innocent for passion's madness. But love's health was there, and for young love, what wanted woman there? There was a warrior, oh, the chain was sweet that bound him prisoner to the Cirque's feet. He knelt and gazed upon her beauty. She smiled and received his wild idolatry, and sighed with low sweet sigh, whose tender tone is witching from its echo of our own. The painter's skill has seized the moment where her hand is writhing mid the raven hair, and he is bent in worship, as the touch, that soft light touch, were ecstasy too much. And he's just turned from that bewildering face to that fair arm that holds the magic vase. The purple liquor is just sparkling up. The youth has pledged his heart's truth on that cup. The Cypress by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. O graceful tree, with thy green branches dropping as to yon blue heaven stooping in meek humility, like one who patient grieves when the fierce winds o'er thee sweeping, or answers but by weeping, while tear-like fall thy green leaves. When summer flowers have birth, and the sun is o'er thee shining, yet with thy slight boughs declining, still thou seekest the earth. The leaves are ever green, when our trees are changing, with the seasons o'er them ranging, thou art still as thou hast been. It is not just thee, for painter or bard to borrow, thy emblem as that of sorrow. Thou art more like piety. Thou wert made to wave, patient when winter winds rave o'er thee, lowly when summer suns restore thee, on some Martha's grave. Like that Martha, thou hast given a lesson of faith and meekness, of patient strength in thy weakness, and trust in heaven. The Dancing Girl by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. A light and joyous figure, one that seems as if the air were her own element, begirt with cheerful thoughts, and bringing back old days, when nymphs upon Arcadian plains made musical the wind, and in the sun flashed their bright cymbals and their whitest hands. These were the days of poetry. The woods were haunted with sweet shadows, and the caves were doors of moss, and lit with shining spars, were homes where naiads met some graceful youth beneath the moonlit heaven. All this is past. Ours is a darker and a sadder age. Heaven help us through it. 'Tis a very world the dust and ashes of a happier time. The Danish Warrior's Death Song by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Away, away, your care is sin. No leech could aid me now. The chill of death is at my heart, its stamp upon my brow. Weep not, I shame to see such tears within a warrior's eyes. Away, or can you weep for him who in the battle dies? If I had died with idle head upon my lady's knee, and fate stood by my silken bed, then might ye weep for me. But I lie on my own proud deck before the sea and sky. The wind that sweeps my gallant sails will have my latest sigh. My banner floats mid the clouds, and never drops below. Well with my heart's best blood is paid such purchase from a foe. Go and seek my halls, where dwells a fair-haired boy of mine. Give him my sword, while yet the blood darkens that Helchion's shrine. Tell him that only other blood should wash such stains away, and if he be his father's child, there needs no more to say. Farewell, my bark, farewell, my friends. Now fling me on the wave. One cup of wine and one of blood pour on my moaning grave. The Dead Robin by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. It is dead, it is dead, will wake no more with the earliest light, as it waked before, and singing as if it were glad to wake, and wanted our longer sleep to break. We found it a little unfledged thing, with no plum to smooth and no voice to sing. The father and mother both were gone, and the colon nursling left alone. For wind as fierce as wows from the sea had broken the boughs of the apple tree. The scattered leaves lay thick on the ground, and among them the nest and the bird we found. We warmed it and fed it and made it a nest of Indian cotton and watched its rest. Its feathers grew soft and its wings grew strong, and happy it seemed as the day was long. Do you remember its large dark eye, how it brightened when one of us came nigh, how it would stretch its throat and sing and beat the osier cage with its wing? Till we let it forth, and it perched on our hand, it needed not hood nor silken band, like the falcons reed of in days gone by, linked the wrist, lest away they should fly. But our bird knew not of the free blue air. He had lived in his cage, and his home was there. No flight had he in the green wood flown, he pined not for freedom he never had known. If he had lived amid leaf and bough, it had been cruel to fetter him now, for I have seen a poor bird die, and all for love of his native sky. But our would come to our cup and sip, and peck the sugar away from our lip, would sit on our shoulder and sing, then creep and nestle in our hands to sleep. There's the water, and there is its seat. Its cage hung round with a green chickweed, but the food is untouched, the song is unheard. Cold and stiff lies our beautiful bird. The Deaf Schoolmaster by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. I cannot hear the skylark sing, the music of a wild beast wing, the murmur of a plaining boar, a gentle whisper, very low, the noise of falling waters near. All these have left his mournful ear. A sad, sad silence, whose worst power is felt in others' gladdest hour. But to what can it not move the unconquerable strength of love? See how he bends above a page, for him, the child of his old age. The ear is deaf, his eye is dim, yet anxious and alive for him. How deep and tender is the depth, whose seal on that young heart is set. Little, perchance, may be the aid, not so the fondness which essayed to help amid this learned coil, and smooth the youthful student's toil. But all the sorrow and the crime, man's destiny from earliest time, but all that can debase, degrade, how beautiful this earth is made, by pure affection, deep and dear, affection like that pictured here. The Death Feast by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There was martial clamour heard in the convent's sacred halls, and the noise of armed men sounded strange from cloistered walls. It was the vesper hour, but no vesper then was sung, instead an organ of hymn, iron boot and steel spur rung. The moon around the chapel shone, what want she to see there but aged men bent meekly down in their still hour of prayer? Now her beams are lost in light that talk and taper fling, and falls that light on a banquet board and on a festal ring. Cuirasses gleamed, and waved white plums in their war pride, while with their beads and dark grey coals the friars stood beside. They are foemen, they are Gauls, curses to Spain's fair land. How can the convent's holy man join with such lawless band? Yet the prior sat at the board end, and courteously carved he, while his monks marked not the hour of prayer, but joined the revelry. There were words of boasting joy, of triumph o'er their foes, and many a song and jest around the wine-cup rose. But somewhat of shadow fell, as came on the hours of night, the haughty lip grew wan, the flashing eye less bright. The laughing voice broke off in the middle of its tale, and each one shuddered as he saw his neighbor ghastly pale. heavenly on the air, where tolled the midnight bell, and every heart sank down, it was so like a knell. With a weak and trembling step roused the prior from his place. His voice was faint, his eyes were wild, it was a corpse's face. Now think upon your God, for I warn ye, we shall meet, another hour is passed before his judgment seat. Spoilers of God's fair earth, profaners of his shrine, ye have feasted, and unto death mortal poison was in your wine. The morning sun arose, still the festal board was spread, still hosts and guests were round, but hosts and guests the dead. The Death of Commons by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Pale comes the moonlight through the lattice gleaming, narrow is the lattice, scanty is the ray, yet on its white wings the fragrant dews are streaming. Dews, how sweet after August's sultry day! Narrow is the lattice, owlet night's darkness-covered chamber, so wretched from any careless eye. Over yon pallet whatever shadows hover, they are less dark than the shadow drawing nigh. Death, it is thy shadow, let the very one now die. Beautiful, how beautiful, the heavy eyes now closing, only with the weight of the moonlight's soothing smile. Or do they recall another hour's reposing, than the myrtle and the moonlight were comrades the while? Yes, for, while memory languidly is fetching her treasures from the depths which they have lain among, with fragile hand, how thin, how weak, is sadly sketching figures and fancies that sails white walls along. On the lip there is a murmur, it is the swan's last song. Dark order of Saint Dominique, thy shelter to the very is like thy rule, cold, stern, unpitying in its aid. Cold is general charity, lorn the cell and dreary, yet they, the way-worn wretched one, may rest the dying head. Who would remember him? Who does remember? He, the ill-fated, yet the young and gifted one? Grief and toil have quenched life's once aspiring ember. High heaven may have pity, but man for man has none. Close thine eyes, Camoens, life's task is nearly done. Fable his hand upon the wall is tracing one lovely face and one face alone. E'en the coming hour, other memories effacing, leaves that as fresh as when it first was known. Faintly he traces, with white and wasted fingers, what once so lovely, what is still so dear. Life's latest look, like its earliest one yet lingers, on the large soft eyes that seem to meet him here. Love's ethereal vision is not of earth's dim sphere. Large, soft, and dark, the eyes where he was blending so much of his soul are somewhat like his own. So in their youth the auburn hair is candid, such as its sweet smile to either red lip known. Like the way and beauty, so the heart's light trembled on the flushing cheek, and in the kindling eye, yet more clearly like the inward world resembled, in its sweet communion, the tender and the high. Our cold world is cruel to rend so sweet a tie. Through a very world path known to care and sorrow, still was her influence o'er his being cast. She was the hope that whispered of tomorrow, she was the memory music of a past. She was in his numbers, and those numbers breathing of his country's glory made it glorious more. To its southern language long harmony bequeathing, haunting every wild wave dashing on its shore. Nay, the poet's music is lovely as of yore. Dream not that the love which haunts the poet's spirit is the common passion that sweetens daily earth. From a world ethereal, its nature must inherit all the high imaginings that crowded round its birth. From the pure pale stars amid the midnight watches, it asks for inspiration lofty and divine. From the small white flowers amid the woods, it catches charms round the careless and the usual path to shine. Such is the poet's passion, such Camoens was wine. Flying far below him, each meaner thought that cumbers wishes born of once. He lighted up life's dream with a kindling light that warms the poet's numbers. Yet are they sung by a Tao's sunny stream. Still was his country the theme of his inspiring. How bold vessels first swept the southern seas. Still was the praise the meed of his desiring, while telling how her heroes met the fierce and mighty breeze. The past and its seed rhymes, his dreams were filled with these. How was he rewarded? How are such rewarded? Those who thus lavish their inward wealth in vain. Only one doom for the poet is recorded, a present that must buy the future with its pain. Long, long away, tossed on the Indian billow, dreamt he sweet songs for his lady and his land. Pale and wan he lies on his last neglected pillow, none are near to minister with soft and soothing hand. There let the poet perish, so have perished all his band. Heavenly, heavenly his large black eyes are closing on the twilight loveliness they are too faint to know. O'er that pale high forehead a shadow is reposing, peace to the very heart that languid beats below. From that sweet lip its old songs are departing. Take, ye wild winds, what is wont to breathe of yore. There he is dying, deserted, broken-hearted, like a broken lute with no music wanders o'er. Farewell to Camerons, the swan will sing no more. Yet not for this in the spirit's faithful falter. Heavy though the doom be, yet glorious is the meed. Let the life be laid upon the fated altar. It is but the sacrifice of an eternal creed. Never yet was song breathed in this high believing, but like a star it hath floated down time's wave, while what lofty praises and what tender grieving and what noble hopes come to sanctify and save. Even such the glory, Camoens, be thy grave. The Death of Heber by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. He left a calm and pleasant home, a home of peace and rest, beneath whose green and quiet eaves the swallow built her nest. For an uncertain troubled path, and for foreign shore, he left the lovely English home he was to see no more. The white winds filled the swelling sails, that bore him o'er the main. Did he look back to the dear land he never saw again? He might look back with tender care and thoughts of other years, but higher hopes aside had cast all weakened human fears. The good man in the appointed time reached the appointed land. Joy was beside his onward path and blessings in his hand. He died, and strangers hurried round to raise his drooping head. The sorrow of a multitude was round that dying bed. Glorious the lesson that arose from sorrow and from scathe. Death, thou hast now no victory. This is the Christian's faith. The Death of Margaret Allway by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The shadow of the yew trees has left an open space. The sunshine rests upon it as if it loved the place. A grove of early primroses and green grass hides the tomb. How can it be the place of death with all the spring and bloom? And she who there is sleeping, however could she die? So beautiful, so happy, death should have passed her by. But last week she was singing in the fullness of her mirth. Can a place so soon be desolate as is her place of birth? She had known one only dwelling, where everything refers, with an agony of fondness to something that was hers. The flowers she sowed are opening in the blossoms to the spring. Her favourite bird is singing, how can they bloom or sing? But though the month be April, there is upon the air a shadow and a silence, though the sun and wind be there. For darkened are the windows, and lonely are the groans, and sad low steps and voices with unfamiliar sounds. For Margaret was so joyous, so full of youth's delight, you heard her song or laughter long ere she came in sight. Now its sweet voice is silent, it seems not stilled alone, but from parents, friends, and servants all life seems also gone. Her mother has not spoken since the day she saw her last, when they closed the cruel coffin, and the pall was o'er it cast. And the bowed earl, her father, who has looked so oft on death, his eyes are wan with weeping, and he speaks below his breath. The summons was so sudden, at morning she was bright, with rosy health and gladness, who was a corpse ere night. To her cheek there came no paleness, no shadow to her brow, she looked as glad and beautiful as does her picture now. She laid her head so quietly upon her mother's knee, there came no mortal agony than Margaret's ceased to be. And when they wound around her the white shroud of the dead, her smile was sweet like slumber, and her cold cheek was red. Oh, such a death is blessed, so happy and so young, as yet unpaid the penalty from crime and sorrow wrung. For though direct from heaven the spirit in our clay to much its early feathers do wear the soul away. Yes, blessed are the youthful who leave this mortal strand, and come before their Maker as when they left his hand, who bring a life as pure almost as when it first was given, for of such is the kingdom, our Saviour said, of heaven. The Death of Sigurd, the Earl of Northumberland, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. The Earl lay on his purple bed, faint and heavy was his head, where the snows of age were shed, heavy on his pillow. Never more, when seas are dark, will Earl Sigurd guide his bark through the dashing billow. Never from that bed of pain will the warrior rise again. Yes, he will arise, now red he flushes to the brow. Like the light before his brow is the dark eyes gleaming. No, it never shall be said Sigurd died within his bed, with its curtains streaming, whose sole curtain won to be banners red with victory. Lift me up, the Sea King said. At the word his sons obeyed, and the old man was conveyed where the sea was sounding. At his ancient castle gate Death's dark coming to await, with his knights surrounding. Morn was reddening in the sky as the Earl came forth to die. In a carved oaken chair, carved of carving quaint and rare, faces strange and garlands fair, is the chieftain seated, as when at some festival in his high ancestral hall, bards his deeds repeated, and there was no loftier song than what bore his name alone. Round him swept his mantle red, like a chief apparelled, with his helmet on his head, with its white plumes flying. At his side the shaft brand, and the spear in his right hand, mid the dead and dying. There the battle raged the worst, ever was that right hand first. He, the tamer of the wild, who invincible was styled, now as feeble as a child, by its mother sleeping. But the mind is unsubdued, fearless is the warrior's mood, while his eyes are keeping this last vigil strange and lone, that his spirit may be known. As the ship cuts through the froth, shining comes the morning forth, from his own ancestral north, while each rosy vapour kindles beautiful and bright with an evanescent light. But the human taper hath an even brighter ray, strange all life is by decay. Haughtily his castle stands on a rock amid the sands, where the waves and gathered bands day by day are dashing. Never is the sounding shore still with their eternal roar, and their strife is flashing to the noontide's azure light, and the stars that watch at night. Sigurd's look is on the foam where his childhood wanted to roam, for the sea has been his home from his earliest hours. Gathering the echoing shells where the future tempest dwells, as some gather flowers, trembling when a rosy boy with a fierce and eager joy. Many things long since forgot in a hard and hurried lot now arise. They trouble not he the stately hearted. But he saw a blue-eyed maid long since mid the long grass laid, and true friends depart. Tears that stand in that dark eye only may the sea breeze dry. Longer do the shadows fall on his castle's armed wall, yet the old man sits, while all stand behind him weeping. But behind they stand, for he would not brook men's tears to see. One fair child is sleeping, to his grandsire's feet he crept, weeping silent till he slept. Heavenly beneath his mail seems Earl Sigurd's breath to fail, and his pale cheek is more pale, and his hand less steady. Crimson are the sky and surge, stars on the horizon's verge, night and death are ready. Down in the ocean goes the sun, and Earl Sigurd's life is done. The Death of a Sea King, by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Dark, how dark the morning that kindles the sky, but darker the scorning of Earl Harold's eye. On his deck he is lying, it once was his throne, yet there he is dying, unheeded and lone. They gave drowned nor follower nor foeman, but overbended a young and pale woman. He has lived mid the hurtle of spears and of snow, yet green drops the myrtle where he is laid low. The vessel is stranded on some northern isle, the foes that are banded will wait here a while. I long is the waiting, for never again will the sea raven sweep o'er her own northern main. He was born on the water, mid storm and mid strife, for tempest and slaughter was hurried his life. Few years has he numbered and golden his head, yet the north hills are cumbered with bones of his dead. The combat is distant, the whirlwind is past, from the spot where Earl Harold is breathing his last. 'Tis an isle which the ocean has kept like a bright, for the moonlit devotion of each gentler tide. No eyes have he wandered, no step been at rest, where nature has squandered her fairest and best. Yet the wild winds have brought from the Baltic afar that vessel of slaughter, that lord of war. He saw his chiefs stooping, but not unto him, where stately from drooping the flashing eye dim, the wind from the northward swept past, fierce and free, it hurried them far away, they knew not the sea. And the foul tracked their footsteps more stern than the tide, the plague was among them, they sickened and died. Left last and left lonely, Earl Harold remained, one captive, one only, life's burden sustained. She watched o'er his sleeping, low, sweetly she spoke, he saw not her weeping, she smiled when he woke. Oh, stern was his bearing and haughty his tone, he had one gentler feeling, and that was her own. Fierce the wild winds were blowing, that drove them all night. Now the hushed waves are flowing in music and light. The storm is forsaking its strife with the main, and the blue sky is breaking through clouds and through rain. They can see the fair island whereon they are thrown, where the palms and the spice groves rise lovely and lone. Her bright hair is flying, escaped from its fold, the night dews are drying away from its gold. The opening flowers quiver beneath the soft air, she turns with a shiver from what is so fair. Paler, colder, the forehead that rests on her knee, for her, in the wide world, what is there to see? He tries, vain the trying, to lift up his sword, as if still defying the death now his lord. Once to gaze on the ocean, his lips faintly stir, but life's last emotion is one look on her. Down drops on his bosom her beautiful head, the earl and the maiden together lie dead. The Death Song by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. Are the roses all faded, that thus you should wear a wreath from the dark cypress tree in your hair? Are the violets withered, that funeral green should thus mid your long golden tresses be seen? Come, maiden, the evening's last crimson has died, with the hue that blushes the pearls at your side, and red flowers like summers are bright in each fold of a white robe whose border is heavy with gold. O father, my father, now urge me no more, no footstep of mine will be light on the floor. The shroud cold and white as the robe I shall wear, now look on my face, is not death written there? It came on the night wind, it came in the hour, when the planet shines forth and the spire has power. I heard the sad music wailing passed by, it called me, my father, it called me to die. I heard that white singing the night that she died, my own gentle sister her last sigh replied. Again I have listened that funeral tone, I knew 'twas the death song, I knew 'twas my own. I am weeping, but not for the summons, my tears they fall for your lonely, your desolate years. I see the old hearth, but its gladness is gone, I see the green forest, your work were alone. By the side of my sisters where I'll hang up my lute, but unless the wind wake them, henceforth to be mute. Our world will be opened with talk, light, and song, we must part there, my father, we part not for long. But say to the words of the dying are given a spirit that is not of earth, but of heaven. Be strong in thy sorrow and meek in thy pain, my father, we meet, and for ever again. The Decision of the Flower by Letitia Elizabeth Landon. There is a flower, a purple flower, sown by the wind, nursed by the shower, of which love has breathed the power and spell, the truth of whispering hope to tell. Lightly the maiden's cheek has pressed the pillow of her dreaming rest, Yet the crimson blushes over it spread, as the lover's lip had lighted its red. Yes, sleep before her eyes has brought the image of her waking thought, the one thought hidden from all the world, like the last sweet hue in the rosebud curled. The dew is yet on the grass and leaves, the silver veil which the morning weaves. To throw o'er the roses, those brides which the sun must woo and win ere the day be done. She braided back her beautiful hair o'er a brow like Italian marble fair. She's gone to the fields where the corn uprears like an eastern army its golden spears. The lark flew up as she passed along, and poured from a cloud his sunny song. And many bright insects were on wing, or lay on the blossoms glistening. And with scarlet poppies around like a bower, found the maiden her mystic flower. Now, gentle flower, I pray thee tell if my lover loves me and loves me well. So may the fall of morning dew keep the sun from fading thy tender blue. Now I number the leaves for my lot. He loves not, he loves me not. He loves me, yes, oh, last leaf, yes, I pluck thee not, for that last sweet guess. He loves me, yes, a dear voice sighed, and the lover stands by Margaret's side.